Then you will bleed truth before the pack." The words hung in the vaulted hall like an executioner's blade, sharp and final and impossible to take back. I stood there in my wedding gown, white silk threaded with thornmarch red, crushed moon petals still woven into my hair, and I could not breathe, could not think, could not do anything but stare at the man who had just condemned me in front of everyone I had ever known. Cale. My alpha. My mate. The man I was supposed to marry today. His eyes were cold as winter stone. No warmth, no recognition, no flicker of the tenderness I had seen just hours ago. The torches lining the great hall flickered wildly, casting shadows that twisted across the carved wolves in the pillars. The black wolf at his side sat motionless, amber eyes locked on me, unblinking. The crowd gasped and whispered, a rising tide of shock and hunger. I heard my name spoken like a curse. I heard words I could not quite grasp, murmurs that buzzed like insects against my skin. How did this happen this morning I woke as a bride? The dawn had broken pale and cold, spilling light through the frost-etched windows of my chamber in Thornmarch. My mother's maids had fluttered around me like nervous sparrows, their hands quick and gentle as they fastened the laces of my gown, white silk, threaded with veins of crimson. Thornmarch red, my mother called it, the color of hawthorn berries in first snow, the color of promises kept. "Hold still, child," old Mira had murmured, weaving my mother's ribbon into my braid. Her fingers smelled of rosemary and smoke. "You're trembling." "I'm happy," I told her, though my voice came out thin as morning mist. I was happy. Gods above and stone below, I was. Today was not just a ceremony. It was the end of 100 years of border wars, the joining of Thornmarch and Blackspire, Iron and Fang, Earth and Moon. My marriage to Cale was meant to be the vow written in flesh, no more blood between our packs. I had met Cale only twice before. Once, when I was 15 and he came to negotiate the timber trade. All shoulders and scars and a voice like distant thunder. And again last autumn, when he stood in my father's hall and looked at me across the fire as if I were something worth keeping. He had said my name carefully, the way you hold a thing you are afraid to break. Isla. Like the sound alone mattered. I remembered standing with him under the pines that night, frost glittering on the branches above us, his breath clouding white in the cold. He had looked at me with something I wanted to believe was tenderness. "No war between our packs ever again," he had said, his hand brushing mine. "I swear it, Isla, on the moon and the stone beneath us." That had been enough. I had spent months embroidering that memory into something I could believe in, something I could build a life around. But I had also heard the stories, the whispers about Cale's ruthlessness in battle, the way he had torn through rogue packs that dared cross his borders, the way his black wolf was said to be his soul made flesh, merciless and unforgiving. I wondered sometimes which version of him I would get as a husband, the man who spoke my name like a prayer, or the alpha who showed no mercy. When the bells tolled the hour, I descended the winding stair of Thornmarch's keep, my heart beating so loud I thought the stones would hear it. Every step felt holy. Every breath felt borrowed from a future I had not yet earned. The ceremony was to be held in Blackspire's great hall, the one my ancestors had built with their own hands, mining the pillars from the quarry that still bore our blood in its bones. I had never been inside. Father said it was the most beautiful place in the north. He was right. The vaulted ceiling arched high as a cathedral, carved with wolves mid-hunt, their eyes inlaid with chips of amber that gleamed like embers in the torchlight. Pillars thick as ancient oaks lined the aisle, each one etched with pack sigils older than memory. The scent of pine and smoke and fir hung heavy in the air. Stained glass windows bathed the hall in rivers of colored light, blues and golds and deep, blood-dark reds. The entire pack had gathered. Warriors in leather and iron, elders draped in wolf pelts, mothers clutching babes swaddled against the cold. Every face turned toward me as I walked the long aisle toward the moon's arch, where silver light poured through the windows like a blessing, and at the center, beneath that arch, stood Cale. He looked carved from shadow and stone, broad-shouldered leather strapped across his chest, the black ceremonial cloak hanging from his frame like folded wings. His hair, dark as midwinter, was tied back, and his jaw was set in that way that made him look both ancient and ageless. At his side sat the black wolf, the one they whispered was his soul made flesh. Its eyes burned amber gold, unblinking, watching. When Kale's gaze found mine across the hall, something softened, just for a breath, just enough that I thought, maybe this will be real. The elder raised his gnarled staff, his voice rolling through the hall like distant thunder. We gather beneath the blessed moon to witness the binding of Alpha Kale of Blackspire and Isla of Thornmarch. Their union shall seal the blood pact and honor the moon's decree. My pulse thrummed in my throat as I stepped forward, the hem of my gown whispering against the flagstones. Every eye in the hall watched. I could feel their hope pressing against my skin like heat from a forge. The elder turned to me, his face lined with centuries of decisions. "Isla of Thornmarch," he intoned, "do you take Kale of Blackspire as your mate and husband, to stand beside him, to honor his name, and to bind your soul to his for as long as the moon shall rise?" "I do." My voice came out steady, clear as winter water. I smiled through the tightness in my chest, joy and terror braided so close I could not tell them apart. Then the elder turned to Kale, staff raised, ready to seal what had been promised for so long. "And you, Kale of Blackspire, do you take Isla of Thornmarch as your Luna and wife?" "Stop!" The words shattered the hall like iron on stone. Every head turned. The elder's staff froze mid-arc. My breath caught. Two warriors dragged a figure forward through the crowd, stumbling, bleeding, face swollen with bruises. My stomach dropped. I knew that face. Fen. I had known him since childhood. We had traded apples at the autumn market, raced through Thornmarch's meadows, laughed over spilled cider in my mother's kitchen. He had left years ago to guard the southern trails. He was not supposed to be here. He was not supposed to be this, beaten, bound, thrown at the Alpha's feet like a slaughtered hare. "Fen?" My voice cracked. I took a step forward. The black wolf rose, lips peeling back in a warning snarl. The beta stepped from the shadows beside Kale, his face smooth as river stone, his smile thin and sharp. He held something in his hands. A bronze cup. A slim vial of glass that caught the torchlight like a splinter of ice. "Found beyond the North Watch," the beta said, his voice dripping with false sorrow, with treasonous scent on him. "And this," he lifted the vial, "proof of conspiracy." The hall rippled with gasps. "He was seen," the beta continued, turning now to face the crowd, "with her. Last night. Alone." The word hung in the air like smoke. I shook my head. "No." But the beta was not finished. He held the vial higher, his voice ringing. "Her scent is woven through his. Thornmarch herbs, hearth smoke. Every thread of it wrapped around this man. She brought him into our borders. She conspired. Betrayal." "No." Louder this time. My hands were shaking. "That's a lie." Fen coughed, his voice coming out shredded. "I was not—" A fist slammed into the back of his skull. He crumpled. I lunged forward. The black wolf snapped at the air between us, teeth gleaming. Kale's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "Is it true?" I turned to him, desperate, searching his face for the man who had looked at me like I mattered. He was gone. In his place stood the Alpha, cold, unyielding, carved from the same stone as the hall around us. "Kale, please. Did you bring him here?" His words were iron, no warmth, no question, just accusation dressed as inquiry. "No." "Did you conspire against my pack?" "No." "Then explain his scent. Explain why your hearth smoke clings to a man who was found with proof of treachery." "I cannot explain a lie." My voice broke. "Someone is framing us." The beta's smile widened. He turned to Kale, bowing slightly. "She mocks your name before the pack, my Alpha. She brings shame to Blackspire and calls it innocence." The crowd murmured, whispers like wind through dry leaves. I heard the words clearly. "Thornmarch spy. Traitor." Kale's jaw tightened. His hand moved toward his belt. "Do you submit to trial?" he asked quietly. "Yes." I forced the word past the stone lodged in my throat. "Yes, I submit. Let the elders decide in private. Let them question. No." The word hit me like a fist. And then I was back in the present moment, the full weight of what he had just said crashing down on me like a collapsing mountain. "Then you will bleed truth before the pack." His voice rose to fill every corner of the vaulted hall. Here, now, where every wolf could see. The elder tried to speak. My alpha, perhaps. Kale's growl silenced him. I realized, standing there in white, that this had been decided long before I walked down the aisle. The trial was not a trial. It was theater. And I was the performance. Kale, I whispered. Please. He did not look at me. He looked past me, over me, through me to the wolves who loved a spectacle more than they loved truth. The crowd began to murmur, approval and hunger rising like a wave. They wanted this. They wanted to see what betrayal looked like, what justice felt like, what blood tasted like when it was spilled in the name of the pack. Kale stepped forward. His hand moved toward something at his belt, fingers closing around leather and steel. The torchlight caught on metal, a flash of silver that made my heart stop. The black wolf rose from its place at his side, amber eyes fixed on me, teeth bared. I looked down at my gown, white silk threaded with thornmarch red, crushed moon petals still clinging to my hair. The ribbon my mother had braided into my braid that morning, her hands trembling with joy. This was supposed to be my wedding. The crowd in that hall watched me fall and did nothing. You just watched too. But you have a choice they didn't. Subscribe if you want to see me rise. Like if you refuse to let betrayal win. Share if you believe my story deserves to be heard. Don't be part of the silence. The hall became a courtroom of wolves. The elders stood silent along the edges, their faces carved from the same stone as the pillars behind them. They did not speak. They did not move. They simply watched, as if they had seen this play out 1,000 times before and knew how it would end. The pack pressed closer, bodies crowding the aisle, voices rising in a chant that started low and grew louder with each passing breath. Justice, justice, justice. The word became a drumbeat, a heartbeat, a living thing that filled every corner of the vaulted hall. I could feel it vibrating through the flagstones beneath my feet, crawling up my spine, wrapping around my throat like a hand squeezing tight. Kale moved toward me with the slow, deliberate grace of a predator closing in on wounded prey. His shadow stretched long across the floor, swallowing the light. In his hands he held the ceremonial chain. The one meant to bind us. The one that should have been wrapped around our joined wrists as we spoke our vows beneath the moon's arch. Silver links forged in the heart of Thornmark's oldest forge, blessed by the elders, anointed with oil pressed from hawthorn berries. It was supposed to symbolize unity. Now, as KL looped it twice around my wrists and pulled, it became something else entirely. The metal bit into my skin, cold and unyielding. I stumbled forward, my knees buckling, and suddenly I was kneeling at his feet. The white silk of my gown pooled around me like spilled milk. The moon petals in my hair scattered across the stone. The crowd roared its approval. I looked up at Kale, my vision blurring with tears I refused to let fall. Kale, I whispered, please, you know me. You know I would never... The beta leaned in close to Kale's ear, his voice a low murmur I could barely hear beneath the chanting. She mocks your name before rogues, my alpha. She makes you look weak. The pack will lose faith if you show mercy to a traitor. Kale's jaw tightened. His eyes, those eyes that had looked at me with something I wanted to believe was tenderness, were now empty, hollow, as if he had carved out every soft thing inside himself and left only stone. I did nothing wrong, I said, louder now, desperate. I swear it. I swear it on the moon, on the stone, on my mother's grave. I did nothing. Then why does the evidence speak against you? Kale's voice was cold, flat, devoid of emotion. Why does your scent cling to a rogue found with poison meant for my sentries? Why were you seen with him in the dark when you should have been preparing for our union? I was not... Silence. The word cracked through the air like a whip. The beta stepped forward, holding the vial high so the entire hall could see it. The glass caught the torchlight, glinting like a shard of ice. The pack demands justice, he said, his voice smooth and practiced. The moon demands truth. And truth, my alpha, must be paid for in blood. The crowd chanted louder. Justice, justice, justice. Kale reached for his belt. His fingers closed around the hilt of a silver dagger, the blade etched with runes older than any of us. It was a ceremonial weapon, meant for rituals, for oaths spoken in blood, for bonds sealed beneath the light of the full moon. He drew it slowly, deliberately, the metal singing as it left the sheath. The crowd fell silent. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and frantic, echoing in the sudden stillness. I could hear the crackling of the torches, the faint rustle of fur and leather, the slow, measured breathing of the black wolf watching me with unblinking amber eyes. Kale knelt before me, his face so close I could see the faint scar above his left eyebrow, the one he got in a skirmish with rogues when he was barely 16. I had traced that scar with my fingertips once, in a dream I had allowed myself to believe might come true. "If you are innocent," he said quietly, so quietly that only I could hear, "the moon will not abandon you." "The moon does not decide if you listen," I whispered back. "You do." His hand moved to the collar of my gown. He hooked a finger beneath the silk and pulled it aside, baring my left shoulder, exposing the place where the Luna mark had been inked at birth. Thornmarch's spiral of hawthorn and flame, soft as a kiss beneath my clavicle. The mark of my bloodline, my heritage, my connection to the earth and stone and ancient roots that ran deeper than any pack bond. He pressed the blade to my skin. Kale. The first cut was fire. White-hot and unbearable, searing through flesh and bone and every soft thing I had tried to protect inside myself. I gasped, my body going rigid, my hands clenching into fists against the chain that bound my wrists. The smell hit me next. Burned hawthorn, scorched wildflowers. The acrid stench of silver meeting blood, of metal carving through something sacred. The second cut was worse. It felt like he was peeling away layers of my soul, stripping me down to nothing, exposing every raw and bleeding part of me to the cold air and the watching eyes and the jeering crowd. And then the third cut came, slicing through the spiral's heart, and the pack bond tore. It did not break gently. It did not fade like a candle snuffed out. It ripped, violent and sudden, like a limb torn from a body, like roots wrenched from soil. The voices I had always heard humming at the edge of my awareness, the low, constant chorus of wolves singing to one another across distance, the pack bond that connected us all in an invisible web of sound and scent and feeling, went silent. The world did not dim. It went flat. Everything lost its color, its warmth, its depth. I could still see the hall, still hear the crowd, still feel the pain radiating from my shoulder, but it was all wrong. Distant, hollow. As if I were watching it happen to someone else from very far away. I tasted stone and ash and the deep, airless cold of water right before it freezes. Kale let me fall. I hit the flagstones hard, my palms slapping against the stone, my breath knocked from my lungs. The chain clinked and rattled, still binding my wrists. Blood ran warm down my chest, soaking into the white silk that had once shimmered with promise. The black wolf padded closer, its massive head lowering until I could feel its breath hot against my face. It snarled, low and rumbling, a sound that spoke of severed bonds and broken oaths. Kale stood, rising to his full height, the dagger still in his hand, my blood still wet on the blade. "By the will of Blackspire," he said, his voice echoing through the hall, "Isla of Thornmarch is severed. She is no mate of mine and no Luna of this pack." The crowd erupted. They cheered. They howled. They stamped their feet and beat their fists against their chests, a cacophony of approval that shook the very foundations of the hall. They cheered as if I had done a trick for them, as if my blood was entertainment, as if my breaking was a gift. "Drive her past the pines," Kale continued, turning away from me as if I were already gone. "And if she returns, let the rogues have her. She is no longer under my protection." The warriors moved forward, their hands rough as they hauled me to my feet. My legs would not hold me. My body would not obey. They dragged me down the aisle, my feet trailing behind, leaving a smear of red across the white stone. The crowd parted to let us through, their faces a blur of twisted satisfaction and righteous fury. Someone spat at me. Someone else laughed. I tried to find my father's face in the crowd, tried to find anyone who might speak for me, who might step forward and say this was wrong, this was madness, this was a mistake. No one moved. The great doors of the hall swung open, and the cold hit me like a wall. Snow fell in thick, heavy flakes, covering the courtyard in white. The warriors dragged me through it, my blood trailing behind like a ribbon unfurling, bright red against the pristine snow. They did not stop until we reached the edge of the pines, where the path narrowed and the forest grew dark and deep. One of them leaned in close, his breath reeking of ale and malice. "Run," he whispered. "It's more fun when you run." I did not run. I walked. Step by step, breath by breath, into the cold and the silence and the dark. Behind me, Blackspire's bells began to toll, a mournful sound that echoed through the trees. Ahead of me, the forest waited, and somewhere, deep in the marrow of my bones, something older than the moon bond stirred. The guards left me at the frozen border, where the stones stood like crooked teeth marking the edge of Blackspire's territory. "Good luck with the rogues," one of them called over his shoulder, laughing. "They like pretty things, especially broken ones." Their footsteps faded into the distance, swallowed by the snow and the wind and the vast, indifferent silence of the forest. I stood there for a long time, my wrists still raw from the chain, my shoulder still bleeding through the torn silk of my gown. The cold bit through the thin fabric, sinking into my skin, settling deep in my bones. I should have been afraid. I should have been weeping, screaming, clawing at the stones and begging the moon for mercy. But I felt nothing. The place where the pack bond had been was empty now. A hollow space in my chest, an absence so profound it was almost physical. I could still remember what it felt like, that low hum of voices always present at the edge of my awareness, the comforting knowledge that I was never truly alone. Now there was only silence. I started walking, one foot in front of the other. The snow crunched beneath my bare feet, each step sending sharp jolts of pain up my legs. I did not know where I was going. I did not know what I was looking for. I only knew that I could not stay here, at the border, waiting for rogues or cold or despair to finish what Kale had started. The forest pressed in around me, dark and close. The pines stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. No birds sang, no wind stirred the branches. Even the wolves, if they were out there, made no sound. I walked until my legs began to tremble. I walked until my vision blurred and my breath came in ragged gasps. I walked until I could no longer feel my feet, until the pain in my shoulder became a dull, throbbing ache that spread through my entire body, and then I collapsed. My knees hit the snow first, then my hands, then my entire body folding in on itself like a house of cards falling. I lay there, half buried in the drift, staring up at the sky through the gaps in the branches. The moon was out, pale and cold and distant. It did not look down at me with mercy. It did not offer comfort or guidance or hope. It simply hung there, indifferent, a silver coin suspended in an endless black void. A memory surfaced, unbidden. My mother, kneeling beside me in the garden behind our house in Thornmarch. I was young, maybe 6 or 7, and I had scraped my knee on a stone while chasing my brother through the rows of hawthorn bushes. She had pressed her palm to the earth beside me, her fingers digging into the soil, and closed her eyes. "What are you doing?" I had asked, sniffling. "Listening," she had said. "Thornmarch blood binds the earth itself, Isla. We are more than wolves. We are warders, keepers of the old stones, daughters of the quarry and the forge. When the moon turns her face away, the stone remembers. The earth holds." I had not understood then. I had been too young, too eager to run and play, and forget the scraped knee and the dirt under my nails. But now, lying in the snow with my blood seeping into the frozen ground, I understood. The moon had turned her face away, but the earth was still here. I pressed my palm to the snow, pushing through the cold white surface until I felt stone beneath. It was rough and ancient, weathered by centuries of wind and rain and the slow, patient march of time. I closed my eyes. "Please," I whispered. "Please, I have nothing left. No pack, no bond, no home. If you can hear me, if any part of what my mother said was true, please, give me strength." For a long moment, nothing happened. And then the stone vibrated. It was faint, barely perceptible, like the rumble of distant thunder or the tremor of an earthquake felt from miles away. But it was there, real, undeniable. I opened my eyes. The stone beneath my palm was warm now, radiating heat that seeped into my frozen fingers, thawing the numbness, bringing feeling back to my limbs. I could feel something else, too. A pulse. A rhythm. Not the pack song, not the chorus of wolves singing across distance, but something deeper, older, more fundamental. The heartbeat of the earth itself. A howl rose in the distance, long and mournful and utterly alone, but it did not sound like a wolf. It sounded like wind through a canyon, like water running over stone, like the groan of ancient rock shifting beneath the surface. I pushed myself up, my arms shaking with the effort. Snow clung to my hair. my dress, my skin. Blood still seeped from the wound on my shoulder, but slower now, as if even my body knew it was time to stop bleeding and start surviving. I looked around, trying to orient myself, trying to remember the stories my father used to tell about this part of the forest, and then I saw it, the old quarry. It rose out of the snow like the bones of some ancient creature, all broken pillars and shattered stone and yawning pits that dropped down into darkness. This was where Thornmark had mined the stone for Blackspire's Hall, where my ancestors had worked with hammer and chisel and sweat and blood to carve out the pillars that now held Cale's roof aloft. My mother had been born here, her mother before her. Generations of Thornmarch women had walked these paths, breathed this air, pressed their palms to these stones. I stumbled toward the nearest pillar, a massive column of granite that had been cut but never moved, left here to weather and crack and slowly sink back into the earth. I pressed both palms to its surface. The warmth flooded through me again, stronger this time. I could feel the memories embedded in the stone, layer upon layer of hands that had shaped it, voices that had sung over it, blood that had been spilled in offering and accident and birth. I could feel my mother's hands, my grandmother's, women whose names I did not know but whose blood ran in my veins, whose strength had built the very hall that had cast me out. Tears finally came, hot and fast, spilling down my frozen cheeks. But they were not tears of despair, they were tears of recognition, of awakening, of something deep and primal and furious stirring in the hollow place where the pack bond used to be. "If the moon will not hear me," I whispered, my voice rough and raw, "maybe the stone will." The quarry answered with silence, but it was not an empty silence. It was the silence of something listening, waiting, preparing. I sank down at the base of the pillar, pulling my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around myself for warmth. The stone at my back radiated heat, keeping the worst of the cold at bay. I closed my eyes and let the earth hold me. And for the first time since Cale had carved through my Luna mark, I did not feel alone. 3 days passed in the quarry. I learned to measure time by the way frost formed on the broken pillars, by the rhythm of my own breathing, by the slow fade of pain in my shoulder as the wound began to close. The stone kept me warm enough to survive, though I could not explain how. I pressed my back against the granite column and felt heat seeping into my bones, as if the earth itself had decided I was worth keeping alive. On the third night, I heard footsteps. I tensed, my hand closing around a shard of broken stone, the only weapon I had. The footsteps were uneven, stumbling, accompanied by labored breathing and the sound of something heavy dragging through snow. A figure emerged from the darkness between the pillars. Fen. He collapsed a few feet from where I sat, his face a ruin of fresh bruises layered over old ones. Blood seeped from a gash above his left eye. His clothes were torn, his hands raw and bleeding. "Isla," he gasped, his voice barely audible. "You're alive." I crawled to him, my own pain forgotten. "What happened?" "How did you—" "They let me go," he coughed, spitting blood into the snow. "After the ceremony. Said I was useless now that you were gone. Threw me past the border and told me to die with you." I tore a strip of silk from the hem of my ruined wedding gown and pressed it against the wound on his head. "Don't talk. Save your strength." "No." He grabbed my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong. "You need to know. It was the beta. All of it. He scented me with your hearth herbs while I was sleeping. Planted the wolfsbane in my pocket. He wanted this. He planned it." My hands stilled. "Why?" "War." Fen's eyes were wild, fevered. "He wants Blackspire to invade Thornmarch. He told Cale your pack was plotting to break the treaty, that you were the proof. If Cale rejects you, denounces Thornmark, he can justify seizing your lands, the iron trade, the quarry, everything." The stone beneath my knees trembled. It was subtle, barely perceptible, but I felt it. A vibration that started deep in the earth and rippled outward, like a giant turning over in its sleep. "I heard them," Fen continued, his words coming faster now, desperate. "3 nights before the ceremony, the beta and 2 council members. They were in the war room, spreading maps across the table, marking Thornmark's borders, talking about supply routes and weak points in your defenses. They said Cale was too soft, too bound by his father's old treaties. They needed him angry, betrayed, ready to spill blood. I wrapped another strip of silk around his ribs, binding the worst of his injuries. My hands shook. "Cale doesn't know," I said quietly. It was not a question. He believes what they told him. Fen closed his eyes. "He thinks you betrayed him. He thinks Thornmark sent you to weaken Blackspire from within." The tremor came again, stronger this time. The column at my back hummed, a low resonant note that I felt in my chest, in my bones, in the hollow place where the pack bond used to be. And then I saw it, not with my eyes. With something deeper, flashes of memory that did not belong to me. Images carved into the stone itself, preserved like flies in amber, waiting to be read by someone who knew how to look. The dais in Blackspire's hall, the beta leaning close to Cale, whispering poison in his ear. A council chamber I had never seen, lit by firelight, 3 men standing over maps and speaking in low, urgent voices, the vial of wolfsbane changing hands. Fen's sleeping form, someone bending over him, pressing fabric soaked in hearth smoke against his skin. The visions came in fragments, disjointed and chaotic, but clear enough. The stone had witnessed it all. The pillars my ancestors had carved still stood in Blackspire's hall, still held up the roof, still remembered every word spoken in their shadow. I gasped, pulling my hand away from the column. "What is it?" Fen asked. "Isla, what's wrong?" "The stone," I whispered. "It remembers. It saw what they did." He stared at me as if I had lost my mind. "Stone doesn't see anything." "Thornmarch stone does." I pressed both palms to the granite again, closing my eyes, reaching for that thread of connection. "My mother told me once, we were warders before we were wolves. We bound the earth. We made it hold promises. And this stone, all of it came from here, from this quarry. It's still connected, still listening." Fen was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Can you prove it? Can you show anyone else what you're seeing?" "I don't know." I opened my eyes. "But I'm going to learn." He nodded slowly, painfully. "Then I'll help you. Whatever it takes. We clear your name. We expose them. We make Kyle see the truth." I looked at him, this boy I had known since childhood, beaten and broken and abandoned in the snow, and felt something fierce and hot bloom in my chest. Not the pack bond, something older, loyalty, chosen, not born. "Thank you," I said. "Don't thank me yet." He managed a weak smile. "We might both die trying." I stood, pulling him up with me, letting him lean on my shoulder as we stumbled toward the shelter of the largest column. The stone was warm beneath my fingertips, thrumming with that strange, patient energy. I found a sharp piece of flint among the rubble and knelt before the column. My hand moved almost without thought, guided by instinct or memory or something passed down through generations of Thornmarch women who had knelt in this same place and done this same work. I etched a mark into the stone. A spiral, a line, a circle closing on itself. The column hummed. It was not a sound I heard with my ears. It was deeper than that, a vibration that ran through the ground and up through my knees and settled in the cage of my ribs like a second heartbeat. Fen stared at the mark, then at me. "What did you just do?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but it's listening now." Weeks passed in the quarry and I learned to speak the language of stone. It was not a language of words. It was older than that, a vocabulary of pressure and memory, of weight and time, of patience so profound it made the pack bond seem like a fleeting whisper. I practiced every day, drawing sigils with iron filings scraped from old tools left rusting among the rubble. I mixed the filings with chalk and snowmelt, creating a paste that I could press into the cracks and fissures of the pillars. Each mark I made was a question. Each hum I felt in return was an answer. The memories came back to me slowly, surfacing like bodies rising from deep water. My mother, teaching me the names of stones: granite, basalt, limestone, slate. Each one with its own voice, its own way of holding the past. My grandmother, pressing her palm to the hearth in our kitchen and closing her eyes, listening to the fire-warmed stone teller who had walked through the house that day. Women further back than that, faces I did not know but whose blood I carried. The warders. The ones who had come before the wolves, who had bound the earth with oaths written in iron and sealed with blood. We were more than pack. We were keepers of the old ways, daughters of the quarry and the forge, and the moon was only one of many things we answered to. Fen healed slowly, his body mending itself with the stubborn resilience of youth. When he was strong enough to walk, he scouted the edges of the forest, mapping rogue territories, listening for rumors, bringing back whatever scraps of information he could gather. One night he came back bleeding again, 3 rogues on his trail. I did not think. I pressed my palm to the nearest pillar and whispered a command in the language the stone had taught me. The ground beneath the rogues' feet cracked. Stone erupted upward in jagged spikes, not high enough to kill but enough to trap, to bind, to hold them in place while Fen scrambled to safety. The rogues howled and thrashed, but the stone did not yield. Fen stared at me, his eyes wide. "How did you—" "Practice," I said, though my hands were shaking. We tested my craft every day after that. I learned to whisper truths into the quarry walls and hear them echo back, distorted but recognizable. I learned to press my ear to the stone and catch fragments of conversations happening miles away in Blackspire's hall, carried through the bones of the earth itself. I heard Kale's voice sometimes. It cut through me every time, sharp and clean as a blade. He sounded tired, hollowed out. He spoke of border raids and supply lines and missing sentries. He spoke of Thornmarch with cold anger, as if my entire pack were a wound that needed cauterizing. But once, late at night when he thought no one was listening, I heard him say my name. Just once. Soft, almost like a question. The guilt hit me then, sudden and overwhelming. I hated him for what he had done. I hated the beta for orchestrating it. I hated the crowd for cheering. But some small stupid part of me still remembered the way Kale had said my name that first time, like it mattered. Like I mattered. I told the stone to stop carrying his voice to me after that. It obeyed. By the time the first thaw began to melt the snow, I had carved a talisman from a piece of quarry granite. It was small enough to fit in my palm, etched with spirals and lines and circles that pulsed faintly when I held it. A pulse key, my grandmother would have called it. A way to break open truth and let it bleed into the light. Fen watched me work, his expression unreadable. When you use that, there's no going back. I know. Kale will see everything, the beta's treachery, his own failure to listen. It will break him. Good, I said, though my voice wavered. Let him break the way I did. Let him see what his judgment cost. Fen was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "You still care about him?" "No." I closed my fist around the talisman. "I care about the truth. That's all." He did not argue, but I could see in his eyes that he did not believe me. I did not believe me either. I stood at the edge of the quarry, looking toward Blackspire in the distance. The hall rose like a shadow against the horizon, its towers stark and sharp against the pale sky. "Let them think they buried me," I whispered. "I will make the stones remember me louder." The quarry hummed in answer, patient and vast and older than the moon. We returned to Blackspire under cover of snowfall, cloaked in darkness and desperation. I had wrapped myself in what remained of my wedding gown, now dyed red with quarry dust, and my own dried blood. The silk clung to my skin, rough and stained, transformed from a bride's dress into a ghost's shroud. Fen walked beside me, his movements still stiff from healing ribs, his eyes sharp and watchful. The keep rose before us like a monument to everything I had lost. Its towers pierced the night sky, torches burning in the windows, smoke rising from 100 hearths. I could hear voices carrying on the wind, laughter and shouting and the clang of metal on metal from the training yards. Life continued in Blackspire as if I had never existed. "The servants' entrance," Fen whispered, pointing toward a narrow door set into the eastern wall. "The tunnels run beneath the entire keep. Laundry, kitchens, storage. They all connect to the Great Hall." I nodded, my throat too tight for words. We moved like shadows, slipping between buildings, pressing ourselves against stone walls when guards passed. The snow muffled our footsteps, erasing our presence almost as quickly as we created it. The servants' door was unlocked, as Fen had promised. We descended into darkness, feeling our way along damp stone walls, breathing air that smelled of mildew and old smoke. The tunnels were narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through comfortably. My shoulders brushed the walls on either side. Fen led the way, his hand outstretched, counting doorways and intersections by touch. I followed, my heart hammering against my ribs, the talisman heavy in my pocket. We emerged in a storage room beneath the Great Hall. Crates of grain lined the walls, barrels of salt pork and dried fish, sacks of flour stacked to the ceiling. The smell was overwhelming, earthy and animal and preserved. Above us I could hear footsteps, voices, the creak of wood and the scrape of furniture being moved. "They're preparing for something," Fen said quietly. I pressed my palm to the floor, closing my eyes, reaching for the stone beneath the wood and packed earth. The connection came easier now, as natural as breathing. The hall spoke to me in tremors and echoes, carrying sound through its bones. The beta's voice filtered down, cold and persuasive. "The Thornmarch prisoners confessed, my alpha. They admit to conspiring with the girl. They plan to weaken our borders from within, to make us vulnerable to rogue attacks while their pack mobilized for invasion." Kale's voice, heavy with something that might have been doubt. "And you're certain of this?" "The evidence is clear. Wolfsbane, maps of our territory, letters written in code. We have everything we need to justify retaliation." "War." Kale said the word like a curse. "My father spent his life building peace with Thornmarch." "Your father is dead, my alpha, and the world has changed. Thornmarch grows bold. They see your mercy as weakness. If you do not act now, if you do not show strength, the other packs will sense blood in the water." Silence stretched above me, long enough that I thought Kyle might refuse. Then he spoke, his voice flat and resigned. "Bring the prisoners to the hall at dawn. We will hold trial and pass judgment before the pack." My hands clenched into fists. Fen touched my shoulder. "We need to move." We climbed the narrow stairs that led from the storage room to the great hall. The door at the top was locked, but Fen had brought tools, thin pieces of metal that he worked into the mechanism until something clicked. The hall was empty, lit only by moonlight streaming through the stained glass windows. The pillars cast long shadows across the floor. The dais loomed at the far end, dark and imposing. I moved quickly, pulling the chalk and iron filings from the pouch at my waist. I had prepared the mixture carefully, grinding the filings until they were fine as dust, mixing them with chalk and a few drops of my own blood to bind the ward. I knelt at the base of the first pillar and began to draw. Spirals, lines, circles closing on themselves. The marks glowed faintly in the moonlight, pulsing with the same rhythm as the talisman in my pocket. The stone hummed beneath my fingertips, recognizing the touch of Thornmarch hands. I worked my way around the hall, marking each pillar, weaving a web of memory and truth that would hold until I was ready to break it open. Fen kept watch, his back pressed to the wall, his eyes on the doors. When I reached the dais, I hesitated. This was where Kyle had stood when he condemned me. This was where I had knelt in my wedding gown and felt the silver dagger carve through my Luna mark. This was where my life had ended and something else had begun. I pressed my palm to the stone and whispered a command in the language the quarry had taught me. The dais shuddered, barely perceptible, absorbing the ward like water into sand. "Isla." Fen's voice was urgent. "Someone's coming." We ran, retracing our steps through the hall, down the stairs, through the tunnels. My lungs burned, my legs trembled. But we did not stop until we were outside again, breathing cold air, snow falling soft and silent around us. I looked back at the keep, my chest heaving. "Tomorrow," I said, "tomorrow they'll see." We found shelter in an abandoned grain shed at the edge of the territory, close enough to reach the keep quickly but far enough to avoid patrols. Fen built a small fire, shielding it with his body so the light would not be seen from a distance. I sat with my back against the wall, exhausted, every muscle in my body screaming. "You should rest," Fen said. "Dawn isn't far." I nodded, but I could not sleep. My mind raced, replaying everything I had heard, everything I had done, everything that would happen when the sun rose. Hours passed in silence. And then, faint and distant, I heard something that made my breath catch. Kale's voice. It was not carried through the stone this time. It was memory, surfacing unbidden, a fragment of something I had heard while kneeling at the dais. He had been alone in his chamber, the walls thin enough that the stone could hear him even there. He had been pacing, restless, unable to sleep, and then he had stopped. Saturday whispered a single word into the darkness. "Isla." Just my name, soft, almost like a question, almost like regret. I pressed my hands to my face, biting back the sound that wanted to escape my throat. It did not matter. It could not matter. He had made his choice, and I had made mine. The dawn bells began to ring, echoing across Blackspire, calling the pack to witness. Fen stood, offering me his hand. "Are you ready?" I took his hand and let him pull me to my feet. "Yes," I said. "Let them see what they've done." The great hall filled with bodies as the sun rose, pale light filtering through the stained glass windows, painting the crowd in shades of blue and gold and blood red. It was the same crowd that had gathered for my mating ceremony, the same elders standing along the walls, the same warriors, the same mothers with babes in arms, the same eager faces hungry for spectacle. Kale stood on the dais, the black wolf at his side, his face carved from stone. Before him, chained and kneeling, were 3 prisoners, thorn-march wolves, their clothes torn, their faces bruised, their eyes hollow with fear and exhaustion. The beta stood beside Kale, his expression smug and satisfied. He held a scroll in his hands, reading aloud the list of crimes. Conspiracy, treason, collaboration with rogues, attempted assassination of the Alpha. The crowd murmured, anger rippling through the hall like a living thing. Kale raised his hand, and silence fell. "You have heard the charges," he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall. "You have seen the evidence. The moon demands justice. The pack demands blood." He drew his dagger, the same silver blade he had used to carve through my Luna mark, and the crowd roared its approval. I stepped through the doors at the back of the hall. The roar died. Every head turned. Gasps echoed through the space, sharp and disbelieving. I heard my name whispered like a curse, like a prayer, like a ghost story told to frightened children. I walked down the aisle slowly, my head held high, the quarry dust still clinging to my red-stained gown. My feet were bare, my hair unbound, my shoulder marked with the scar where Kale had cut me. I looked like something dragged back from the dead. Kale's face went white. The dagger slipped from his fingers, clattering against the stone. "Isla," he said my name, like he did not believe I was real. "I demand the trial you denied me," I said, my voice clear and steady. "Here, now, before the pack." The beta recovered first, his expression twisting with fury. "Seize her. She was exiled. She has no right." "I have every right." I stopped at the base of the dais, looking up at Kale. "You said I would bleed truth before the pack, so let me bleed it." Kale's jaw tightened. He gestured to the guards. "Take her." They moved toward me, hands outstretched. I pressed my foot to the floor, and the stone beneath their boots cracked. Fissures spider-webbed outward, sharp and sudden, zigzagging across the flagstones with a sound like thunder. The guards stumbled, falling back, staring at the ground as if it had betrayed them. The crowd gasped, pressing closer, their shock giving way to fascination. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the talisman, holding it high so everyone could see. The granite pulsed in my palm, glowing faint and rhythmic, like a heartbeat made visible. "The stone remembers," I said. "Every word spoken in this hall, every lie, every truth. Let it speak." I closed my fist around the talisman and shattered it. The hall rang. It was not a sound. It was deeper than sound. A vibration that started in the pillars and spread through the floor and the walls and the vaulted ceiling, resonating in the bones of everyone present. The fissures I had seen in my visions began to open in earnest now, cracks spreading across the dais, light catching on hidden seams. Stone shifted, grinding against stone, revealing cavities that should not have existed. A vial rolled out from beneath the beta's feet, then another, and another. Glass containers filled with purple liquid, the unmistakable color of wolfsbane. The crowd gasped. Fen stepped forward from where he had been hiding in the shadows. "The beta planted these," he said, his voice shaking but clear. "He scented me with Isla's hearth smoke. He framed us both to start a war." Lies. The beta's face was red with fury. "He is a rogue. He would say anything." The stone shifted again, and this time carvings became visible in the pillars. Sigils I had not placed there, marks left by someone else, evidence of deals made in secret, of power bought and sold. The beta's sigil, repeated, everywhere. 2 sentinels pushed through the crowd, their faces pale. "He bribed us," one of them said, his voice barely audible. "Gold and promises." He told us to stand down the night the rogue was found. He said the Alpha ordered it. The second sentinel nodded, his hands shaking. We thought we were following orders. The Beta lunged toward them, rage contorting his features. The floor beneath him collapsed. Stone gave way, opening like a mouth, swallowing him to the waist and holding him fast. He thrashed and screamed, but the earth did not yield. Silence fell over the hall, thick and suffocating. Cale stared at the evidence scattered across the dais. The vials, the carvings, the confessions. His face was ashen, his hands trembling. He looked at me, and for the first time since the ceremony, I saw something other than cold judgment in his eyes. I saw devastation. Isla. His voice broke on my name. You can carve a bond out of flesh, I said quietly, but you cannot carve it out of truth. The black wolf lowered its head, amber eyes fixed on me, no longer snarling. Cale dropped to his knees. The pack followed, one by one, sinking to the floor not in reverence but in shame. I stood on the dais where I had been condemned, looking out at the sea of bowed heads, and felt nothing but cold, quiet clarity. The hall was silent except for the sound of breathing, hundreds of wolves inhaling and exhaling in rhythm, waiting for me to speak. The morning light streamed through the stained glass windows, painting the crowd in shades of amber and crimson. The same light that had blessed my mating ceremony now illuminated my judgment. How strange, I thought, to stand where Cale had stood. To see what he had seen when he looked down at me kneeling in chains, bleeding in my wedding gown. The perspective was different from up here. Colder, more distant. It would be easy, from this height, to forget that the faces looking up at you belonged to people with beating hearts and complicated truths. It would be easy to become what he had been, but I would not. I took a breath and let it out slowly, feeling the stone beneath my feet hum in response, steady and patient. I demand restitution, I said, my voice carrying through the hall without strain. The stone helped, amplifying my words, making sure every wolf could hear. Thornmark's name will be cleared. Every lie spoken against my pack will be retracted publicly. The Beta's confession will be recorded and sent to every neighboring territory so all will know the truth of what happened here. The elders nodded, their faces grave, carved from the same weathered stone as the pillars around us. These prisoners. I gestured to the 3 Thornmarch wolves still kneeling before the dais, their chains clinking softly, will be released immediately and escorted home with full honor. An apology will be written in Cale's own hand and delivered to my father. Reparations will be sent south before the next moon rises. Grain enough to feed Thornmarch through winter. Iron from your forges. Timber from your forests. Whatever my pack needs to survive the damage your lies and paranoia have caused. I paused, letting the weight of my demands settle over the crowd like fresh snow. And you will send healers, I added, thinking of the families who had suffered while waiting for sons and brothers to return, wondering if they were traitors or victims. For those whose minds were broken by your interrogations, those who were tortured for confessions they never gave. A ripple of shame moved through the hall, heads bowed lower, shoulders curved inward. I turned to the Beta, still trapped waist-deep in stone, his face purple with impotent rage and humiliation, his hands clawed at the floor, trying to gain purchase, trying to pull himself free. The stone did not yield. It would not yield until I told it to. Exile, I said, and the word fell like an executioner's blade. Beyond the northern wastes where no pack will take him. Where snow falls year-round and the ground is too frozen to bury the dead, let the rogues have him. Let them teach him what it means to be cast out for crimes he actually committed, not ones manufactured to serve his ambition. The Beta's eyes bulged. You cannot. I can. My voice was ice. The stone answers to me now, and the stone says you will go north and you will never return. If you set foot in any pack territory, if you so much as breathe the air of civilization again, the earth itself will open beneath you and swallow you whole. He opened his mouth to protest, but no sound came out. The stone had claimed even that from him. The crowd murmured approval, a low rumble of satisfaction that filled the hall like distant thunder. And the names? I continued, my voice rising so it reached the farthest corners, the highest galleries, every ear in the assembly. Every conspirator who helped the Beta orchestrate this betrayal. Every council member who stood silent when they should have questioned. Every warrior who raised his voice to chant for my blood without knowing the truth. Carve their names into these pillars. I gestured to the ancient columns my ancestors had mined from Thornmarch quarries, the bones of this hall, the foundation of Blackspire's pride. Carve them deep, I said, so they can never be erased. So every generation that comes after will see what happens when wolves choose spectacle over truth, when they choose the comfort of lies over the discomfort of doubt. Let this hall stand as a reminder that justice delayed is not justice denied, only justice waiting for someone brave enough to demand it. The elders bowed their heads in acceptance. The stonemasons in the crowd stepped forward, already reaching for their tools. Cale had been silent through all of this, kneeling on the dais where he had once stood as judge. Now he looked up at me, his face a ruin of guilt and grief, his eyes red-rimmed and hollow. Isla. My name came out broken. Please, I was wrong. I should have listened. I should have trusted you. I should have demanded proof before I let them turn me into... His voice caught. Before I became the thing I swore I would never be. You should have believed me, I said, and the words came out flat, final, empty of the heat I had carried in my chest for weeks. The anger had burned itself out in the quarry, transformed into something colder and more permanent. But you didn't. You chose their lies over my truth. You chose the crowd's approval over my life. You chose to be the alpha they wanted instead of the man you promised to be. He reached for my hand, his fingers trembling. I stepped back, and the small distance between us might as well have been an ocean. I'm not asking for forgiveness, he said, his voice raw and desperate. I know I don't deserve it. I know what I did was unforgivable. But please, Isla, let me make this right. Let me spend the rest of my life trying to— No. The word hung in the air between us, final as a door closing. I looked down at my shoulder, at the scar tissue where he had carved through my Luna mark. The skin had healed in jagged lines, pink and raised, a permanent reminder of the moment everything changed. Some part of me would always carry that pain. Some part of me would always remember the smell of burned hawthorn and the sound of the crowd cheering. You severed our bond? I said quietly. You cannot stitch it back together with apologies and good intentions. What's done is done. What's carved is carved. Then what do you want from me? His voice was barely a whisper, a plea that dissolved in the vast space of the hall. Tell me what you want and I'll give it. Anything. Everything. I met his eyes, those eyes that had once looked at me with something I had wanted so desperately to believe was love, and I felt nothing but a distant, echoing sorrow for the girl I used to be. I want you to live with what you've done, I said. I want you to wake every morning and see my name carved into these pillars. I want you to walk through this hall every day for the rest of your life and remember that the girl you condemned, the girl you cut and bled and cast into the snow, is the one who made the stone itself stand witness against your cruelty. I want you to carry that weight until it breaks you the way you broke me. I paused, letting him see the steel in my spine, the stone in my bones. And then I want you to rebuild yourself into someone better. His face crumpled. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead to the floor in the deepest gesture of submission a wolf could offer. I did not acknowledge it. I walked down from the dais, my bare feet silent on the stone, passing the kneeling crowd. They parted from me like water around a stone. The elders could not meet my eyes. The warriors stared at the floor. The mothers clutched their children closer, as if proximity to me might teach them something dangerous and necessary about standing your ground. Fen stood near the doors, tears streaming down his face, his smile bright despite the bruises still healing on his skin. I paused beside him. Thank you, I said quietly, for believing me when no one else would. Always, he whispered. The black wolf followed me to the doors, its massive paws silent despite its weight. When I reached the threshold, it lowered its head, amber eyes closing in something that looked unmistakably like respect. I had seen it snarl at me, threaten me, watch me bleed. Now it bowed. I placed my hand on its head, feeling the heat of fur and muscle and ancient, uncomplicated loyalty. It leaned into my touch, a low rumble vibrating through its chest that was not quite a growl and not quite a purr. You were always wiser than your master, I whispered. You knew the truth before anyone else did. The wolf's eyes opened, amber catching the morning light, and for just a moment I swore I saw understanding there. Agreement. Apology. And then I walked out into the morning air. The world had transformed overnight. The snow had thawed completely, leaving the ground soft and dark and fertile. Green shoots pushed through the earth, early and impossible, as if spring had come months ahead of schedule in defiance of every natural law. Flowers I could not name bloomed along the path, their petals bright against the dark soil. The ground hummed beneath my bare feet, singing that deep, patient song I had learned to recognize. The earth was pleased. The earth remembered. Behind me, I heard Cale call my name one last time, his voice breaking on the syllables. I did not turn around. I walked until I reached the border stones, the place where the guards had dumped me and told me to die. The moss growing there was bright and impossibly green, covering the old gray lichen like a promise kept, like forgiveness offered by something older than pack politics and wounded pride. I knelt and pressed my palms to the earth, feeling it sing beneath my touch, feeling the memory of every Thornmarch woman who had ever done the same, reaching back through generations to the first warder who had learned that stone listens and earth remembers. At my mating ceremony, Cale had made me bleed before the pack. He had carved through my flesh and severed our bond and cast me into the snow to die, and the crowd had cheered as if my suffering were entertainment. But it was that blood that taught the earth to remember my name. And the earth, I had learned, had a much longer memory than the moon, and a much steadier love than any wolf could offer. I rose and turned south, toward Thornmarch, toward home, toward a future I would build with my own hands from quarry stone and iron and the old, patient magic my mother had tried to teach me, and I had finally learned to hear. Behind me, Blackspire's bells began to toll, a mournful sound that carried across the thawing landscape, mourning what they had lost when they chose spectacle over truth. Ahead of me, the earth hummed its approval, steady and certain and unshakable. And I walked forward, alone but not empty, marked but not broken, scarred but not defeated, into the morning light that belonged only to me. They said I wasn't strong enough to keep. 4 weeks later, I was dragging a dying wolf through the rain, and he turned out to be the one thing in this world that would never let me go. The first time I found him, the rain had been falling for 3 days straight. It turned the border woods into a misted graveyard, roots slick with moss, fog clinging to pine branches like the breath of something too tired to leave. I was hauling kindling back to the cabin when I saw the shape at the tree line, a heap of dark fur folded wrong against the earth, steam rising from the body into the cold morning air. I should have called the Rangers. That's what the Ridgefall pack would have done. That's what they taught me to do before they said I wasn't enough to keep and left me bleeding on the claiming stones. But I didn't call anyone. Instead, I set the kindling down, pulled my cloak tighter, and whispered into the rain, "It's okay, I won't hurt you." The wolf's head lifted barely, and I froze. 2 milky white eyes stared in my direction. Not at me, not through me, but somewhere deeper, like he was reading the shape of my voice in the air between us. The growl that rumbled from his throat wasn't aggression, it was fear. I recognized that sound. I'd made it myself, metaphorically speaking, every time someone from the pack had tried to get close after the rejection. He was starving, scarred, blind, and I saw myself in every shattered line of him. My grandmother used to say, "Kindness to the broken heals the breaker." I wore her silver locket even now, tucked beneath my shirt where no one could see it. Inside was a scrap of paper with her last words to me, ink faded but legible. I'd never understood what she meant until this moment, kneeling in the mud with a dying wolf who couldn't even see me but somehow knew I was there. "You can't stay here," I told him, inching closer. "And I can't leave you to die." When I finally coaxed him onto the burlap tarp I'd dragged from the shed, he was lighter than he should have been, too light for something his size. Whatever had happened to him, whether illness, injury, or cruelty, had left him desperately malnourished. The scarring around his eyes wasn't fully healed. His blindness seemed relatively fresh, deliberate somehow, like it had been done to him rather than born into him. I pulled him home through the rain, one slow step at a time. Each time the makeshift sled caught on a root or stone, he'd whimper softly, and I'd whisper reassurances that probably made no sense to him. But maybe, I thought, it wasn't the words that mattered so much as the tone. The promise that pain wasn't all that remained in his world. The cabin had been my sanctuary for 2 years. After the rejection, after the pack made it clear there was no place for an Omega who felt too much, I'd come here to disappear. Nestled against the mountains, miles from the nearest neighbor, It was exactly the kind of isolation I'd craved. No prying eyes, no whispered condolences, no one watching as I slowly pieced myself back together. Now I was bringing a wild animal into the only safe place I had left. Madness, perhaps. But as I cleared a space by the hearth and lined it with old blankets, I felt something stir inside me that had been silent for too long. Purpose. This is temporary, I told him as I gently transferred him to his new bed. Just until you're strong enough to go back where you belong. His unseeing eyes tracked the sound of my movements as I gathered water, antiseptic, and the basic first aid supplies I kept on hand. The cabin was small, one main room with a kitchen alcove, a sleeping loft above, and this mudroom that smelled like pine sap and damp earth. The roof creaked when wind pushed through the valley. A single oil lamp flickered on the wooden table, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. When I approached to clean his wounds, his lips curled back to reveal impressive teeth, bone-white and sharp as daggers. I stilled immediately. "I understand," I said softly. "Trust has to be earned. I'll wait." I sat cross-legged on the floor a few feet away, simply existing in the same space, letting him acclimate to my scent and presence. The air around him felt different, charged somehow, like the pressure before a lightning strike. Eventually, his head lowered onto his paws. The tension never fully left his body, but it was progress of a sort. That night, I named him Aura, because something about the air shifted when he was near. Temperature, pressure, like a storm that refused to break. And because I needed to call him something other than the wolf. I slept on the floor near the hearth that night, unwilling to leave him alone in the dark. My back ached against the hard wood, but I didn't move to the bed upstairs. Through the hours, I heard his restless movements, the scrape of claws on the floor as he tried to map a world he couldn't see. Each small sound pulled at something in my chest, that old Omega instinct to soothe, to comfort, to make safe. Just before dawn, exhaustion finally dragged me under. I woke sometime later to silence. Complete, unsettling silence. My eyes flew open, heart hammering as I scanned the dim room. Aura lay exactly where he had been, but his head was turned toward me, those milky eyes fixed in my direction. His breathing had changed. It was no longer shallow and clicking. It was deep, steady, and somehow, impossibly, it had matched the rhythm of my own. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Two broken rhythms, sinking in the gray light of early morning. I held perfectly still, afraid to break whatever fragile thing was forming between us. The air hummed faintly, that strange charge I'd felt earlier now settling like a blanket over both of us. I didn't understand it, couldn't name it, but I felt it in my bones, the way you feel a storm coming hours before the first clouds appear. Something had shifted, something had begun. His eyes, still clouded and white, seemed to look straight through me to a place I didn't know existed. And for the first time since the rejection, since the pack had thrown me away like something broken and worthless, I felt seen. Not by sight, by something deeper. If you're feeling what Iris felt in that moment, if you know what it's like to be the one left behind, then you already understand why this story matters. And if you stay, if you see this through to the end, you might just find the part of yourself that's been waiting to be chosen. Hit that like button if you're ready for a story that doesn't look away from the broken things. Subscribe if you believe the rejected can become the irreplaceable. And share this with someone who needs to remember that being too much for the wrong people just means you're exactly enough for the right one. Week 1 was built on silence. I learned to narrate my life aloud, not because Aura understood the words, but because the quiet had been my only companion for too long, and speaking felt like proof I still existed. I talked about the weather, how the mist clung to the valley floor until noon, how the creek behind the cabin ran high from all the rain. I described the bread I was making, the way the dough felt under my hands, sticky and resistant. I spoke through my chores, hanging laundry on the line, sweeping pine needles from the porch, fixing the latch on the window that had been sticking since winter. Aura listened. He stayed near the hearth those first days, conserving strength, but his ears tracked every movement I made. On the third day, I set a wooden bowl of water near him and backed away. He didn't move. I went about my tasks, pretending not to watch, but I caught the moment he finally lowered his head and drank. The sound of his tongue lapping water was the sweetest thing I'd heard in months. By the 6th day, he was taking small pieces of cooked venison from my hand. His teeth never grazed my fingers. He was careful, deliberate, like he understood how fragile trust was between us. On the 7th night, I sat on the floor reading aloud from an old book of folklore I'd found in the cabin when I first arrived. My voice filled the space between us, and when I glanced over, Aura's head was tilted, listening with an intensity that made my breath catch. Week 2 brought change. Aura gained enough strength to stand on shaky legs. I expanded his territory, moving the chair and small table to give him more room, removing anything that might hurt him if he stumbled. He began to map the cabin, nosing the doorframe, the edge of the kitchen counter, the legs of the old rocking chair by the window. He moved with increasing confidence, memorizing the layout until he could cross from one end of the room to the other without hesitation. But it was something else that unnerved me. No matter where I stood in the cabin, even when I made no sound, Aura always faced me. Always. I could be at the stove with my back turned, and when I looked over my shoulder, his head would be angled in my exact direction. I could move from the kitchen to the mudroom, and his body would shift to follow. Not by sound, not by scent alone, by something else. The air around him still hummed with that strange charge, but now I noticed it grew stronger when I was near. The temperature shifted. The pressure changed. It was like standing too close to a lightning rod during a storm. I told myself it was coincidence. Wolves had keen senses. Maybe he could hear my heartbeat, feel the vibration of my footsteps through the floorboards. But deep down, in the place where instinct lived, I knew better. There was something supernatural about him. Something old. Week 3 arrived with warmer nights. I'd been sleeping on the floor near the hearth, my body aching from the hard wood, but unwilling to leave Aura alone in the dark. On the 17th night, I woke to the sensation of being watched. My eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the dim glow of embers in the fireplace. Aura stood over me. I should have been afraid. Should have remembered he was a wild animal, teeth and claws and instinct, but I wasn't. His head lowered, slowly, carefully, until his muzzle hovered just above my wrist where my pulse beat against the thin skin. He breathed in, deep and deliberate, then exhaled hot breath across my pulse point. The air between us thickened. He didn't lick, didn't nudge. He simply breathed me in like I was something precious he'd been searching for and finally found. The moment stretched, suspended between one heartbeat and the next. Then he turned and padded back to his place by the hearth, settling down as if nothing had happened. I lay awake for hours after, my wrist still warm where his breath had touched, wondering what invisible line we'd just crossed. Week 4 brought the storm. It rolled in at dusk, turning the sky from gray to black in minutes. Wind punched the tin roof, making the whole cabin shudder. Rain lashed the windows. Thunder cracked so close I felt it in my chest, and lightning turned night into day in violent stuttering flashes. I hated storms. They reminded me of the night the pack rejected me, when thunder had drowned out my pleas and rain had washed away the blood on the claiming stones. I sat on the floor with my back against the bed frame, arms wrapped around my knees, trying to breathe through the rising panic. Aura paced, restless, whining softly at each thunderclap. I watched him move through the cabin, sure-footed now. No longer the broken creature I'd dragged home through the rain. Then he stopped, turned, walked straight to me. Without hesitation, he crossed the room and laid his massive head on my knee. The weight of him was solid, real, grounding. I didn't think. My hand moved on its own, fingers sinking into the thick fur between his ears. He leaned into my touch, and something in my chest cracked open. We sat that way as the storm raged, two broken things holding each other together. Then lightning struck close, so close the cabin lit up like midday. In that flash of brilliant white light I saw it. The milky film in Aura's eyes caught the brightness, and for one impossible second, it looked like molten metal, like liquid gold pouring through clouds. The thunder that followed shook the windows. The light faded. Darkness rushed back in. But Aura's eyes didn't go dark. The white film was burning away, peeling back like fog under Sunday. Amber light bled through from some impossible place deep inside him, spreading, intensifying, until two brilliant gold eyes stared up at me with unmistakable awareness. Not the eyes of an animal. The eyes of something ancient, something that knew my name before I'd ever spoken it aloud. The cabin went very still. Even the storm seemed to hold its breath. His mouth opened. Not a growl. Not a whine. Words. "Iris," he said, voice rough as gravel, deep as the roots of mountains. "4 weeks you kept me. Now let me keep you." The world tilted, and I forgot how to breathe. If you've made it this far, you already know this isn't just a story about a girl and a wolf. And walking away now means you'll never know what happens when the one thing you saved turns out to be the only thing that can save you back. I dropped the bowl. It hit the floor with a dull crack, soup spreading across the wood in a dark stain that steamed in the cold air. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My breath came in short, shallow gasps that didn't bring enough oxygen. The wolf, Aura, the creature I'd been nursing for 4 weeks, had just spoken my name. "Iris," he said again, and the sound was like stone grinding against stone, rough and ancient and impossibly real. "I know you're afraid, but I need you to listen." "You can't," I whispered, backing away until my spine hit the wall. "You can't talk. Wolves don't talk. This isn't real." "I'm losing my mind." "You're not," he said, and his golden eyes held mine with an intensity that made my knees weak. "And I'm not just a wolf." He rose slowly, favoring his left side where the worst of his scars twisted like white rivers across dark fur. The air around him thickened, that strange charge I'd felt for weeks now crackling like electricity before a storm. When he spoke again, his voice carried weight, the kind that made you believe in things you'd spent your whole life being taught were impossible. "My name is Aura," he said, "and I'm a guardian shifter." The words meant nothing to me, everything to me. I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, legs too weak to hold me upright. "Guardian shifter," I repeated, testing the shape of the words. "What does that mean?" "It means I'm old blood," he said. "Bred from the first packs, before territories and alphas and claiming circles. We walk the ley lines, the places where the world thins and power bleeds through. We keep watch. We guard the boundaries between what is and what should never be." I wanted to laugh. Wanted to scream. Instead I just listened, because his voice was the only solid thing in a world that had suddenly turned liquid. "The hunters found me 3 months ago," he continued. "They use witch metal, iron forged with dark craft that burns shifter flesh and severs the connection between human and wolf. They trapped me in wolf form and took my sight with heated blades dipped in silver. They wanted to break me, to make me tell them where the other guardians walk their lines." "Why?" My voice came out hoarse, broken. "Why would they do that?" "Because mate bonds vibrate on a frequency they can track," he said, and something in his tone shifted, softened. "True mate bonds are rare, Iris. When 2 souls recognize each other, when they braid together, the resonance throws a pulse that their machines can read. They hunt bonded pairs, harvest them, use their blood and marrow to power the very devices that track others." The horror of it settled over me like a shroud. "But you said you were alone. You said they blinded you and left you." "They thought they'd broken me completely," he said. "They dumped me in the forest to die, but you found me. You brought me home. You cared for me when you had no reason to, when your own pack had thrown you away like something worthless." The mention of my rejection made my chest tighten. "I'm not pack anymore. I'm nothing." "You're everything," he said, and the words hit me like a physical blow. "Your compassion, Iris. Your refusal to look away from broken things, it braided our sense together. You fed me, sheltered me, spoke to me like I mattered. And in doing so, you woke something that had been sleeping in my blood for centuries." The room spun. "What are you saying?" "You're my fated mate," he said simply. "The bond that should have taken years to form snapped into place in 4 weeks because you feel first and you never look away." I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The pack had rejected me because I felt too much. Because the alpha's son had stood in front of the claiming circle and said I was too weak, too emotional, too soft to be kept. And now this ancient creature was telling me that the very thing they'd called weakness was what had saved him. Why me? The question tore out of me, raw and bleeding with all the pain I'd buried for 2 years. Why would anyone choose me? Aura moved closer, his massive head lowering until his eyes were level with mine. "Because you feel first and never look away," he said. "Because when the world told you to be hard, you chose to stay soft. Because kindness is not weakness, Iris. It's the rarest form of strength." Tears burned behind my eyes, but I didn't let them fall. I don't understand any of this. You don't have to, he said. Not yet. But you need to know that the bond awakening has consequences. The hunters, they're closing in. They've picked up the frequency. The hum we're throwing is like a beacon in the dark, and they're coming to take us both. Fear spiked through me, cold and sharp. How long do we have? Hours, he said. Maybe less. As if summoned by his words, a sound drifted through the forest fog. Thin, high-pitched, barely audible but wrong in a way that made my teeth ache. A siren, wailing in the distance like the cry of something dying. The candlelight on the table trembled, shadows dancing across our faces as the sound grew closer. Aura's body went rigid, every muscle tensing. They're here. The siren hit like a knife to the skull. The pitch climbed higher, boring into my ears until I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. Aura collapsed, his legs folding beneath him as the sound gnawed at something deep inside his bones. I watched in horror as his body began to convulse, muscles spasming under fur, steam rising from his skin as if he was burning from the inside out. Aura! I screamed, but my voice was lost under the wail of the siren. Then his body started to change. It wasn't graceful, it wasn't magical, it was brutal and wrong and horrifying. Bones cracked and twisted, reshaping themselves with sounds like breaking branches. His spine arched impossibly, vertebrae popping as they realigned. Fur receded into skin that tore and bled where the transformation pulled too hard, too fast. Light flared around him, gold and blinding like lightning trapped under flesh. I couldn't look away. Through the steam and the light and the horror, a man began to emerge. On his knees, chest heaving, scars crossing his torso like white rivers against tan skin. His hair fell to his shoulders, dark as his fur had been, and when he looked up at me, his eyes were still too bright, still burning with that impossible gold. Don't look, he gasped, one hand raised to shield himself from my gaze. Not like this, not because they forced it. They don't deserve your first look at me. The words broke something inside me. Even in agony, even half transformed and trembling with pain, he was thinking of me, of boundaries, of respect. I see you, I whispered, and you're not broken. He closed his eyes, a shudder running through him. Then his body twisted again, bones grinding as he forced himself back into wolf form. The transformation was faster this time, but no less painful. When it was done, he stood before me, sides heaving, barely able to hold his own weight. On, he said, his voice rough even in wolf form. We have to run now. I didn't hesitate. I climbed onto his back, my hands gripping the thick fur at his shoulders, and he bolted. The forest became a blur of moonlight and shadow. Branches whipped past, tearing at my cloak, scratching my face. Behind us, the sound of drones buzzed like mechanical insects, their lights cutting through the fog in sharp blue lines. The siren wailed on, that high-pitched scream that made my bones ache and my vision blur. Memories crashed over me, unbidden. The claiming circle. The alpha son standing before me, his voice cold as he spoke the words that ended my life with the pack. And under his words, that same frequency, that low hum they used to assert dominance, to make omegas submit. The hunters were using the same sound, the same weapon. My hands tightened in Aura's fur, and something shifted. The gold light that had flared during his transformation pulsed beneath my palms, warm and alive. Aura's stride steadied, his breathing evened out. The pain that had been radiating from him dimmed. I've got you, I whispered against his ear. Just run. The light pulsed brighter, spreading from my hands to his shoulders, down his spine, threading through us like a living thing. The bond, I realized. This was the bond made visible, humming between us, knitting us together in ways I didn't yet understand. We climbed higher into the mountains, the air growing thin and cold. The trees thinned out, giving way to bare rock and patches of snow that glowed blue under the moon. The drones fell behind, their buzzing fading to silence. For a moment I thought we'd made it. Then we reached the mountain pass. Aura stopped so abruptly I nearly flew over his head. His body went still, every sense focused forward. I looked up and saw them. 3 figures standing in the narrow gap between 2 cliff faces, backlit by the moon, and on each of our chests, 3 red dots of light converged, steady and unblinking, laser sights. The ambush had been waiting for us all along. Subscribe, like, and share if you want to see what happens when the hunted decide they're done running. The three hunters stood like statues in the mountain pass, their bodies backlit by moonlight, faces hidden in shadow. Storm mist swirled around them, thick as smoke, turning the narrow gap between cliff faces into something from a nightmare. Behind them, mounted on a metal tripod, sat the siren rig, all black cables and copper coils that hummed with malevolent energy. The red dots on our chests didn't waver. Aura's body tensed beneath me, every muscle coiled tight. I felt the tremor run through him, the way his legs shook as he tried to stay upright. The siren frequency was lower now, barely audible, but it burrowed into bone and nerve, scrambling everything it touched. Down! One of the hunters called, his voice flat and cold. Both of you, now! Aura took a step forward instead. His growl rumbled deep in his chest, a warning that said we weren't prey, we wouldn't go quietly. But then the hunter at the rig twisted a dial and the frequency spiked. Aura's legs buckled, his body collapsing beneath me so fast I barely managed to roll clear before hitting the ground. "Aura," I gasped, scrambling to him on hands and knees. His eyes rolled back, gold dimming to amber as the sound carved through him. Blood trickled from his nose, dark against gray stone. The lead hunter laughed, taking a step closer. "Guardian shifters," he said, like the word was a joke. "All that power and you break just like the rest." Something inside me snapped. I'd spent 2 years broken, quiet, accepting the world's verdict that I wasn't enough. I'd let the pack throw me away without a fight. I'd hidden in the mountains and called it healing when really it was just waiting to disappear. But watching Aura bleed on stone because of me, because our bond had lit us up like a beacon, I felt something older than fear rise up. Rage. The hunter with the pack was closest, 3 steps away, his attention on Aura. I lunged, not for him but for the gear strapped to his back. My fingers closed around something hard and rectangular, all sharp edges and toggle switches. The screamer module. I yanked it free and he spun, but I was already moving, thumbs searching for anything that looked like a control. I flipped a toggle. The sound that tore from Aura's throat was pure agony. He convulsed, claws scraping stone, and I realized with horror I'd made it worse. Wrong toggle, wrong frequency. I flipped it back, then hit the one beside it, and the world exploded with sound, not the high whine that had been torturing Aura. Something deeper, bone-rattling, a counterpulse that slammed outward like a shockwave. The lead hunter's grin curdled. He staggered, hands flying to his ears, and then Aura was on him. The fight was brutal and fast. Sparks flew where claws met the gunmetal plating on the hunter's vest. Aura moved through the mist like a shadow given teeth, his body a blur of fur and fury. Another hunter raised a weapon, something that crackled with electricity, but Aura's jaws closed around his wrist and the gun clattered to stone. The third hunter ran. Aura let him go, turning back to the one beneath him. Blood stained the rocks. The siren rig sparked and died, its hum finally, blessedly silent. I dropped the screamer module, my hands shaking so hard I couldn't hold it anymore. It was over. Except it wasn't. The lead hunter, the one Aura had taken down first, was still breathing. Broken, bleeding, but alive, and he was smiling. That's what made my blood turn to ice. He was smiling like he'd won. "Too late," he rasped, blood on his teeth. "We already have enough." "Enough what?" I demanded, kneeling beside him, my voice shaking with adrenaline and fury. "Pairs," he said, "captured, caged. 23 bonded shifters in iron and nightroot, bleeding slow so the resonance stays strong." His smile widened. "Your frequency just confirmed you're active. You're in the system now." "Tagged. Tracked. They'll send more." The words hit like a physical blow. 23 bonded pairs. Held somewhere, tortured, harvested for their blood and marrow to power the very machines that hunted others, and we just added ourselves to their list. Aura shifted beside me, back to human form, still breathing hard from the fight. He was shirtless, scarred, eyes burning gold in the darkness. "Where are they keeping them?" he demanded. The hunter just laughed, a wet gurgling sound, and then went still. Silence crashed over us, broken only by the wind whistling through the pass and Aura's ragged breathing. I looked at him, this ancient guardian who'd been blinded and broken and thrown away, and something in my chest made a choice. "We're not running anymore," I said. He turned to me, surprise flickering across his face. "Iris," They have 23 pairs, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. 23 bonds like ours, suffering because the hunters want to weaponize what should be sacred. I spent 2 years hiding because I was afraid. I'm done being afraid. This isn't your fight, he said softly. Yes, it is, I said. You told me my compassion woke our bond. That feeling first isn't weakness, so I'm going to feel this. All of it. The rage, the injustice, every ounce of pain those captured pairs are going through. And then I'm going to do something about it. Aura stared at me for a long moment, and something like pride flickered in his eyes. You sound like a guardian, he said. I sound like an Omega who's tired of being told she's too much, I corrected. Now get back in wolf form before you freeze. We have somewhere to be. He shifted without argument, and I climbed onto his back. The horizon was beginning to lighten, dawn bleeding gray and gold over the mountain peaks. In the distance, barely visible through the mist, I saw it. A valley ringed by standing stones, ancient and weathered, catching the first light of morning, Hollowmere. We limped toward it, both of us bruised and half alive, but moving forward nonetheless. The standing stones rose from the valley floor like the bones of giants. Mist clung to them, catching the sunrise and turning everything gold and ethereal. Between the stones, figures moved, robed in gray ash and old leather. Guardians, I realized. Elders who still walked the ley lines and kept the old laws. They watched us approach in silence. Aura slowed as we entered the circle, his steps careful, reverent. When we reached the center, he stopped and I slid from his back. My legs nearly buckled, exhaustion and adrenaline making everything feel distant and dreamlike. The guardians murmured among themselves, their voices low and concerned. I heard the words they whispered. Human scent. Omega. Bonded but not claimed. Impossible. Then I saw it. The bond made visible. Gold threads of light shimmering in the air between Aura and me, delicate as spider silk but strong as steel. They pulsed with our heartbeats, perfectly synchronized. An elder stepped forward, her face lined with age, eyes sharp as broken glass. She studied me, then Aura, then the threads connecting us. This is not the natural way, she said. Nothing about this was natural, Aura replied, and his voice carried the weight of centuries. He shifted then, bones reforming, body reshaping until a man knelt before the elders instead of a wolf. He didn't try to hide his scars, didn't flinch from their scrutiny. He simply held his head high and spoke words I didn't understand, syllables that tasted like stone and old earth, the old tongue. When he finished, he turned to me and repeated it in words I could grasp. Mine, he said, my mate, my bond, my choice across 4 weeks and 1,000 years of waiting. The gold threads flared brighter, and something else happened. The white film that had clung stubbornly to the edges of Aura's vision, the last remnant of the curse, cracked, flaked away like old paint. His eyes cleared, and for the first time since I'd found him bleeding in the rain, he could see me completely. The elder who'd spoken before moved closer. In her hand, she held a thin branch of blackthorn, its tip sharp enough to draw blood. Iris Vale, she said, and I flinched hearing my full name spoken aloud. Rejected by Ridgefall. Cast out. Unnamed. Yes, I whispered. Will you accept a path that breaks pack law? She asked. Will you stand trial for crimes you have not committed but will be accused of nonetheless? Will you let your bond rewrite treaties written in blood and older than memory? I thought of the claiming circle at Ridgefall, the faces that had watched me bleed and said nothing, the Alpha's son who'd looked through me like I was glass. The years I'd spent believing the lie that I was too much and not enough all at once. Then I thought of Aura, blind and broken, trusting me when he had no reason to. The bond that had grown from kindness instead of being forced in firelight and ceremony, the 23 pairs still suffering in cages somewhere because people like me had been too afraid to fight. Yes, I said, and my voice didn't shake. I accept. The elder pressed the blackthorn to my palm. It stung, sharp and clean, and blood welled up dark against pale skin. Then you are witnessed, she said. Mate to a guardian, your exile ends here if you survive what comes next. The bond flared like heat shimmer rising from summer stone. Every wolf in the circle, guardian and elder alike, felt it. Heads bowed instinctively. recognizing something primal and old. Aura rose and crossed to me, his hand covering mine, his blood mixing with my blood where the thorn had cut. "The first to feel is always the first to heal," he whispered, so quietly only I could hear. I wanted to stay in that moment forever, but the sound of footsteps broke the stillness. 3 scouts emerged from the tree line, breathing hard. In their hands, they carried a map, hastily drawn but detailed. Red marks indicated a location deep in hunter territory. The eldest scout met my eyes. "We found where they're keeping the prisoners," she said. "But the facility is heavily guarded, a suicide mission for anyone who tries." I looked down at my marked palm, blood still fresh, then at Aura, whose eyes finally saw me clearly. "Then we start tonight," I said. "If you watch it to the end, then you have to encourage me for telling this well-crafted story. Please subscribe and like my channel, for it means a lot." The consecrated silver pressed against my spine before I could pull away. I had reached for Lunafreya's brooch the moment it clattered to the floor, my hand already extended in the automatic gesture of service that 4 years had beaten into muscle memory. But the instant my fingers closed around the silver, Freya's boot came down on my wrist, pinning my hand flat against the cold stone while she ground the metal brooch deeper into the fabric of my gown. The heat came through the cloth first, then the searing agony as the consecrated silver found bare skin beneath. 4 lines burned across my back where the brooch's decorative edges pressed through the thin material. I bit down on my tongue hard enough to taste copper, refusing to give her the satisfaction of hearing me scream. "How clumsy of me," Freya said, her voice dripping with false concern. She lifted her foot slowly, deliberately, giving the silver time to complete its work. "And how careless of you to reach without looking, Celine. You could have hurt yourself." Morning light filtered through the frost-rimmed glass of her solar chamber, turning everything pale and cold. The winter sun cast long shadows across the polished floor, and in those shadows, I saw the familiar outline of my own bent form, small and broken at the Luna's feet. "Forgive me, my lady," I whispered, keeping my eyes locked on the stone beneath me. "Never make eye contact. That was the first rule." "Of course you're forgiven," Freya purred, reaching down to lift the brooch from my trembling fingers. "But do try to be more careful. I would hate for anything to happen to you." The words carried layers of meaning that only I could hear. To anyone else, Lunafreya Valdrin was grace personified. Golden hair that caught the light like spun sunshine, ice-blue eyes that sparkled with warmth and wit, a smile that could charm visiting dignitaries and comfort frightened children with equal ease. The entire pack worshipped her. Alpha Maddox's beautiful mate, daughter of High Lord Vesper, the Luna who had brought prosperity and alliance to Darkfang Citadel. But here, alone in her chambers, the mask slipped away. She moved to her vanity, and I rose slowly, feeling the fresh burns join the constellation of silver scars already mapped across my skin. 4 years of deliberate torture, each mark carefully placed, each dose of consecrated silver precisely measured. She had learned early that silver could do more than burn. Applied correctly, repeatedly, it could suppress a shifter's wolf entirely. She had made me her experiment. I resumed my duties with steady hands despite the pain radiating down my spine. The morning routine never changed. Polish the mirror until it gleamed. Lay out her gowns for selection. Prepare the ornate silver brush for her hair. Every movement measured, every gesture submissive, every word calculated to please. Never speak first. That was the second rule. The memories came unbidden, pulled forward by the familiar ache of silver burns. They always did. I was 14 again, standing in the remains of what had been my home in Thorn March. The cottage walls were stained with blood that the winter rain would never wash away. My mother's body lay 3 paces from the door, white fur matted with dirt and worse things. My father had made it 5 paces farther before they brought him down. The rogues had come in the deep hours before dawn, their scent wrong and wild, carrying the stench of madness and months without pack law. I had tried to shift for the first time that night. Had felt my wolf surge forward, desperate to protect, to fight, to save the people I loved. But watching my father's throat torn open, hearing my mother's final howl as she fell, had shattered something fundamental inside me. The transformation had ceased halfway through, pain exploding through every nerve as my body tried and failed to complete the change. My wolf had retreated deep inside me, locked behind walls of trauma too severe for a child's mind to process. The rogues had left me among the bodies, just another human casualty, not worth the effort to finish. I had wandered for 3 days, half mad with grief and hunger, until I collapsed near the walls of Dark Fang's citadel. Mabel had found me. The old cook had been gathering winter herbs when she stumbled across my unconscious form. Most would have seen just another orphaned human, but Mabel's keen nose had caught the faint amber tint in my eyes, had recognized the trace scent of wolf beneath the dirt and blood. She had smuggled me into the castle kitchens, fed me broth and bread, asked no questions when I remained silent for weeks. Eventually I had spoken, shared the truth in broken whispers. I had a wolf, but it was trapped, unreachable, broken. "Best not to mention that to anyone, dear," Mabel had advised gently. "Shifters who can't shift proper, well, they're treated worse than humans who never had a wolf at all. Safer for everyone to think you're just a foundling." So I had learned to be invisible. 6 years in the kitchens, silent and efficient, learning to read moods before they were spoken, anticipating needs before they formed into words, learning to survive, never bleed in public. That was the third rule. Everything had changed the spring Alpha Maddox married Lucinda Fairmont. No, that was her old name. She was Freya now. She had chosen a new name for her new life as Luna, and the pack had embraced it as eagerly as they embraced her. The incident that sealed my fate had been absurdly simple. Alpha Maddox had returned early from border patrol, striding into the kitchens with mud on his boots and weariness in the set of his shoulders. His dark hair had been tied back, revealing the strong line of his jaw, and his gray eyes had swept the room with natural authority. For 3 seconds, just 3, his gaze had landed on me as I worked at the cutting board. Our eyes had met, and something in his expression had shifted. Recognition, perhaps, or simply curiosity about the quiet kitchen girl with unusual amber eyes. 3 heartbeats that changed everything. Freya had been standing in the doorway, had witnessed that brief exchange. Her pretty face had gone cold as winter stone, and though she smiled at her mate, took his arm with practiced grace, her ice-blue eyes found me across the room and promised suffering. The next morning she demanded I be reassigned as her personal attendant. That had been 4 years ago. "Celine," Freya's voice pulled me back to the present. "Stop daydreaming and fetch my blue gown. The sapphire silk. Alpha Maddox returns from the Northern Wars today, and I must look perfect when I greet him at the council breakfast." "Yes, my lady." I moved to the wardrobe, each step careful and measured. The burns on my back throbbed in time with my heartbeat, but I had learned long ago how to function through pain, how to hide trembling hands and unshed tears, how to survive hour by hour, day by day, year by year. Deep inside my chest, something stirred. My wolf, silent for 10 years, pressed against the cage of trauma and silver poisoning. It whimpered soundlessly, a prisoner crying out for freedom it could never reach. I pushed it down, as I always did, and helped Freya into her gown. 2 hours later, I stood in the shadows of the great hall, watching the council breakfast unfold. The long table was laden with food, and pack elders filled the high-backed chairs, their voices a low rumble of discussion. Luna Freya sat beside the empty chair reserved for the Alpha, radiant in her sapphire silk, every inch the devoted mate awaiting her husband's return. I moved between the columns, invisible in my servant's gray, refilling goblets and clearing plates. No one looked at me. No one ever did. The doors at the far end of the hall burst open, and Alpha Maddox strode in, flanked by his warriors. Dust from the northern road still clung to his leather armor, and his presence filled the room like a physical force. Dark hair fell loose around his shoulders now, and exhaustion lined his face, but his gray eyes were sharp as he surveyed his pack. Those eyes found Freya first. She rose gracefully, her smile warm and welcoming, and he moved toward her. I stepped back, deeper into the shadows, but fate, it seemed, had other plans. A visiting dignitary knocked his goblet with an expansive gesture, sending it clattering across the table. Wine splashed crimson across white linen, and without thinking, I moved forward to collect the fallen cup before it rolled to the floor. I bent low, reaching beneath the table's edge, and felt the worn fabric of my gown catch and tear on a protruding nail. The rip ran from shoulder to mid-back, splitting the gray cloth like paper. Cold air kissed my exposed skin, and I froze, knowing with terrible certainty what had just been revealed. The great hall fell silent. I straightened slowly, clutching the goblet in trembling hands, and felt every eye in the room fix on me, on my back. On the 4 fresh lines still glowing faintly silver, joining the dozens of other scars that crisscrossed my skin in deliberate patterns. Alpha Maddox stood 3 paces away, his expression frozen in something between shock and fury. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of command that made lesser wolves bow their heads. "Who marked you?" The silence in the great hall stretched like a blade poised to fall. Every eye remained fixed on my exposed back, on the silver scars glowing faintly in the morning light. I could feel their stares like physical touches, could hear the sharp intake of breath from the visiting dignitary, the low murmur beginning to ripple through the assembled pack members. Alpha Maddox stood 3 paces away, his gray eyes locked on the marks crisscrossing my skin. His expression had gone utterly still, the kind of stillness that preceded violence in powerful predators. "Who marked you?" he repeated, his voice dropping to a dangerous quiet that somehow carried more weight than a shout. My throat closed around any possible answer. 4 years of conditioning screamed at me to remain silent, to disappear, to never draw attention. But it was too late for invisibility now. Freya moved before I could speak. She rose from her chair with perfect grace, her face arranged in an expression of shocked concern that would have convinced anyone who did not know her true nature. "Oh, the poor thing," she said, her voice trembling just enough to sound genuine. "I should have reported this immediately, but I did not want to cause alarm." She glided forward, placing herself between Maddox and me with the ease of someone accustomed to commanding attention. "She was attacked several months ago, my love. Rogue hounds near the eastern boundary. I found her bleeding in the gardens, and had the wounds tended in my own chambers to spare her the shame of public scrutiny." The lie rolled off her tongue smooth as silk, and I watched several pack elders nod in sympathetic understanding. Of course their beloved Luna would show such compassion to an injured servant. Of course she would spare the girl embarrassment. But Maddox's gaze never left my back. His jaw tightened, and something cold flickered behind his eyes. "Rogue hounds," he said slowly, each word measured. "Left scars that glow with silver residue. The healers use silver salve to prevent infection," Freya explained without missing a beat. "I insisted on the finest treatment, regardless of cost." "How generous." Maddox's tone carried no warmth. He looked past Freya, his eyes finding mine. "Is this true?" "Never speak first, never make eye contact, never bleed in public." All 3 rules shattered in a single moment, and I stood in the wreckage trembling. My voice came out barely above a whisper. "Speak!" Maddox commanded, and there was no denying the Alpha's direct order. "Yes, my lord." I forced out, hating myself for the cowardice even as the words left my mouth. Survival had always required lies. This was just one more. But Maddox's expression suggested he heard what I did not say. He turned to his second in command, a grizzled warrior named Theron who stood near the doorway. "Escort her to the healer of records. I want a full examination documented before any disciplinary action is considered." "Disciplinary action?" Freya's voice sharpened slightly before she caught herself and softened it again. "Surely that is not necessary. The girl has suffered enough." "She bears marks that suggest prolonged silver exposure," Maddox said flatly. "Pack law requires investigation of any shifter carrying such wounds. The examination will determine whether infection poses a risk to others." He looked at me again, and this time I caught something beneath the authority. A question, perhaps. An offering of escape, if only I were brave enough to take it. "After the healer's report, we will decide on next steps." Theron moved forward, his weathered face carefully neutral. "Come, girl." I followed him from the great hall, acutely aware of Freya's ice-blue eyes burning into my back with every step. The torn fabric of my gown hung loose around my shoulders, and I clutched it closed with shaking hands, trying to preserve some shred of dignity. The infirmary occupied the castle's eastern wing, where sunlight poured through tall windows and the scent of healing herbs replaced the heavy musk of the great hall. Theron deposited me inside with a curt nod to the elderly woman sorting dried lavender at a workbench. "Healer Miriam," he said. "Alpha's orders. Full examination and documentation." The healer of records looked up, her sharp eyes taking in my torn gown and visible scars in a single glance. She was ancient by pack standards, her hair more silver than black, but her hands were steady as she gestured me toward the examination table. "Let me see, child." I climbed onto the table and turned my back to her, letting the ruined fabric fall away completely. The morning air felt too cold against my exposed skin, and I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I had become. Miriam said nothing as she examined the marks. Her fingers traced the patterns with clinical precision, and I felt her pause over the fresh burns from this morning, the ones still radiating heat. "How long?" she asked finally. 4 years. The admission slipped out before I could stop it, and the exposure is ongoing. It was not a question, but I nodded anyway. Miriam moved to a cabinet and retrieved a small vial of luminescent liquid that glowed pale blue in the sunlight. "Moonlight serum," she explained, though I had not asked. "It reveals traces of silver poisoning in shifter blood. This will sting." She applied 3 drops to my back, and the liquid spread across my skin like living light. Where it touched the scars, they began to glow brighter, silver threads lighting up beneath the surface in intricate patterns that spread far beyond the visible marks. I heard Miriam's sharp intake of breath. "Merciful moon," she whispered. The threads formed a map of deliberate torture across my entire back, my shoulders, down my arms. Active silver, still present in my system, still suppressing my wolf with calculated precision. This was not the random damage of a rogue attack. This was systematic, intentional, sustained over years. "Who did this to you?" Miriam asked, her voice gentle but firm. I closed my eyes. Never bleed in public, never speak first, never make eye contact. But the rules that had kept me alive for 4 years suddenly felt like chains pulling me toward a grave I had been digging one silent day at a time. I cannot say. Cannot or will not. Does it matter? I opened my eyes and met her gaze. What difference would the truth make now? Miriam's expression softened with something that might have been pity. More than you know, child, but I will not force it from you. She began documenting the patterns in a leather-bound journal, her handwriting neat and precise. What I will do is record what I see. These marks bear witness even if you cannot. She worked in silence for several minutes, occasionally applying more serum to reveal the full extent of the damage. When she finally stepped back, her face was grim. "You should be dead," she said bluntly. "The amount of silver in your system would kill most shifters within weeks. That you have survived 4 years suggests either extraordinary resilience or very careful dosing." She paused. "Someone knows exactly how much you can endure." The words settled over me like a shroud. Someone knows. Someone had been studying me, learning my limits, treating me like an experiment instead of a person, and we both knew who that someone was, even if I could not bring myself to name her. A knock at the door interrupted us. Theron stepped inside, his expression carefully blank. "The Alpha requests the report," he said. Miriam handed him the journal without comment. Theron glanced at the documented patterns, and I saw his jaw tighten before he closed the book. "The girl is to be confined to servants' quarters until further notice," he said. "Alpha's orders, for her own safety." Safety. The word felt hollow, but I nodded and accepted the clean gown Miriam offered to replace my torn one. She helped me into it with surprising gentleness, and I wondered how many broken shifters she had tended over her long years. How many stories she had documented that would never be spoken aloud. Theron escorted me back through the castle, but instead of returning me to the tiny room I shared with 2 other servants, he led me to a small chamber in the northern tower. It had a narrow bed, a wash basin, and a window that overlooked the training grounds. Modest, but private. A prison dressed as protection. "You will remain here," Theron said. "Food will be brought. You are not to leave without permission." "Am I under arrest?" "You are under Alpha's protection." He met my eyes, and something in his weathered face suggested he understood more than he said. "Which means you are alive when many would prefer you were not. Be grateful, and be silent." He left, and I heard the bolt slide home from the outside. I moved to the window and stared out at the grounds below. Warriors trained in formations, their movements synchronized and deadly. Somewhere in the castle, Maddox would be reading Miriam's report, seeing the documented proof of years of torture. And somewhere else, Freya would be planning how to contain the damage before her perfect mask slipped beyond repair. I had survived 4 years by being invisible. But invisibility was no longer an option, and I did not know if that meant salvation or simply a different kind of death. The day passed in tense silence. No one came. No one brought food or water. The shadows lengthened across the floor, and I watched the sun sink toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of blood and fire. When full dark finally fell, I heard the bolt slide open. My heart seized in my chest, and I turned from the window to face the door. It swung inward slowly, revealing not a servant with a meal tray but Luna Freya herself. She wore a traveling cloak of midnight blue, her golden hair hidden beneath the hood, her face shadowed, but her ice-blue eyes glittered with cold fury in the lamplight. "Hello, Celine," she said softly, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. "Did you truly think your little performance this morning would save you?" I backed toward the window, my hands gripping the stone sill. "I did not mean for anyone to see," the gown tore. "It was an accident." "An accident," Freya laughed, the sound sharp and bitter. "Do you know what my husband is doing right now? He is interrogating my staff, questioning my servants, doubting me because of you and your pathetic scars." She moved closer, and I saw she carried something in her right hand. A small silver rod, narrow as a quill, glowing faintly with consecrated energy. "I have been patient with you. I have allowed you to serve me for 4 years, taught you your place, shown you mercy again and again. And this is how you repay me?" I said nothing, I whispered. "I told them it was roguehounds, just as you instructed. But you wanted to tell, did you not?" Freya tilted her head, studying me like a hawk studies prey. "You wanted to scream my name before the entire council. You wanted to ruin me." "No, my lady. I only want to survive." "Survival," she tested the word, rolling it on her tongue. "You think you can survive without me? You think the Alpha will protect you because he saw a few scars?" She grabbed my arm with her free hand, her grip vice-tight. "Let me remind you what happens to servants who forget their place." The silver rod pressed against my shoulder, just above the collarbone. The pain was immediate and excruciating, a line of liquid fire branding into my skin. I bit down on my scream, swallowing it whole, refusing to give her what she wanted. But something inside me cracked. Some last barrier between silence and rage, between survival and surrender. When she pulled the rod away, I met her eyes directly for the first time in 4 years. "I will not die a silent servant," I said, my voice steady despite the agony radiating through my shoulder. "Not anymore." Freya's expression flickered, surprise chasing across her features before fury replaced it. "You dare threaten me? I dare survive you." For a long moment we stared at each other, predator and prey locked in a standoff neither had anticipated. Then Freya smiled, cold and cruel as winter. "We shall see how long that bravado lasts," she said. "My husband may play at investigating, but I have survived in this castle far longer than you have. I know how to manage inconvenient truths." She moved toward the door, then paused and looked back. "And when this is over, when you are forgotten or dead or both, I will still be Luna. Remember that." The door closed behind her, and I heard the bolt slide home once more. I sank onto the narrow bed, my shoulders screaming where fresh silver burned beneath the skin. But despite the pain, despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm me, something else bloomed in my chest. Something small and fierce and long buried. Hope. If Maddox was investigating, that meant doubt had taken root, and doubt, given time and evidence, could become belief, could become justice, could become the weapon that finally freed me from Freya's cruelty. I pressed my hand against the new burn and made myself a promise. I would survive this. I would speak the truth, no matter the cost. And I would not die in silence. The days following my confinement blurred together in a strange suspension of time. Servants came twice daily with food and water, but they would not meet my eyes, would not speak beyond the bare minimum required. Word had spread through the castle, though I did not know what version of events had taken root. I only knew that where once I had been invisible, now I was something worse, visible and unwanted. Only Mabel came with kindness. The old cook appeared on the 3rd evening, her weathered face creased with worry. She brought bread still warm from the ovens, and a small clay jar that smelled of healing herbs. "For the burns," she whispered, pressing it into my hands. "Apply it twice daily. It will not undo the silver damage, but it will ease the pain." They will punish you if they know you helped me, I said, but I took the jar anyway. Survival required accepting every small mercy. Let them try, Mabel's eyes flashed with rare defiance. I have been in this castle since before Freya was born. I know what cruelty looks like, and I know who wears it like perfume. She squeezed my hand once, brief and fierce. You are not alone, lamb. Remember that. She left as quietly as she had come, and I sat on the narrow bed, clutching the jar of salve like a talisman, one ally against an entire castle. It should have felt hopeless, but instead, it felt like armor. What I did not know was that beyond my locked door, Alpha Maddox had begun unraveling threads that Freya had spent years weaving into her perfect tapestry of lies. His steward, a sharp-eyed man named Corwin who had served House Valdrin for 3 decades, discovered the first anomaly in the household ledgers during a routine review. Purchases of moon silver filings, recorded under miscellaneous expenses. Wolfbane extract ordered from apothecaries in 3 different territories. Small amounts, spread across years, easily missed unless someone was looking for a pattern. Corwin brought the ledgers to Maddox in the privacy of the Alpha's study, where no servants could overhear. It began 7 months after your marriage, Corwin said, his voice carefully neutral. Small orders at first, then increasing in frequency and quantity. Maddox stared at the neat columns of numbers, at his wife's elegant signature authorizing each purchase. Moon silver and wolfbane. Both substances used in suppressing shifter abilities when applied correctly. Neither had any legitimate purpose in Aluna's household. Who else knows about this? Maddox asked. Only us, my lord. I came to you immediately. Good, keep it that way. Maddox closed the ledger and set it aside. Find out which apothecaries filled these orders. I want to know exactly what Freya purchased and when. Corwin bowed and withdrew, leaving Maddox alone with thoughts that grew darker by the moment. He had married Freya for alliance, yes, but he had also believed her to be what she presented herself as. Gracious, kind, worthy of the title she bore. The idea that she had been conducting experiments on a defenseless servant under his own roof made his wolf snarl with barely contained rage, but rage without proof was useless. He needed evidence that could not be dismissed or explained away, evidence that would stand before the council and High Lord Vesper himself. He found part of that evidence the next day, in the testimony of a terrified seamstress named Alara. She worked in the castle's lower levels, stitching and mending garments for the household. When Theron brought her to the study under guard, she trembled so violently that Maddox ordered wine brought to steady her nerves. You are not in trouble, he told her, keeping his voice gentle despite the urgency clawing at him. I only need the truth. I did not know, my lord, Alara whispered, clutching the wine cup like a lifeline. I swear I did not understand what she was asking me to do. Who was asking you to do? The Luna. Alara's eyes darted toward the door, as if Freya might materialize from shadows. She brought me cloth 2 years ago. Special cloth, she said, blessed by moon priests. She wanted me to stitch specific patterns into her ceremonial robes. Binding runes, she called them, for protection against dark magic. Maddox leaned forward, every sense sharpening. What kind of patterns? I will show you. Alara set down the wine and retrieved a scrap of paper from her apron pocket. With shaking hands, she sketched the design. Interlocking symbols that spiraled outward from a central point, each line deliberate and precise. Maddox recognized them immediately. Suppression runes. Old magic, forbidden in most territories, designed to cage a shifter's wolf when they came into contact with the inscribed symbols. Harmless to humans, but devastating to those who carried the gift. She wore these robes when? He asked. Always, my lord, for every public appearance, every council meeting, every gathering. Alara's voice dropped to barely audible. She said they made her feel safe, protected, or surrounded by a weapon she could wield against anyone who got too close. Anyone like a servant who attended her daily, who touched the fabric while dressing her, who spent hours in proximity to symbols designed to suppress transformation. Did you stitch anything else for her? Maddox kept his voice level, giving no indication of the fury building behind his calm facade. Alara nodded miserably. Gloves, scarves, even handkerchiefs. all with the same patterns, though sometimes smaller. She said consistency was important for the blessing to work properly. And you never questioned why a Luna would need such extensive protection within her own castle? I am just a seamstress, my lord. Tears spilled down Alara's cheeks. I do not ask questions above my station. And she is the Luna. I thought I was serving the pack. Maddox dismissed her with instructions to speak of this to no one, then summoned Corwin again. Bring me the servant girl's medical report, he ordered. The one from healer Miriam. When Corwin returned with the leather-bound journal, Maddox spread it open beside Alara's sketch. The patterns matched. The suppression runes stitched into Freya's robes aligned perfectly with the scars documented on Celine's back. As if someone had pressed fabric bearing those symbols against skin repeatedly, deliberately, using silver to burn the designs into flesh, turning a servant into a living echo of the weapon used to break her. Maddox closed the journal and stared at the evidence before him. His wife, the beloved Luna, had been systematically torturing a young woman for years, using forbidden runes and consecrated silver to cage her wolf, conducting experiments in cruelty disguised as service. And she had done it all in plain sight, protected by her position and the mask of perfection she wore so convincingly. The question was why? What could possibly drive someone to such calculated evil? He did not have long to wonder. That evening, as he prepared to confront Freya with what he had learned, rumors began spreading through the castle like poison in water, whispers in corridors. Knowing looks exchanged between servants, a story taking shape that painted Celine not as victim but as manipulator, as a scheming servant who had deliberately injured herself to gain the Alpha's attention, who had seduced him with pitiful scars and tearful lies, who sought to rise above her station by destroying the Luna's reputation. Freya's counterattack had begun. By the following morning, Celine's food deliveries had stopped. When Mabel tried to bring her bread, she was turned away at the tower stairs by guards who claimed new orders from the Luna herself. No one was to visit the confined servant without explicit permission from both Alpha and Luna, and Freya, conveniently, was denying all such requests. Let her starve, I overheard a serving girl say to another in the corridor outside my door. Perhaps hunger will teach her not to spread lies about her betters. I pressed my hand against my empty stomach and wondered how long I could survive on water alone. A day? 2? Shifter metabolism burned fast, and mine was already compromised by years of silver exposure. But I had survived worse. I would survive this. I had to. That evening, as the sun set in shades of amber and rose, I heard the bolt slide open. I turned from the window expecting another empty-handed servant, or perhaps even Freya come to gloat. Instead, Alpha Maddox himself stepped into the small chamber, alone and unannounced. He closed the door behind him and stood silent for a moment, his gray eyes taking in my gaunt face and the way I swayed slightly from hunger and exhaustion. Then he moved to the small table and set down a cloth bundle that smelled of roasted meat and fresh bread. "Eat," he said simply. I stared at the food, at the Alpha who had brought it, at this impossible moment that made no sense within the rules that governed my existence. "I do not understand," I whispered. "I know what she has been doing to you." Maddox's voice was quiet but carried absolute conviction. "I have seen the ledgers, spoken to the seamstress, compared the rune patterns to your scars." He paused, and something almost like pain crossed his features. "I know, and I'm sorry I did not see it sooner." The apology hit me like a physical blow. An Alpha did not apologize to servants. An Alpha did not admit fault to those beneath his station. And yet here he stood, offering both with a sincerity that made my throat close around words I could not speak. "Why did you never cry out?" he asked. "Why suffer in silence for so long?" The answer came easily, pulled from 4 years of survival. Because she wanted me to. Because every scream would have been a victory for her. Because silence was the only thing I could deny her. I met his eyes, amber against gray. And because no one would have believed me anyway. Maddox flinched as if struck. "You should have been protected. You were under my roof, my responsibility, and I failed you. You did not know. I should have." His hands clenched into fists at his sides. A good Alpha knows his pack, protects the vulnerable, sees what others miss. I saw only what Freya wanted me to see, a perfect Luna, a loving wife. I was blind. She is very good at masks, I said quietly. Yes, she is. Maddox moved closer, and I caught the scent of pine and winter air clinging to him. But I am removing that mask, piece by piece, and when it falls completely, she will answer for what she has done to you. She is the Luna, High Lord Vesper's daughter, your wife. She is also a monster who tortured you for years. His voice dropped to a growl that carried his wolf's fury beneath human words. No title, no bloodline, no political alliance makes that acceptable. You have my word, Celine. No harm will touch you again. The promise hung between us, heavy with implications I did not dare examine. And Alpha's word was binding, sacred. If he swore my protection, he would honor it even at cost to himself. But I had learned long ago that promises meant nothing when power decided otherwise. She will find a way, I said. She always does. Then I will stop her. Maddox reached out slowly, giving me time to pull away if I chose. When I did not move, he gently lifted my chin until I met his eyes directly. You are not alone anymore, and you do not have to remain silent. Whatever happens next, I will stand between you and her cruelty. Do you believe me? Did I? Could I? 4 years of torture had taught me to trust nothing and no one. But something in his eyes, in the absolute conviction of his voice, made me want to believe, made me want to hope that this time someone would actually see me, protect me, fight for me. I want to, I whispered. I am trying to. That is enough for now. He released my chin and stepped back. Eat, rest. Tomorrow I confront Freya with the evidence, and this ends. He moved toward the door, then paused with his hand on the latch. One more thing. Why did you tell the council it was rogue hounds? You could have spoken the truth when I asked directly. I looked at him, at this alpha who suddenly seemed to care whether I lived or died, and gave him honesty raw and unvarnished. Because I have spent 4 years learning that survival requires lies, and I did not yet know if you would be my executioner or my savior. And now? Now I am trying to believe you might be the latter. Maddox nodded slowly, something like respect flickering in his expression. I will do my best to deserve that belief. He left, and the bolt did not slide home this time. The door remained unlocked, a small gesture that meant more than any grand declaration could. Freedom, even if only within the boundaries of a single room. I moved to the table and unwrapped the cloth bundle. Meat, bread, cheese, even a small portion of honey cake. More food than I had seen in days, and I forced myself to eat slowly despite the gnawing hunger in my belly. Outside the door, footsteps receded down the corridor. Maddox returning to wherever Alphas went when the weight of leadership grew too heavy to bear. And somewhere deeper in the castle, Freya would be planning her next move, calculating how to turn this situation to her advantage. What neither of them knew was that I had been listening at the door, had been pressed against the wood when Maddox arrived, and had therefore heard everything that happened in the corridor before he entered my chamber. Had heard Freya's voice, soft and venomous, speaking to someone just out of sight. Had heard her say, "He thinks he can protect her. How sweet, how naive. Before this is over, she will beg for death, and he will be the one to grant it." The jealous fury in those words, the promise of violence yet to come, settled over me like a shroud. Maddox's protection was real, I believe that now. But Freya's hatred was older, deeper, more patient. She had spent 4 years breaking me slowly. She would not stop now simply because I had found an unexpected ally. The trap was already being set. I could feel it closing around us like iron jaws. And I had no idea how to warn the Alpha that his wife was 10 steps ahead, planning not just my destruction, but his downfall as well. I finished the food and moved back to the window, staring out at the darkness beyond. Somewhere in that night, monsters walked wearing human faces. And I was caught between 2 of them, hoping desperately that I had chosen to trust the right one. Dawn broke cold and gray over Darkfang Citadel, and I woke to the sound of screaming. The sound tore through the quiet morning like a blade through silk, high and terrified and coming from somewhere deep within the castle. I bolted upright in the narrow bed, my heart hammering against my ribs as the screams continued, growing more desperate with each passing second. Then came the thunder of boots on stone, guards running, shouts echoing through corridors. the entire castle erupting into chaos while I stood frozen in my small chamber, knowing with terrible certainty that whatever was happening, it involved me. The door burst open without warning. 4 guards filled the doorway, their faces grim, hands on sword hilts. Behind them stood Theron, his weathered features arranged in an expression I could not read. "Celine of Thorn March," he said formally. "You are under arrest for assault upon Luna Freya Valdrin." The words made no sense. I had been locked in this chamber since yesterday evening, had not left, had not seen anyone except Maddox when he brought food. How could I have assaulted anyone? There must be a mistake. I started, but 2 guards were already moving forward, grabbing my arms with bruising force. "No mistake," Theron said flatly. "The Luna was found bleeding in her chambers moments ago. She identified you as her attacker. They dragged me from the room before I could protest further." The corridor outside was filled with servants and warriors, all pressing against the walls to watch as I was hauled past like a criminal. I caught glimpses of their faces: shock, disgust, anger. No one looked at me with anything resembling sympathy or doubt. We descended through the castle, moving toward the heart of the fortress where the great hall stood. But instead of taking me there directly, Theron directed the guards down a side passage toward the Luna's private chambers. The door stood open, and inside was a scene of calculated destruction. Freya sat on the floor near her vanity, golden hair disheveled, her silk nightgown torn at the shoulder to reveal pale skin beneath. 3 angry scratches marked her left cheek, blood welling in thin lines that stood out stark against her porcelain complexion. She trembled violently, one hand pressed to her mouth, ice-blue eyes wide with terror. Around her, furniture had been overturned. Glass from a shattered mirror glittered across the floor. And there, lying on the rumpled bed in plain view, was a dagger with a worn leather grip. My dagger, the one I kept hidden beneath my pillow for the protection it offered against nightmares and darker threats. The blade I had carried since Thorn March, since the night the rogues came. It should have been in my chamber, not here. She came at me in the darkness. Freya sobbed, her voice breaking with perfect anguish. I woke to find her standing over my bed with that blade. I tried to reason with her, to understand what I had done to deserve such hatred, but she would not listen. She said I had stolen her place, that she should be Luna, not me. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. I fought her off and screamed for help. She must have fled when she heard the guards coming. The lie was flawless. Every detail calculated to paint me as a violent, delusional servant driven mad by jealousy. And the evidence supported her perfectly. The dagger, the torn gown, the scratches, even the overturned furniture suggested a struggle. "I was in my chamber," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Locked in. I have not left since Alpha Maddox brought me food last evening." "The door was found unlocked this morning," Theron said, "and your chamber is directly above the Luna's quarters. An easy drop from your window to hers." I looked at the window in Freya's chamber and saw it stood open, cold morning air pouring through the gap. Another detail arranged to support her narrative. She had thought of everything. "Take her to the holding cells," Freya whispered, her voice raw with false fear. "I do not feel safe with her loose in the castle." "Please." The guards hauled me away, and I caught Freya's eyes for just a moment as they turned me toward the door. Her expression flickered, the terror dropping away to reveal cold satisfaction beneath. She smiled, small and vicious, and I understood. This was the trap she had promised. The final move in a game that had started the moment Maddox began investigating her crimes. If she could not silence me through starvation or intimidation, she would silence me through execution. Pack law was absolute. An assault on the Luna carried only one punishment: death. The holding cells occupied the lowest level of Darkfang Citadel, carved into bedrock beneath the main fortress. They were cold and dark, lit only by torches that cast dancing shadows across damp stone walls. The guards threw me into one of the cells and slammed the iron gate shut with a clang that echoed through the silence. I sank onto the stone bench that served as the only furniture and tried to make sense of what had just happened. Freya had staged the entire scene. Had torn her own gown, scratched her own face with something sharp, probably the jeweled clasp from one of her brooches. Had screamed at precisely the right moment to ensure guards would come running and find her in artfully arranged distress. and she had planted my dagger in her chambers to complete the illusion. But how had she gotten it? The only explanation was that someone had entered my chamber while I slept, had stolen the blade from beneath my pillow, and carried it to Freya for this exact purpose. I had been so focused on the unlocked door, on Maddox's promise of protection, that I had not considered simpler dangers. A picked lock, a bribed servant, a dozen ways to breach a room that was never truly secure. Hours passed in darkness and silence. No one came. No one brought water or food. I was alone with my thoughts and the terrible certainty that this time Freya had won. Finally, as the sun began its descent toward evening, I heard footsteps approaching, multiple sets, moving with purpose and authority. The torchlight grew brighter, and then Alpha Maddox stood before my cell, flanked by Theron and 3 council elders I recognized from the Great Hall. Maddox's face was a mask of controlled fury, but I could not tell if the anger was directed at me or the situation itself. His gray eyes found mine through the iron bars, and something in his expression softened fractionally. "Celine of Thorn March," one of the elders intoned, his voice formal and heavy with judgment. "You stand accused of assault upon Lunafreya Valdrin, mate to Alpha Maddox and sworn protector of this pack. The evidence against you is substantial. The dagger bears your scent. The Luna's testimony is clear. Pack law demands swift justice for such crimes." "I did not attack her," I said, standing to face them despite the weakness in my legs. "I was locked in my chamber. This is a fabrication designed to silence me before I could speak truth about years of torture." "The door was found unlocked," the elder countered. "And torture is a grave accusation to level against your Luna. One that requires proof beyond mere scarring, which you have admitted was caused by rogue hounds." I lied about the hounds. The words came out steady, certain. "Lunafreya has been burning me with consecrated silver for 4 years, using forbidden runes to suppress my wolf, conducting experiments in cruelty while maintaining her perfect public mask. Healer Miriam documented the evidence. The Alpha himself has seen the ledgers showing her purchases of moon silver and wolfbane." Murmurs rippled through the elders. One of them, a woman with iron-gray hair, stepped forward and studied me with sharp eyes. "If this is true, why did you not speak sooner?" "Because she threatened anyone who tried to help me." A guard was reassigned to a dangerous post. A young servant disappeared entirely. I learned that silence was survival, and I survived. I met Maddox's gaze directly, until yesterday, when my torn gown revealed what had been hidden. Until the Alpha himself began investigating. And now, conveniently, I am accused of a crime that will ensure I never testify against her. "Convenient indeed," Maddox said quietly, and I heard the edge of steel beneath the calm. "Which is why I am invoking old law in this matter." The elders turned to him in surprise. Even Theron looked startled. "Old law, Alpha?" the first elder asked. "The law of tainted blood," Maddox said, his voice carrying absolute authority. "It states that no wolf tainted by silver poisoning may be executed without first receiving testimony from a healer and an oath-sworn witness under full moon. The condemned must be given opportunity to purge the silver from their system, as it is known to cause madness and unpredictable behavior. Only after purification can true judgment be rendered." The female elder nodded slowly. "That law has not been invoked in over a century." "But it remains valid," Maddox countered. "And this woman bears extensive silver scarring. Healer Miriam's report confirms active silver threads in her system, which could absolutely compromise her judgment and behavior. I will not sentence someone to death who may be acting under the influence of silver madness. That would be neither just nor lawful." He was giving me a lifeline, using an ancient, nearly forgotten statute to buy time for truth to emerge. But the elders looked skeptical, clearly torn between pack law and the Alpha's invocation of older precedent. "The Luna demands justice," the first elder said carefully. "And her father, High Lord Vesper, will expect swift resolution when he arrives for the full moon gathering in 3 days." "Then we will give him resolution," Maddox said. "A public hearing under full moon, as old law requires. Healer and witness testimony. All evidence presented before the assembled pack and our honored guests. If Celine is guilty, she will face appropriate punishment. If she is innocent, then we will discover who truly committed this crime." The emphasis on that last sentence was unmistakable. Maddox was putting Freya on notice that this hearing would examine more than just the alleged assault. It would examine everything. Every burn, every scar, every year of hidden torture. The elders conferred in low voices, then the female elder spoke. "Very well, the old law will be honored, but until the full moon hearing, the accused will remain in these cells under constant guard. No visitors without council approval, no exceptions." "Agreed," Maddox said. He looked at me once more, and I saw the message in his eyes. "Hold on, 3 days. I will not let you die for her crimes." They left, and the darkness closed around me once again. But this time I felt something different than despair. Something fragile and dangerous and achingly hopeful. Maddox had not only believed me, he had staked his authority on proving my innocence. He had maneuvered around pack law and council pressure to create space for truth. And in doing so, he had declared war on his own wife. I did not know if that made him brave or foolish, but I knew it meant I had to survive 3 more days, had to endure whatever Freya sent at me next. Had to find strength I was not certain I possessed. I lay down on the stone bench and closed my eyes, trying to conserve what little energy remained. My body ached from the fresh burn on my shoulder, from days of inadequate food, from the accumulated weight of 4 years' torture. But, beneath the pain, something else stirred. Deep in my chest, where my wolf had been caged for 10 years, I felt movement. Not the violent surge of transformation, but something gentler, a whisper, a breath of awareness that had not been there before. My wolf, calling to me through the silver haze that had kept us separated since the night the rogues came. She was still trapped, still unable to break through the barriers of trauma and poisoning. But she was there, present in a way she had not been since I was 14 years old. "Celine," she whispered, my name formed from instinct and memory rather than words. "Celine, survive." I pressed my hand to my chest, tears burning behind my closed eyelids. "I am trying," I whispered back. "We are trying." And in the darkness of the cell, with 3 days between me and either salvation or execution, my wolf pressed against her cage and waited with me for the moon to rise. The great hall of Darkfang's citadel had never looked more imposing. Torches blazed in iron sconces along the stone walls, casting dancing shadows across the assembled crowd. Every seat at the long tables was filled with nobles, warriors, visiting dignitaries, and pack members who had come to witness justice performed under the full moon's light. At the head table sat Alpha Maddox, his expression carved from stone, flanked by the council elders, and beside him, in the place of honor reserved for the Luna, sat Freya. She wore white, the color of innocence and purity, her golden hair braided with silver thread that caught the torchlight. The scratches on her cheek had healed to faint pink lines that only enhanced her appearance of wounded vulnerability. She looked like a victim. She looked like everything the pack believed her to be. I stood in the center of the hall, wrists bound with iron chains, flanked by guards who kept weapons drawn and ready. 3 days in the cells had left me gaunt and hollow-eyed, my servant's gown hanging loose on a frame that had lost weight it could not afford to lose. I looked like exactly what Freya wanted everyone to see. A mad, jealous creature driven to violence by delusion. But I was not alone in my corner of the hall. To my left stood healer Miriam, her ancient face grave, and her hands steady as she prepared the instruments needed for the ceremony of testimony. And beyond her, in the shadows near the door, I caught a glimpse of Mabel. The old cook had come, despite the risk, to bear witness to whatever would unfold tonight. The final figure to arrive sent a ripple of tension through the assembled crowd. High Lord Vesper entered through the main doors, his presence commanding immediate silence. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his hair more silver than gold, his ice-blue eyes identical to his daughter's. He wore the formal regalia of his station, and power rolled off him like winter wind. He moved to the head table and took the seat prepared for him, directly across from Freya. Father and daughter regarded each other for a long moment, and I saw something flicker between them, some unspoken communication that I could not decipher. When everyone had settled, Maddox rose. The hall fell silent instantly, every eye turning to the Alpha. "We gather tonight under the full moon to seek truth," he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the great hall. 3 days ago, Luna Freya was allegedly attacked in her chambers. The accused stands before us, charged with assault upon our Luna. But complicating this matter is evidence of prolonged silver poisoning, which may compromise judgment and memory. Therefore, we invoke the law of tainted blood, which requires healer testimony and oath-sworn witness before judgment can be rendered. He gestured to Miriam. Healer of records, present your findings. Miriam stepped forward, moving to the center of the hall where everyone could see her clearly. She carried the leather-bound journal I recognized from the infirmary, its pages filled with documented evidence of 4 years' torture. I examined this woman 7 days ago, Miriam began, her voice steady and clinical. I found extensive scarring consistent with repeated silver burns. Using moonlight serum, I revealed active silver threads beneath the skin, forming patterns of suppression runes. These marks were not the result of random violence, but deliberate, systematic application over years. She opened the journal and held up sketches of the patterns documented on my back. Several people in the crowd leaned forward to see, and I heard sharp intakes of breath as they recognized the forbidden symbols. Furthermore, Miriam continued, the placement and precision of these marks suggests someone with knowledge of shifter physiology and access to consecrated silver. Someone who knew exactly how much pain to inflict without causing death. Someone who treated this woman as an experiment rather than a person. Freya rose smoothly from her seat, her expression arranged in perfect confusion tinged with hurt. Healer Miriam, I understand you must report what you observed, but surely you are not suggesting that I, the Luna of this pack, would engage in such barbaric practices. I have shown nothing but kindness to this girl. Then perhaps you can explain these, Maddox said, his voice cutting through Freya's protest. He nodded to Corwin, who stepped forward carrying a wooden box. The steward opened it to reveal fabric swatches covered in intricate embroidery. Suppression runes, identical to the scars on my back, stitched into cloth with silver thread. These were removed from your ceremonial robes, Maddox said. Robes you wear at every public gathering. Robes sewn by a seamstress who has provided sworn testimony that you personally commissioned these patterns, claiming they offered protection against dark magic. Freya's mask slipped for just a moment, something cold and calculating, flashing behind her eyes before she caught herself and arranged her features back into wounded innocence. I did commission protective runes, she admitted. Any Luna would seek to safeguard herself and her pack. But how could simple embroidery possibly cause such extensive damage? You are reaching, husband, trying to connect unrelated facts into a narrative that suits your purpose. Am I? Maddox gestured again, and Corwin produced the household ledgers. Then perhaps you can explain these purchases. Moon silver filings, wolfbane extract. Concentrated doses of both, acquired over 4 years in quantities that far exceed any legitimate use. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Several pack members exchanged glances, doubt beginning to creep into expressions that had been certain of my guilt moments before. Freya's jaw tightened, but she maintained her composure. I am not familiar with every household purchase. Perhaps my staff ordered these items for purposes I was unaware of. Your signature appears on every order, Maddox countered. Your authorization. Your explicit approval. Then the records have been falsified, Freya said, her voice rising slightly. This is a transparent attempt to discredit me because you have developed an inappropriate attachment to this servant girl. I see how you look at her, Maddox, how you visit her chambers alone at night. Perhaps the true crime here is not assault, but infidelity disguised as investigation. The accusation landed like a blade. High Lord Vesper's expression darkened, and several elders shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Freya had pivoted brilliantly, turning the focus from her actions to Maddox's, suggesting impropriety where there was only justice. But Maddox did not flinch. If you believe the records falsified, if you believe the runes innocent, if you believe yourself blameless in all of this, then surely you will have no objection to proving your pure intentions before this assembled court. He gestured to a servant, who brought forward a silver tray bearing 2 identical goblets filled with dark red wine. The liquid gleamed in the torchlight, and I saw something glittering at the bottom of each cup. Powder, dissolved into the wine but still visible if you knew what to look for. A forgiveness cup, Maddox said, his voice carrying ritual formality. An ancient tradition when accusations fly and truth grows murky. Both accused and accuser drink together, showing that neither harbors poison in heart or hand. If Celine attacked you out of madness or malice, this wine will prove harmless. If she is innocent, and you seek to silence her, perhaps the cup will reveal that truth instead." Freya stared at the goblets, and I saw her calculating, weighing options, trying to determine if this was a trap or merely ceremony. "Of course," she said finally, moving forward with perfect grace. "I bear this poor creature no ill will, despite her attack upon me. I will gladly share the forgiveness cup and hope it brings her peace." She reached for the goblet nearest to her, but Maddox's hand closed around her wrist. "Forgive me, wife," he said, his voice soft but carrying unmistakable steel. "But as you pointed out, I have been investigating these matters closely. And I could not help but notice that one of my guards reported seeing you in the kitchens yesterday evening, late, alone, near the wine stores." Freya's face went very still. "I occasionally visit the kitchens. That is hardly unusual." "No," Maddox agreed, "but he also reported seeing you pour something into a decanter, something that looked like powder. Something you hid when you heard him approaching." He released her wrist and switched the goblets, placing the one Freya had reached for in front of me instead, and handing her the other. "So let us ensure fairness," he said. "You drink from this cup, Celine drinks from that one, and we will see what truth emerges." The hall had gone absolutely silent. Every eye fixed on Freya, on the goblet in Maddox's hand, on the moment stretching taut as a bowstring. Freya's hand trembled slightly as she stared at the wine. I saw her throat work as she swallowed, saw the calculations racing behind her eyes. If she drank, she would die. The moonshade poison she had prepared for me would kill any shifter carrying silver in their system within moments. But if she refused, she admitted guilt before the entire pack and her father. "This is absurd," she said, her voice rising. "You would accuse me, your maid, of attempted murder based on the word of a guard who claims to have seen something in poor lighting? You humiliate me before my father, before the pack, because of some mad obsession with a worthless servant?" "Then drink," Maddox said simply. "Prove your mercy, prove your innocence, show us all that you harbor no poison in hand or heart." Freya looked at the goblet, at Maddox, at me. Her perfect mask was cracking now, fury bleeding through the cracks like poison from a wound. "I will not participate in this farce," she spat. "I am Luna. I do not prove myself to servants and suspicious husbands." "Then allow me to assist," Maddox said. He raised the goblet to his own lips. "No." Freya lunged forward, knocking the cup from his hand. Wine splashed across the stone floor, the liquid hissing where it landed. Where the moonshade touched the silver threads in the flagstones, tiny wisps of smoke rose into the air. The hall erupted into chaos. Gasps, shouts, people rising from their seats as the truth became undeniable. Freya had just saved Maddox from drinking poisoned wine, which meant she knew it was poisoned, which meant she had put it there. A guard stepped forward from his position near the wall. "I saw her, my lord," he said, his voice carrying across the noise. "2 nights ago. She asked me to place something beneath the pillow in the servants' chamber. A dagger. Said it was a test of loyalty. I did not understand then, but I do now." Another voice rose from the crowd. A kitchen servant, young and frightened. "She ordered us to withhold food from the prisoner, said it was Alpha's command, but I heard her tell another servant that starving makes people desperate. Makes them easier to control." More voices joined. A chorus of suppressed truth finally breaking free. Small cruelties witnessed but never reported. Suspicious orders given and obeyed without question, because she was Luna, and Lunas were not questioned. Freya whirled on them, her beautiful face twisted with rage. "You dare speak against me? You dare doubt your Luna based on the lies of a broken servant who cannot even shift?" "I dare," Maddox said, and his voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "Because I have seen the evidence, heard the testimony. Watched you poison a cup intended for an innocent woman, and then try to stop me from drinking it yourself. Your actions convict you, Freya. Not accusations, not suspicions. Your own choices." "She was supposed to stay quiet," Freya screamed, all pretense of control shattering. "For 4 years she stayed quiet. She took every burn, every moment of pain, and she never made a sound. She was perfect in her silence, and then you had to ruin it. You had to see her. You had to care about her." She pointed at me, her hand shaking with rage. She is nothing, a broken, worthless thing that should have died with her parents. I was doing her a favor, giving her purpose, teaching her that some wolves are meant to serve and suffer while others are meant to rule. The confession hung in the air, every word a nail in her own coffin. The great hall had gone silent again, but this time the silence was thick with horror and disbelief. High Lord Vesper rose slowly from his seat. His face was carved from stone, showing no emotion, but I saw his hands tremble slightly as they gripped the table. "Freya," he said, his voice heavy with something that might have been grief. "What have you done?" "What I needed to do," she snarled, turning on her father. "You raised me to be strong, to take what I wanted, to never show weakness. Well, she made me weak." Every time he looked at her, every time I saw something in his eyes when he passed her in the corridor, I felt power slipping away, so I took it back. I reminded her of her place. I made sure she would never be anything more than a broken servant who knew better than to reach above her station. "You tortured an innocent woman for years because my son by marriage glanced at her," Vesper said, and now I heard the anger beneath the grief. "You brought shame upon our house, violated pack law, attempted murder, and confessed to it all before witnesses, including myself. There is no defense for this, no political maneuvering that can save you." He looked at Maddox. "Alpha Valdrin, my daughter has dishonored herself and our alliance. I formally denounce her actions and remove her from House Vesper's protection. Whatever judgment you render, we will not contest it." The words were a death sentence of a different kind. Without her father's political backing, Freya had no shield against pack justice. She was alone, exposed, convicted by her own words before the entire assembly. The council elders conferred briefly, then the female elder stood. "By the evidence presented and confession freely given, we declare Luna Freya Valdron guilty of prolonged torture, attempted murder, and gross violation of pack law. Her bond to Alpha Maddox is declared null by ancient right of betrayal. Her title is stripped. We recommend immediate banishment from Darkfang territory, with death sentence should she ever return." Maddox nodded slowly. "The council's judgment is accepted. Freya, you have until dawn to gather what belongings you can carry and depart these lands. Guards will escort you to the border and ensure you cross it. If you are seen within Valdrin territory after sunrise, you will be executed on sight." Freya stared at him, at me, at the assembled pack that had just watched her world crumble. Then she laughed, the sound sharp and broken and edged with madness. "You think this is over?" she hissed. "You think banishment ends it? I will return. I will take everything from you, Maddox. Your pack, your power, your precious broken bird. And when I do, you will beg me for the mercy I never showed her." Guards moved forward to take her, but Freya was already turning toward the door. She walked out of the great hall with her head high, her white gown trailing behind her like a shroud, and I knew with terrible certainty that her threat was not empty bravado. She would return. And when she did, the violence she had kept hidden for years would be unleashed without restraint or pretense. The hall began to empty slowly, people departing in small groups while whispering about what they had witnessed. Mabel appeared at my side, her weathered face wet with tears as she pulled me into a fierce embrace. "You survived, lamb," she whispered. "You survived." I held on to her, feeling the reality of what had just happened settle over me like a weight. Freya was banished. The truth was known. I was free from her cruelty. But as I looked up and met Maddox's eyes across the hall, I saw the same understanding reflected there. This was not an ending. It was barely even a pause. Somewhere in the darkness beyond Darkfang's borders, Freya was already planning her revenge. And when she returned, she would bring with her every nightmare she had learned to inflict in silence. Only this time, the violence would be loud, public, and aimed at destroying everything Maddox and I had fought to protect. The war had not ended tonight, it had only just begun. The morning after Freya's banishment, Darkfang's citadel woke to an uneasy silence. Guards patrolled the walls in doubled rotations, their eyes scanning the forest beyond for threats that might emerge from shadows. Maddox had ordered heightened security the moment Freya crossed the border, knowing that her promise of vengeance was not empty words but a declaration of war delayed, not abandoned. I was moved from the holding cells to the infirmary, where healer Miriam took immediate custody of my recovery. The iron chains came off, replaced by soft bandages and the sharp scent of medicinal herbs. Without fresh silver burns adding to the poison already saturating my system, my body finally had permission to fight back. The purging began that first night. Fever gripped me like a living thing, burning through my veins as my shifter healing worked to expel years of accumulated silver. I thrashed on the narrow bed, caught between waking and dreaming, unable to tell which reality was true. In the fever dreams, I ran through Thorn March again, but this time the rogues wore Freya's face, and their claws dripped molten silver that hissed when it touched ground. Mabel came every day, bringing broth I could barely swallow and cool cloths for my burning forehead. She sat beside me during the worst hours, humming old songs from her own childhood, anchoring me to the living world when the fever tried to drag me under. But it was during the deep nights, when the citadel slept and only torch shadows moved in corridors, that Maddox came. He never announced himself. I would surface from fever madness to find him sitting in the chair beside my bed, silent and watchful. Sometimes he read through documents, his alpha's work continuing even in vigil. Other times he simply watched me, and in those moments I caught something in his expression that I had no name for. Something that looked like guilt and determination tangled together into an emotion too complex for simple words. On the fourth night, the fever peaked. My back began to glow, the silver scars lighting up like brands in darkness. The suppression runes Freya had burned into my skin were finally breaking down, the consecrated metal losing its hold as my body rejected the poison. It was beautiful and agonizing, watching my own skin illuminate with the evidence of years of torture finally releasing its grip. Maddox leaned forward, his gray eyes reflecting the silver glow. "Let it burn out," he said quietly. "Let it all go." And then, without warning, my wolf surged forward. Not the gentle whisper I had felt in the cell, but a violent awakening. 10 years of being caged, 4 years of being suppressed by silver and runes and deliberate cruelty, all of it shattered in a single moment of pure instinct. My hands curved into claws that tore through the sheets. My eyes flashed amber, bright enough to cast their own light. Fangs extended, and I heard myself make a sound caught between human scream and wolf snarl. The partial shift lasted only seconds before my body, still too weak to sustain transformation, forced me back to human form. But those seconds changed everything. My wolf had returned. Damaged, perhaps. Incomplete, certainly, but present in a way she had not been since childhood. When the shift receded, I collapsed back onto the bed, gasping. Maddox's hand found mine, his grip steady and warm and real. "She is still there," he said, and I heard wonder in his voice. "After everything Freya did to break you, your wolf survived." Tears burned down my cheeks. I thought she was gone forever. Never gone. Just waiting for safety. He squeezed my hand once before releasing it. "And you are safe now. I give you my word." Over the following days, as the fever finally broke and strength slowly returned to my limbs, I learned what that word had cost him. Maddox had drafted new pack laws banning the use of silver as punishment for any reason. He proposed adding a healer to the council with full voting rights. He opened investigations into every household servant's treatment, creating channels for complaints without fear of retaliation. The council resisted. The nobles grumbled. Political alliances strained under the weight of reforms that challenged centuries of tradition. But Maddox pushed forward anyway, using the authority of his position and the leverage of Freya's crimes to force change that should have existed long before I ever arrived at Darkfang. He was risking his political capital, his relationships with allied packs, perhaps even his position as alpha, all for reforms sparked by what happened to one broken servant girl. The gratitude I felt watching him fight these battles should have been simple, clean, the relief of someone saved expressing thanks to their savior. But what grew in my chest as I healed was neither simple nor clean. It was complicated and dangerous and terrifying in its intensity. Because somewhere between the cell and the hearing and these quiet nights when he sat vigil beside my bed, gratitude had transformed into something I had no right to feel. Something that looked uncomfortably like hope for a future I could never claim. The attack came in the hour before dawn, when night still held the citadel in shadow and most of the fortress slept. I woke suddenly, my wolf surging alert inside my chest. Something was wrong. The air tasted of violence and iron and wrongness that set every instinct screaming. I had no logical reason for the certainty flooding through me, but I did not question it. This was the gift of an awakened wolf, the danger sense that kept packs alive when human reasoning moved too slow. I threw off the blankets and ran barefoot from the infirmary, my body still weak but moving on pure adrenaline. The corridors were empty, but I smelled them now. Hired blades. Mercenaries carrying steel and malice and orders bought with Freya's gold. They had infiltrated somehow, slipped past doubled patrols through means I could not guess. I found the nearest guard stationed at the tower stairs. "Sound the alarm!" I gasped. "We are under attack." He stared at me like I had lost my mind. "There is no attack, the walls are secure." "Sound it now." The command came out with alpha force I did not know I possessed, and something in my voice made him move. The alarm bell began tolling, its urgent rhythm shattering the pre-dawn quiet. Guards poured from barracks, weapons drawn, confused but responding to the call. And that was when the mercenaries struck, no longer able to maintain stealth with their infiltration exposed. They came from hidden positions inside the citadel itself, blades flashing in torchlight as they drove toward a single target. Me. They wanted me alive. That became clear within seconds as killing blows veered away at the last moment, replaced by attempts to subdue and capture. But I was no longer the helpless servant who had survived through silence. My wolf rose to meet their violence, and though I could not complete a full shift, the partial transformation was enough. Claws extended. Eyes flashed amber. Speed and strength I had not possessed for 10 years flooded my limbs as I fought beside guards who moments ago had thought me mad. We drove the mercenaries back through corridors. A running battle that left blood on stone and bodies in our wake. The lead mercenary was faster than the others, more skilled. He separated me from the guards, driving me through a doorway into the castle library. Shelves rose around us filled with ancient texts and scrolls, and he smiled with predator's confidence. "The Luna wants you breathing," he said, circling. "But she did not specify how much breathing. A few broken bones will not kill you." He lunged, and I met him with claws and desperate fury. We crashed into shelves, sending scrolls tumbling. A lantern fell, oil spreading across parchment, and within seconds flames leaped upward. Smoke filled the air as we fought among burning knowledge, my partial shift strength barely enough to hold him off. He was winning, driving me back. My body was still too weak from the silver purge to sustain the transformation much longer. But I had learned something in 4 years with Freya. I had learned how to survive when survival seemed impossible. I held him. Second by second, breath by breath, bleeding and burning but refusing to fall. And then Maddox came through the smoke like vengeance incarnate, his wolf fully shifted, massive and deadly and utterly focused on the threat before him. We fought together, back to back amid the burning library. Moonlight poured through the high windows, catching the faded silver lines on my skin and turning them into something that looked like lightning frozen in flesh. The mercenary fell, finally, and Maddox shifted back to human form to stand over the dying man. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The mercenary laughed, blood bubbling on his lips. "The Luna. Your sweet wife who burns so pretty. She paid us to take the girl. Said when the time was right, she would return and make her bleed properly." He died before he could say more, but it was enough. Freya had already moved. Already begun her war before her exile caravan had even crossed the border. Maddox's expression went cold as winter stone. He turned to Theron, who stood in the library doorway with other guards. "Find her," he said quietly. "Send our fastest hunters, our most loyal killers. Find Freya before she reaches whatever allies she seeks, and end this. No mercy, no capture, just ending." Theron nodded and disappeared, taking half the guard with him. Maddox looked at me, at the blood on my hands and the partial claws still visible at my fingertips. "Your wolf warned you," he said. "Yes, you saved us. We saved each other." He moved closer, and in the firelight and moonlight and smoke, I saw his expression shift into something fierce and possessive and entirely too dangerous for what we were. Alpha and former servant, leader and rescued victim. But his eyes said he saw neither of those things when he looked at me. "This ends tonight," he said. "Freya's war, her threats, all of it ends." And I believed him. Morning broke over Darkfang's citadel with smoke still rising from the library's charred remains. Bells tolled not in alarm now but in summoning, calling the entire pack to the courtyard where justice and change would be witnessed under open sky. I stood on the raised platform beside Maddox, very aware of every eye upon me. I wore a simple gown of deep green, chosen by Mabel with care. My hair was unbound, and I had not hidden the scars. They traced visible patterns down my arms, faint silver lines that caught the morning light. Once they had been marks of shame. Now they felt like proof, evidence that I had survived what should have destroyed me. The pack filled the courtyard, nobles and warriors and servants all pressed together. At the front stood the council elders, their faces grave but no longer skeptical. I had fought beside their guards. Had saved the citadel with my warning. I was no longer invisible. Maddox stepped forward, and silence fell instantly. "Last night, hired mercenaries infiltrated our home," he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the assembly. "They came on orders from the banished traitor who once wore the title of Luna. They came to take Celine, to continue the torture she endured for years. They failed because Celine's awakened wolf sensed danger and gave us warning. She fought beside our warriors and helped drive back the threat. She saved us." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I saw faces I recognized from the kitchens, servants who once would not meet my eyes. Now they looked at me with something between awe and respect. "I have drafted new laws," Maddox continued. "No pack member, regardless of station, will be subjected to silver punishment. Healer Miriam will join the council with full voting rights. We will establish transparent channels for reporting abuse without retaliation. These reforms are not suggestions. They are law, effective immediately." The council elders nodded in formal agreement. The crowd murmured approval. Change was happening, carved from tragedy but pointing towards something better. Then Maddox did something that stopped the murmuring entirely. He turned to face me, and before the entire assembled pack, he knelt, an alpha, kneeling. The gesture so shocking that several people gasped aloud. "Celine of Thorn March," he said, his gray eyes holding mine. "You have survived torture, false accusation, and assassination attempts. You have shown strength beyond measure and courage beyond station. I ask you now, before this pack and under open sky, will you stand as Luna? Not as my possession, not as political necessity, but in your own name, with your own power beside me as equal." The courtyard had gone absolutely silent. This was not a political marriage, not an arrangement of convenience. This was an alpha offering his position to someone who had been invisible weeks ago. I should have said yes immediately, should have accepted the safety and status and future he offered. But 4 years of torture had taught me something valuable. I would never again accept terms without setting my own boundaries. "I will," I said clearly. "Under these conditions. The healer remains on the council, with equal voice. No hidden chambers in our quarters, no private punishments behind closed doors, complete transparency in how power is wielded. And if I ever suspect you of cruelty like Freya's, I walk away with your blessing and your protection to start elsewhere." Several nobles looked scandalized. No one set conditions on an alpha's proposal. But Maddox smiled, fierce and proud. "Agreed," he said. "All of it, without hesitation." He stood and extended his hand. I took it, feeling the warmth of his grip and the rightness of this impossible moment. The crowd erupted into cheers, bowing low as tradition required when a new Luna was named. But I barely heard them. Because inside my chest, my wolf was rising. Not in fear or pain or desperation this time. Rising in joy, in freedom, in recognition of safety finally, truly achieved. My final shift completed in that moment. Fur rippled across my skin, bones realigned with familiar pain that felt like homecoming. My wolf emerged fully for the first time since I was 14, since the night the rogues came and shattered everything I knew. She was smaller than she should have been, marked by years of suppression. But she was mine, present, free. And as she lifted her muzzle and howled, the sound echoed across the citadel like a promise. They thought silver could cage me. They forgot what burns can become when they heal. Light. The scars on my body glowed softly in the morning sun, no longer wounds but proof of survival. And as the pack howled their welcome, as Maddox's wolf emerged to stand beside mine, I understood that this was not an ending, it was a beginning. The first chapter of a life lived in freedom, with voice and choice and power that no one could ever take away again. The candles burned like accusations. Sarah sat alone at the long ceremonial table, her black silk dress a funeral shroud among the jewel-toned gowns surrounding her. Gold threads woven through her braided hair caught the flickering light, the only brightness permitted to someone like her. The empty plate before her gleamed like polished bone, reflecting nothing but the vacancy where a mate should have been. The whispers started before she had even taken her seat. "She shouldn't be here." Rejected Omegas cursed the ceremony. "I heard Beta Rovan was right to cast her out." The voices sliced through the air, sharp as claws dragging across stone. Sarah kept her eyes fixed on the empty plate, counting the gold-painted vines that spiraled across its rim. 37, 38, 39. Anything to avoid looking up, to avoid seeing the faces that went with those cruel whispers. The grand hall of Moonfell stretched vast and merciless around her. Vaulted ceilings soared overhead, hammered gold catching the light of 1,000 candles suspended on iron chandeliers. Tapestries bearing pack sigils lined the walls, each one a declaration of power, bloodline, and loyalty. The air thrummed with the scent of wolves, perfume, and something sharper underneath it all. Anticipation, judgment, fear. At the high table where the council sat, draped in ceremonial furs and silver chains, she could feel their eyes on her, watching, waiting to see if she would break protocol, give them a reason to have her removed. She would not give them the satisfaction. The drums began, deep, resonant, the heartbeat of the ceremony itself. The sound rolled through the hall like thunder, and 300 wolves rose as one, mates finding mates, hands reaching across tables, eyes meeting in the ancient language of the bond. Gold light seemed to shimmer between paired wolves, threads of magic made visible by intention and ritual. Sarah remained seated. There was no one to rise for. She felt the weight of her isolation like a physical thing pressing down on her shoulders. Around her, chairs scraped against marble, silk rustled. Soft laughter bubbled up from couples reuniting after the formal separation required before the Luna pairing. The hall swelled with warmth, with connection, with everything she no longer had. The rejection slash on her shoulder throbbed beneath the black silk. 3 months old, and it still burned like a fresh brand. A scar that refused to heal. A mark that screamed unwanted louder than any words ever could. Then the room cracked open. 2 massive hands slammed onto the table before her with a sound like a judge's gavel striking stone. Silverware jumped, wine sloshed in goblets. The drums stuttered and went silent. Every wolf in the hall froze. Sarah's head snapped up. Chainmail glinted like dragon scales in the candlelight. A cloak the color of dying suns fell in heavy folds behind shoulders broad enough to block out the world. Long brown hair framed a face carved from winter itself, all sharp angles and brutal beauty. Dark eyes burned into hers, with an intensity that stole the breath from her lungs. Alpha King Darius Varen leaned down until his face was inches from hers, close enough that she could see the tension coiled in his jaw, the way his pupils had blown wide in something that looked almost like fear. "Stand!" His voice was not loud. It did not need to be. The command cut through the silence like a blade through silk, absolute and undeniable. Sarah's heart detonated in her chest. "Act like you're with me." The hall erupted. Gasps tore through the crowd like a wave breaking against cliffs. Chairs scraped. Nobles lunged to their feet. Someone dropped a goblet and wine spread across marble like spilled blood. The whispers that had circled Sarah moments before exploded into outright chaos. The king never chooses. He never touches anyone. A rejected Omega? Impossible. This breaks every protocol. Sarah could not breathe, could not think. The king never took a Luna. In 3 years on the throne, Darius Varen had refused every match the council proposed, attended every ceremony alone, made it clear through silence and distance that he would not be claimed. And now he stood before her, this creature of rumor and ruthlessness, demanding she pretend to be his. "I can't." The words fell from her lips in a broken whisper. "I don't understand." His hand closed around her wrist, not gently, not cruelly, but with the inevitability of a door slamming shut, of a choice being ripped away before it was ever truly offered. "If you want to live through tonight, get up." The words were soft, meant only for her, but they detonated something cold and sharp in her chest because this was not a rescue, this was not kindness, this was survival wearing the mask of salvation. Sarah's legs moved before her mind caught up. She rose on trembling limbs, her hand still locked in his iron grip. The black silk of her dress whispered against marble as she stood, and for one suspended moment the entire hall held its breath. Then Darius turned, pulling her with him, and began walking toward the center of the sacred circle. The crowd parted like water before a ship's prow, faces blurred past her, some shocked, some furious, some calculating in a way that made her skin crawl. At the high table, the council members had risen, hands gripping the edges of their seats, mouths open in protest that had not yet found words. Sarah's mind raced, trying to make sense of the impossible. The king never danced. The king never chose. The king certainly never acknowledged the rejected, the shamed, the wolves who had failed the most basic test of their nature. And yet his hand remained locked around her wrist, steady as stone, as he led her into the heart of the ceremony. The sacred circle was marked by candles arranged in a perfect ring, their flames bending inward as if drawn by invisible wind. This was where bonds were sealed, where mates declared their intention before the moon and the packs, where magic hummed so close to the surface that even humans would have felt it prickling against their skin. Darius stopped at the circle's edge and turned to face her. In the candlelight, his face was all shadows and sharp edges, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. His grip on her wrist loosened but did not release. "Breathe," he said, voice pitched low enough that only she could hear. "And whatever happens next, do not let go." Sarah realized with crystalline clarity that she was not being saved. She was being weaponized. But if she was going to be used, she thought as his fingers tightened once more and he stepped into the circle, pulling her with him, she would make sure she chose the target. The hall erupted behind them in a symphony of outrage and disbelief, and Sarah stepped forward into the light. 3 months earlier, Sarah had believed in fate. She remembered standing in this same hall, but the memory felt like it belonged to someone else, a different girl in a different life. That girl had worn pale blue silk, the color of dawn. That girl had smiled when Beta Rovan of Ashridge Pack took her hand and led her through the crowd, his touch warm and steady against her palm. That girl had not yet learned what it meant to be broken. The mate bond had sparked between them during the summer hunt, a sensation like lightning striking through water. Sarah had been gathering medicinal herbs near the northern border when she caught his scent on the wind. Pine and iron, and something deeper, something that called to the wolf inside her with a recognition that bypassed thought entirely. When he stepped through the trees, tall and golden-haired, with eyes the color of amber, her heart had known before her mind caught up. Mine. The word had risen unbidden, primal, absolute. And when his eyes found hers, she saw the same recognition reflected back, the same certainty. Rovan had courted her properly after that, brought her flowers from the high meadows, walked with her through Moonfell's market squares, his hand resting at the small of her back in a gesture of claiming that made her feel safe. Protected, chosen. Her family had celebrated. Her mother wept with joy. Her father clasped Rovan's shoulder and spoke of grandchildren, of the strength their union would bring to Ashridge's trade agreements with the capital. Sarah had let herself believe it was real. The Luna ceremony that year was meant to be their official bonding. The priesthood required all new matches to undergo the sacred test, a ritual that confirmed spiritual compatibility and ensured the bond was blessed by the moon itself. It was a formality. Everyone said so. The spark had already happened. The test would simply make it official. Sarah remembered walking into the temple chamber, hand in hand with Rovan, both of them dressed in ceremonial white. The high priestess from House Thorn waited beside the altar, her silver robes catching the light of ceremonial candles. She was beautiful in the way ice was beautiful, sharp, cold, perfect. The priestess had placed their joined hands over a basin of moon-blessed water and begun the chant. That was when everything shattered. Sarah had felt it first as a wrongness in her chest, a pulling sensation, as if something inside her was being stretched too thin. The water in the basin began to ripple, then churn, then go completely still, smooth as glass, dark as a void. The priestess's face had gone bone white. Rovan jerked his hand away as if she had burned him. "What is this?" His voice cracked with something Sarah could not name. Disgust, fear, rage. "What did you do?" "I did nothing." Sarah's words came out strangled. "I do not understand." The priestess stepped back, her silver robes whispering against stone. When she spoke, her voice carried to every corner of the chamber, to the witnesses who had come to celebrate, to the council members who attended all sacred tests. The bond is corrupted, she is Null Howl. Sarah did not know what that meant, but she heard the gasps, saw the horror ripple through the crowd like a wave, felt Rovin's hand slip entirely from hers, leaving her cold and untethered. I reject this bond. Rovin's voice rang clear and brutal in the sudden silence. She is Omega, soft and spirit, broken. I will not tie my line to weakness. The rejection was immediate, formal, irreversible. Before Sarah could speak, could beg for explanation, could ask what she had done wrong, 2 temple attendants grabbed her arms. They dragged her to the altar, held her down while the priestess heated an iron brand in the ceremonial flames. The pack tattoo on her shoulder was elegant script, black ink declaring her Ashridge bloodbound. The priestess pressed the brand across it in a single diagonal slash, and Sarah's scream tore through the temple like a wounded animal, the smell of burning flesh, the sound of her own voice breaking. The sight of Rovin turning away, his jaw set, his eyes empty of everything they had once held. By sunrise, her family stopped answering her letters. By noon, the pack house sent a messenger with her belongings and a terse note. Ashridge Pack no longer claimed her. She was to remove herself from their territory within 3 days. By the next moon, she had learned what Null Howl meant. It meant she was dangerous, broken in a way that could not be fixed. Her presence weakened mate bonds within arm's reach, disrupted the sacred magic that held wolf society together. She was not just rejected, she was poison. Dracaroon was a kingdom built on 3 pillars: bloodlines, bonds, and brutality. Power flowed through mate connections. Alliances were sealed by pairing strong wolves together. Trade routes, military positions, council seats, all of it depended on the intricate web of bonds that tied packs to each other and to the throne. Omegas were considered soft by nature, gentle, nurturing, necessary for bearing strong pups, but not for holding power. A rejected Omega was worse than useless. It was a warning, a sign that something fundamental had failed. Sarah had moved to the edges of Moonfell, taking a room in a boarding house that asked no questions. She worked in a textile shop, keeping her head down, speaking to no one. The rejection slash on her shoulder marked her wherever she went. Other wolves gave her a wide berth. Mothers pulled their children away when she passed. Shop owners watched her with suspicious eyes, as if brokenness might be contagious. But the law was absolute. Every wolf of pairing age was required to attend the annual Luna ceremony. Refusal meant exile from Dracaroon entirely. Sarah had nowhere else to go. No pack would take her. No territory would shelter a Null Howl. So she came, wore black because it felt honest, sat at the table reserved for the unmated and unwanted, and prepared to endure. What she had not prepared for was Alpha King Darius Varen. The rumors about the king were legend. He had been crowned 3 years ago after the famine conflict, a brutal war that nearly tore Dracaroon apart. 3 rival Alpha lines had tried to seize the throne during the chaos. Darius had been a general then, commanding the border legions. He ended the war in a single winter by breaking all 3 challengers through strategy so ruthless that wolves still whispered about it in taverns. They said he never smiled, never showed mercy, never took counsel from anyone. They said he ruled through fear and competence in equal measure. They also said he never took a Luna. Every year the council pressured him. Every year he attended the ceremony alone, sat at the high table with an empty chair beside him, and left without choosing anyone. The council grew more insistent each season. Rumors swirled that if he did not secure the throne through marriage before spring, they would call a vote, force him to abdicate in favor of someone more willing to play by the old rules. Darius had ignored them all. Until tonight. Until he walked through the crowd and chose her. Sarah's mind spun as she stood in the sacred circle, Darius's hand still locked around her wrist. The candles bent inward, flames flickering as if caught in invisible wind. The crowd pressed close around them, a living wall of shock and fury and calculation. She was not naive enough to believe this was kindness. The king did not make impulsive choices. He did not act without reason, which meant he had pulled her into the spotlight for a purpose she could not yet see. And the cold certainty settling into her bones told her that whatever game he had just dropped her into, survival was far from guaranteed. Darius led Sarah out of the sacred circle with the same iron grip he had used to pull her in. The crowd parted reluctantly, wolves pressing back just far enough to let them pass but staying close enough to watch every movement. Whispers followed them like ghosts. Sarah kept her eyes forward, her spine straight, trying to remember how to breathe. The high table loomed ahead, elevated on a marble platform that overlooked the entire hall. It was reserved for the council, the king, and whatever honored guests or mates they chose to acknowledge. Sarah had never imagined sitting there, had never dreamed of being anywhere near that seat of power. Darius pulled out the chair beside his own and released her wrist. The absence of his touch left her skin cold. Sit. It was not a request. Sarah sat. The council members already seated at the table stared at her with expressions ranging from shock to barely concealed disgust. An older woman with silver streaking through black hair leaned forward, her eyes sharp as broken glass. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? That Omega is marked rejected. She has no place at this table." Darius settled into his chair with the casual grace of a predator at rest. He did not look at the woman, did not acknowledge the question. Instead, he reached for a carafe of wine and poured 2 goblets, sliding one toward Sarah with deliberate precision. "Sarah will be sitting beside me tonight," he said, his voice flat and final. "If that poses a problem for the council, you are welcome to leave." The silver-haired woman's mouth thinned into a blade. She did not leave. Sarah's hands trembled in her lap. She laced her fingers together to still them, but it did nothing to calm the frantic beating of her heart. Around the hall, wolves had begun returning to their seats, though most kept glancing toward the high table with expressions that made her skin crawl. Darius turned his head slightly, just enough that his next words were clearly meant for her. "You are going to smile," Sarah's breath caught. "You are going to eat." His tone was conversational, almost pleasant, but underneath it ran a current of absolute command. "And when they ask questions, let me answer." Sarah forced her lips into something that might pass for a smile. It felt like cracking ice across her face. Darius's expression did not change, but she saw the slight tension in his jaw ease. Approval, perhaps. Or simply satisfaction that she was capable of following instructions. A servant appeared beside her, placing a plate of roasted meat and winter vegetables before her. The smell should have been appetizing. Instead, her stomach churned. She picked up her fork, made herself take a bite. Chewed mechanically, swallowed. The meat tasted like ash. Movement across the hall caught her attention. Beta Rovan stood from his table, golden hair catching the candlelight, his new mate's hand resting on his arm. He was smiling. Not the warm smile Sarah remembered from their courtship, but something sharper, crueler. He raised his goblet in a mock toast, his voice carrying across the sudden quiet, to unexpected pairings. "Though I must say, Your Majesty, I did not think you had a taste for broken things." Laughter rippled through parts of the crowd, scattered, nervous, but laughter nonetheless. Sarah's fork froze halfway to her mouth, heat flooded her face. The rejection slash on her shoulder burned as if freshly branded. Darius did not move, did not raise his voice. He simply turned his head and looked at Rovan with eyes that had gone utterly cold. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop 10 degrees. Rovan's smile faltered, his hand tightened around his goblet. His mate shifted uncomfortably beside him. "I do not recall asking for your opinion, Beta Rovan." Darius's voice was soft. "Lethal. Nor do I recall giving you permission to speak." The silence that followed was absolute. Rovan opened his mouth, closed it, sat down slowly, his face flushed with humiliation. Darius returned his attention to his plate as if nothing had happened. But Sarah felt the shift in the room, the sudden wariness, the reminder that the man beside her had broken 3 alpha bloodlines in a single winter and had not grown softer since. A servant approached the high table carrying a silver tray. On it rested a single goblet, ornate and ancient, etched with symbols Sarah did not recognize. The servant placed it before her with a slight bow. "The ceremonial toast," the silver-haired councilwoman announced, her voice carrying to the far corners of the hall. "A tradition for all new pairings. The Omega drinks first, to show trust and faith in the bond." Sarah stared at the goblet. Something about it made her skin prickle with instinctive warning. The wine inside was darker than normal. almost black in the candlelight, and the smell rising from it was wrong. Too sweet, too sharp. She reached for it slowly, her fingers brushing the cold metal. Darius's hand shot out and closed over hers. "Allow me." Before anyone could protest, he lifted the goblet from her grip and raised it to his own lips. The hall went deathly silent. Every eye fixed on the king as he drank deeply, his throat working as he swallowed. Once, twice, 3 times. He lowered the empty goblet and set it back on the tray with a soft clink. "Moonshard," he said quietly, his gaze sweeping across the council table. "A truth serum used to expose social climbers and pretenders. How thoughtful of you to provide it." The silver-haired woman's face went carefully blank. "It is tradition, Your Majesty. Meant to ensure purity of intention." "Of course." Darius's smile did not reach his eyes. "Then you will be pleased to know my intentions are entirely pure. Sarah is under my protection. Anyone who questions that is welcome to take it up with me directly." He did not break eye contact with the council, did not blink. The Moonshard would force him to speak only truth, and he had just declared her his in front of every wolf in Moonfell. The message was unmistakable. "She is mine. Touch her and answer to me." Musicians began playing somewhere in the hall, a signal that the formal portion of the ceremony was ending, and the dancing would begin. Wolves rose from their tables, moving toward the open floor in the center of the room. Darius stood and offered Sarah his hand. "Dance with me." It was not a request. Nothing he said was ever a request. Sarah took his hand and let him pull her to her feet. Her legs felt unsteady. Her mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. Why the king would drink poison meant for her. Why he would claim her so publicly. Why any of this made sense. He led her down from the high table and onto the dance floor. Other couples moved around them in the formal patterns of the Luna waltz, but Sarah barely saw them. She placed her hand on Darius's shoulder, felt his palm settle at her waist, and let him guide her into the first steps. He moved with surprising grace for someone so large, each step precise. Controlled. He pulled her close enough that no one else could hear his words. "Someone wants you dead before midnight." Sarah stumbled. His grip tightened, keeping her upright, keeping the dance flowing as if he had said nothing more threatening than a comment about the weather. "What?" "The Moonshard was not meant to expose you," Darius continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "It was meant to kill you. The dose was 10 times stronger than tradition requires. You would have been dead in minutes." Sarah's breath came in short, sharp gasps. "But you drank it." "I have built immunity to most common poisons. An unfortunate necessity of wearing a crown." His dark eyes bored into hers. "You did not answer my question in the circle. So I will ask it again now. Do you want to live?" "Yes." The word came out strangled. "Then listen carefully. You are going to smile. You are going to dance. And when this is over, you are going to come with me to a private room where I will explain exactly what is happening and what I need from you." His fingers flexed against her waist. "But here now, in front of everyone, you are going to act like you are exactly where you want to be. Can you do that?" Sarah's mind spun. She thought of the empty boarding house room, the textile shop that barely paid enough to survive, the way people crossed the street to avoid her, the slash on her shoulder that would mark her forever. She thought of Rovin's mocking toast, the council's disgust, the poison that would have killed her if Darius had not intervened, and she thought of the cold certainty in the king's eyes. The brutal honesty of a man who had just told her someone wanted her dead and was offering her a choice between being bait or being buried. She forced herself to smile, to follow his lead, to let the dance carry her through the moment like a leaf caught in a current. "Yes," she whispered, "I can do that." Darius's expression did not change. But something in his eyes shifted. Recognition, perhaps, or respect for someone who understood how to survive. They danced until the song ended, until the applause rippled through the hall, until Darius released her and offered his arm, leading her away from the crowd toward a corridor that branched off from the main hall. And Sarah realized with crystalline clarity that she had not been brought here for romance. She had been brought here as a shield, or bait, or both. And whatever game the king had just dropped her into, the pieces were already in motion, and midnight was creeping closer with every passing heartbeat. The corridor stretched long and silent, lit by oil lamps that cast dancing shadows against stone walls. Sarah's footsteps echoed too loud in the quiet, her black silk dress whispering with each step. Darius walked beside her, his presence a wall of controlled power that seemed to take up more space than his physical form should allow. 2 guards fell into step behind them. Both wore the king's colors, silver and deep blue, with swords at their hips and expressions carved from granite. They did not look at Sarah. Did not acknowledge her existence beyond ensuring she followed where the king led. They climbed a spiral staircase, passing tapestries that depicted ancient battles and moon-blessed ceremonies. The sounds of the lunar ceremony faded below them, music and laughter growing distant until only the sound of their breathing remained. Darius stopped before a heavy oak door reinforced with iron bands. He pushed it open without ceremony and gestured for Sarah to enter. The room beyond was smaller than she expected. A solar, perhaps, meant for private meetings rather than grand audiences. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting warm light across furniture that was functional rather than ornate. A desk sat beneath a window overlooking the city. 2 chairs faced each other near the fire. Maps covered one wall, marked with pins and colored thread. The guards took positions on either side of the door as it closed, sealing her inside with the king. Sarah stood in the center of the room, her hands clasped before her, not sure where to look or what to do. Every instinct screamed that she did not belong here, that she should bow, apologize, make herself small. Darius moved to a side table and poured 2 glasses of water from a crystal pitcher. He handed one to her without asking if she wanted it. "Drink, you have not had anything since we left the hall." Sarah took the glass. Her hands shook slightly, making the water ripple. She sipped it slowly, grateful for something to do with her mouth besides speak. Darius settled into one of the chairs by the fire and gestured to the other. "Sit." She sat. The chair was deep and comfortable, but she perched on the edge, spine straight, ready to bolt if necessary. Darius studied her for a long moment, his dark eyes unreadable in the firelight. His chainmail had been removed at some point, leaving him in a black tunic and leather bracers. His long brown hair fell loose past his shoulders, softening features that were otherwise all sharp angles and brutal beauty. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, matter-of-fact, as if he were discussing trade agreements rather than upending her entire existence. "I am going to explain what is happening. You are going to listen without interrupting. When I am finished, you will make a choice. Do you understand?" Sarah nodded, not trusting her voice. "Good." Darius leaned back in his chair, one hand resting on the armrest, the other holding his water glass. "Publicly, you are now my consort. The entire court witnessed me claim you during the Luna ceremony. That claim is binding in the eyes of tradition and law." Sarah's grip tightened on her glass. "Privately, our arrangement is far simpler. You will act as my consort in public settings. You will attend council meetings, ceremonial events, and any other functions where a Luna is expected to appear. You will have your own rooms in the royal wing. We will not share a bed. We will not engage in any romantic or physical relationship beyond what is necessary to maintain the appearance of a bond." He paused, watching her carefully. "Your role is straightforward. Survive long enough to distract my enemies." The words landed like stones in still water. Sarah found her voice, though it came out rough. "Distract them from what?" "From me." Darius set his glass aside. "The council has been demanding I take a Luna for 3 years. They want me married into House Thorn, specifically. A match that would unite the grain roots with military command and give the priesthood direct influence over the throne." Sarah knew House Thorn by reputation, old power, temple connections, control over the harvest that fed half of Dracaroon. A marriage into that house would be a political earthquake. "I have refused every match they proposed," Darius continued, "so they have begun exploring other options, forcing my hand through pressure, manipulation, and as of tonight, assassination." The moon shard. Yes, the dose was lethal. Designed to look like you simply could not handle the truth serum, a tragic accident that would remove both you and any claim I might have made by choosing you. His jaw tightened. "The goblet came from a servant who works in the kitchens. That servant is employed by Ashridge Pack. Rovan." Sarah's stomach turned cold. "Why would Rovan want me dead? He already rejected me." "I am nothing to him." "You are not nothing. You are a piece on a board you did not know you were playing on." Darius leaned forward, elbows on his knees, gaze intense. 3 days ago, documents surfaced claiming you had been forging lunar writs. Letters supposedly written in your hand, addressed to palace guards, implying you were using seduction and manipulation to gain access to the throne. The forgeries are crude but effective enough to plant doubt. Sarah's breath caught. "I wrote no such letters." "I know, but someone wanted the council to believe you did. Someone wanted you painted as a social climber, a rejected Omega trying to claw her way back to relevance through deception." He tilted his head slightly. "And when I chose you tonight, whoever set this trap likely panicked. If you live long enough to speak, you might expose the forgeries. So they moved to silence you permanently." The fire crackled. Sarah stared into the flames, her mind racing. "You knew about the poison before tonight." "I suspected. I have people who watch for these things." Darius's voice was flat. "I chose you precisely because of the trap. Whoever is behind this needed you to be invisible, easily discredited, easily killed. By pulling you into the light and claiming you publicly, I forced them to act recklessly. You used me as bait. Yes, no apology, no softening of the truth. Just brutal honesty delivered with the same calm he might use to discuss the weather." Sarah set her glass down before she dropped it. Her hands were shaking again, but this time with something sharper than fear. Anger, perhaps. Or the bitter understanding that she had been a pawn in someone else's game from the moment Rovan rejected her. "Why me?" Her voice came out harder than intended. "There are dozens of rejected Omegas in Moonfell. Why was I chosen for this trap?" Darius met her gaze without flinching. "Because you are invisible. A rejected Omega with no family, no pack, no connections, someone who could disappear without anyone asking questions. Someone the council would dismiss as irrelevant the moment they learned of your existence." He paused. "That is what made you perfect. For the trap. And for me." The words settled over her like frost. "You needed someone no one cared about. I needed someone who could stand beside me without drawing unwanted attention until I could identify who is moving against me." Darius's expression did not change. "You are not the target. You are the distraction. And that makes you valuable in ways you do not yet understand." Sarah laughed. The sound was sharp and humorless. "Valuable. I have been called many things since my rejection. Valuable was never one of them." "Then you were underestimated." Darius stood, moving to the window. He looked out over Moonfell's glittering lights, his profile stark against the darkness beyond. "The council believes I chose you out of impulse or spite. They will spend the next several days trying to understand my motives, trying to pressure me to rescind the claim, trying to maneuver around you. While they are distracted, I can work." "Work on what?" "Finding out who wants me dead and why." He glanced back at her. "The assassination attempt tonight was not aimed at you alone. If you had died from the Moonshard, the scandal would have destroyed my credibility. The council could have used it as evidence that I am unfit to rule, unstable, dangerous. They would have forced a vote and removed me from the throne within a week." Sarah absorbed this slowly. Political machinery she barely understood, grinding toward violence she could not have imagined. "So, what happens now?" she asked quietly. Darius turned from the window and walked back to his chair. He did not sit. Instead, he stood before her, tall and immovable, every inch the war king who had broken 3 bloodlines in a single winter. "Now you make a choice." His voice was soft. "Final. Walk away tonight. I will have my guards escort you to the border by dawn. You will have enough coin to start over somewhere far from Dracaroon, far from the reach of whoever set this trap. You will be alive, but you will also be alone, and there is no guarantee they will not find you eventually." He paused, letting the weight of that option settle. "Or you step into this lie and live. You become my consort in name. You attend council meetings and ceremonies. You smile when required, and speak when I tell you to speak. You follow my lead in public, and keep your own counsel in private. In exchange, you have protection, status, and the resources of the crown at your disposal. You will have a room of your own, coin of your own. And when this is over, when I have rooted out whoever is behind this, you will walk away with more than you came with." Sarah stared up at him. The firelight cast half his face in shadow, making him look like something carved from stone and darkness. And if I die before it is over? Then you die standing instead of running. No false comfort, no empty promises. Just the truth laid bare like a blade on a table. I will not lie to you, Sarah. This is dangerous. You will be a target, but you are already a target. The question is whether you face it with a king's protection or face it alone. The room fell silent except for the fire's crackling and the distant sounds of the city below. Sarah thought of the boarding house room with its thin walls and colder nights, the textile shop where she worked for barely enough to survive, the way people looked through her as if she were already a ghost. She thought of Rovin's mocking toast, the council's disgust, the poison that would have killed her if Darius had not intervened. She thought of the rejection slash on her shoulder that would mark her forever, no matter where she ran. And she thought of the man standing before her, offering her a choice between death in the shadows and death in the light. At least in the light she might see her enemies coming. If I do this, she said slowly, I want the truth, all of it, no more games. No more using me as bait without warning. Darius studied her for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he nodded. Agreed, you will know what I know. When I can tell you. And I want your word that when this is over, you will honor the bargain. I walk away with my life and my freedom. You have it, Sarah stood. Her legs felt steadier than they had all night. She met his gaze directly, this dangerous king who had pulled her from obscurity and thrown her into a war she barely understood. Then I choose the lie. Something flickered in Darius's eyes. Approval, perhaps, or simply satisfaction that she understood how to survive. He extended his hand. Welcome to the game, Sarah. She took his hand. His grip was firm, warm, utterly steady. Try to keep me alive long enough to regret it, she said quietly. The corner of his mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but close. I will do my best. The royal wing of the palace was a maze of corridors and chambers that smelled of beeswax and old stone. Sarah's new room was larger than the entire boarding house she had been living in, with windows that overlooked the gardens and furniture that looked like it belonged in paintings rather than actual use. A wardrobe stood against one wall, already filled with dresses in jewel tones and soft fabrics. A writing desk sat beneath the window. The bed was large enough for 3 people, piled with furs and silk pillows that probably cost more than she had earned in a year of textile work. It felt like a cage dressed up as luxury. Sarah stood in the center of the room, still wearing her black ceremonial dress, and tried to remember how to breathe normally. A knock sounded at the door. Enter? She called, her voice steadier than she felt. The door opened to reveal a woman in her 40s, lean and muscular, with auburn hair pulled back in a severe braid. She wore leather armor marked with the king's colors and moved with the dangerous grace of someone who knew exactly how to kill efficiently. Captain Isela, the woman said by way of introduction, the king has assigned me to your training. Sarah blinked. Training? You are going to be appearing in public as the king's consort. That means you need to know how to move, how to speak, and how to read a room before it eats you alive. Isela's expression was not unkind, but it was utterly lacking in sympathy. We start at dawn. Get some sleep. You will need it. She left before Sarah could respond, the door clicking shut with quiet finality. Sarah did not sleep well. Her dreams were full of fire and whispers, and Rovin's face twisted in disgust. She woke before dawn with her heart pounding and the rejection slash on her shoulder burning like it had been freshly branded. Training began in a private courtyard hidden behind the palace's eastern wing. Isela was already waiting, dressed in practice leathers, with a wooden staff resting against the stone wall. We are not teaching you to fight, Isela said as Sarah approached. You are an Omega. No one expects you to be dangerous with a blade. What we are teaching you is court scent. Sarah frowned. I do not understand. Wolves communicate through more than words. Posture. Breath. The way you hold tension in your body. All of it sends signals to other wolves about dominance, submission, fear, confidence. Isela circled her slowly, eyes sharp. Right now you broadcast fear like a beacon. Every wolf in 100 paces can smell it. That makes you prey. I am not sure I can simply stop being afraid. You do not have to stop being afraid. You have to stop showing it. Isela stopped in front of her. Stand straighter, shoulders back, chin level, eyes forward, not down. Sarah adjusted her posture. It felt unnatural. Exposed. Better. Now breathe. Slow and steady. Fear makes your breath shallow. Predators hear it. Control your breath, control the signal. They spent hours on breathing. On posture. On the micro-expressions that wolves read instinctively. Gisela was relentless, correcting every slouch, every downcast glance, every nervous fidget. You are Omega, soft, Gisela said during a break, handing Sarah water. That is not weakness. That is camouflage. Wolves underestimate soft things. They speak freely around people they do not consider threats. You are going to use that. Over the following days, the training expanded. Gisela taught her how to enter a room last and listen to conversations already in progress. How to ask innocent questions that prompted people to reveal more than they intended. How to position herself near powerful wolves during gatherings so she could overhear their private discussions. Your Omega softness is your greatest weapon, Gisela explained. People will dismiss you, ignore you, say things in front of you they would never say in front of the king. You are going to be our ears in places the crown cannot reach. Sarah absorbed the lessons with growing fascination. For the first time since her rejection, someone was treating her existence as useful rather than shameful. It was a strange, heady feeling. Between training sessions, she began exploring the palace. Not the grand halls or public chambers, but the service corridors and back staircases where servants moved and gossip flowed like water. It was in one of these corridors, specifically in the kitchens where she had gone to request tea, that she found the ledger. It was tucked behind sacks of flour in the storage room, bound in worn leather, and marked with a symbol she did not immediately recognize. A crescent moon overlaid with a thorn. She flipped through the pages carefully, her heart beating faster with each entry. The ledger recorded payments, dates, amounts, and initials that meant nothing to her at first. But as she traced the entries backward through time, one date jumped out at her like a brand. The day Rovan rejected her. A payment of 500 gold marks, initialed R.A. Rovan Ashridge. Below it, another entry. 100 gold marks, initialed H.T. House Thorn. Sarah's hands trembled as she closed the ledger and carefully replaced it behind the flour sacks. Her mind raced, connecting pieces she had not known were part of the same puzzle. Rovan had been paid to reject her. House Thorn had been involved. But why? She needed to tell Darius. Immediately. That night, there was a council dinner. Sarah attended in a gown of deep emerald that made her pale skin look luminous. She sat beside Darius at the high table, her posture perfect, her breathing controlled, her expression serene. Under the table, Darius's hand rested on her knee. A possessive gesture for anyone watching, a signal to the court that she was claimed, protected, his, but there was no warmth in the touch. It was tactical, performative. In private, they remained distant. Darius worked late into the night in his study. Sarah retreated to her own chambers. They did not speak beyond what was necessary for public appearances. Yet she found herself watching him during these performances. The way he moved through rooms like a predator assessing threats. The careful control he maintained over every gesture, every word, every micro-expression. And she noticed something else. After moonrise, when the silver light flooded through windows and the wolf nature in every creature stirred closer to the surface, Darius's right hand developed a tremor. It was subtle, barely perceptible. He hid it with brutal discipline, keeping that hand occupied with wine glasses or papers or folded behind his back, but Sarah's new training had taught her to notice details. And once she saw it, she could not unsee it. During a council meeting 2 weeks after the Luna ceremony, she watched him grip the armrest of his throne to still the shaking. Watched him shift position so his right hand was hidden from view. Watched the tension in his jaw as he fought against something he clearly did not want anyone to notice. After the meeting, when they were alone in the corridor leading back to the royal wing, Sarah spoke quietly. Your hand, after moonrise. What causes it? Darius stopped walking. For a moment she thought he might refuse to answer, might tell her it was none of her concern. Instead, he looked at her with something that might have been surprise. Or possibly respect. You are observant. You taught me to be. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Gone before it could fully form. It is a complication from the war. Nothing that concerns you. But the way he said it, the careful neutrality of his tone, told Sarah there was far more to the story. That whatever caused that tremor was not simply a wound from battle, it was something deeper, more dangerous, something he was hiding with the same brutal discipline he applied to everything else. Sarah stood in the empty corridor, watching him walk away toward his study, and realized that the man who had pulled her into this game had secrets that ran deeper than politics or power plays. Secrets that might be the real reason he needed someone invisible standing beside him. And for the first time since accepting his bargain, she wondered if she had agreed to far more than either of them had spoken aloud. The library in the palace's western wing was older than the current dynasty. Sarah discovered it 3 weeks into her role as consort, tucked behind a servants' corridor that most nobles never bothered to explore. Floor-to-ceiling shelves held books bound in leather so old it cracked at the touch, manuscripts written in languages she could barely read, and records that dated back centuries. She went there when she needed to think. When the weight of performing for the council grew too heavy, and the careful distance Darius maintained became suffocating in its precision. Today, she went because of what she had overheard. 2 priestesses from House Thorn had been speaking in the palace gardens, their voices low but not low enough. Sarah had been walking the paths, practicing the technique Wisela called invisible presence, moving so quietly that people forgot she was there. The test was conclusive, the younger priestess had said, her tone tight with worry. She dampens the resonance field within 3 paces. If she stands too close during the ceremony, the entire binding could collapse. Then we ensure she does not stand close, the elder replied coldly. The king's infatuation will not last. And when it fades, we will have our proper Luna, one who strengthens the bonds rather than corrupting them. Sarah had frozen behind a hedge of winter roses, her heart pounding so hard she thought they might hear it. Dampens the resonance field, corrupts the bonds. The words the priestess had spoken 3 months ago during her rejection ceremony came back with brutal clarity. The bond is corrupted. She is Null Howl. She had never understood what that meant. Had never been given the chance to ask before Rovan cast her out, and the temple attendants burned the rejection slash across her skin. Now, standing in the library with dust motes floating through shafts of afternoon light, Sarah pulled volume after volume from the shelves. Ancient texts on wolf magic, treatises on mate bonds and their sacred properties, histories of the Luna ceremonies and the power they channeled. It took hours of searching, her eyes straining in the dim light, before she found it. A slim manuscript bound in midnight blue leather, its pages yellowed with age. The title was written in silver ink that had faded to ghost pale, on the nature of bond nullification and its manifestations among wolfkind. Sarah's hands trembled as she opened it. The text was dense, written in the formal language of scholars centuries dead. But certain passages leaped out at her like accusations. A Null Howl is born, not made, appearing perhaps once in 10 generations. Their presence disrupts the ethereal threads that bind mate to mate, pack to pack, subject to sovereign. Within arm's reach, bonds weaken, magic falters. The carefully woven tapestry of wolf society begins to unravel. Sarah's breath came shallow and fast. Such individuals are dangerous to any power structure that relies upon magical compulsion to maintain order. Throughout history, Null Howls have been eliminated, exiled, or bound in ways that prevent their influence from spreading. They cannot be allowed to stand near seats of power, for their very existence threatens the foundations upon which wolf kingdoms are built. The book slipped from her numb fingers and hit the floor with a sound like a judge's gavel. She was not broken because she was weak. She was dangerous because she disrupted the very magic that held Drakarun together. Rovan had not rejected her out of disgust or disappointment. He had rejected her because someone had tested her and discovered what she was. Someone who needed her gone. Someone who understood that a Null Howl near the throne would unravel everything they had built. The ledger in the kitchen, the payments to Rovan, the involvement of House Thorn, they had engineered her rejection. Paid Rovan to cast her out publicly, to brand her with shame so complete that no one would ever look at her twice. She was supposed to disappear into obscurity. Live out her days invisible and irrelevant, too broken to ever come near power again. But Darius had pulled her back into the light. Why? Sarah gathered the manuscript and left the library, her mind racing. She needed answers. And there was only one person who could give them to her. She found Darius in his private study, a room she had only entered once before. He sat at his desk surrounded by maps and correspondence, his right hand hidden beneath the table in that way he always positioned himself after moonrise. The silver light streaming through the window cast harsh shadows across his face. He looked up as she entered, surprise flickering across his features before his mask of control slammed back into place. "You did not knock. I know what I am." Sarah closed the door behind her and set the manuscript on his desk with enough force to make papers rustle. "I know why Rovan rejected me. And I need you to tell me why you chose me knowing what I am." Darius's eyes flicked to the manuscript, then back to her face. For a long moment he said nothing. Then he stood, moving to the window with his back to her, his right hand carefully hidden at his side. "How much do you know?" "Enough. I am a null howl. My presence weakens mate bonds and disrupts the magic that holds pack structures together. That is why the priestess declared me corrupted. Why Rovan rejected me so violently. Why House Thorn paid him to do it publicly and permanently." Her voice shook, but she forced herself to continue. "What I do not know is why you would risk everything to claim someone like me. Unless you needed exactly that disruption." Darius was silent for so long that Sarah thought he might refuse to answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, almost gentle. "Come here." Sarah crossed to the window, stood beside him looking out over Moonfell's sprawling streets and distant walls. The city glittered in the fading light, beautiful and fragile as glass. "What do you know about how Wolf Kings rule?" Darius asked. "Through bonds. Through the mate connection to their Luna that ties them to the packs, creates a web of loyalty and magic that flows from throne to territory." "Correct. The Luna ceremony is not simply tradition. It is a mechanism, a way to funnel collective devotion through the royal bond and transform it into tangible power. The king and his Luna stand at the center of a vast network of magical threads, and through those threads flow resources, loyalty, obedience." He paused. "And control." Sarah frowned. "I do not understand. The ceremonies conducted by House Thorn do not simply celebrate bonds, they harvest them. Channel the magic generated by hundreds of wolves pledging devotion and direct it into what they call the Moon Bank, a vault of divine power controlled entirely by the priesthood." His jaw tightened. "Whoever controls the Moon Bank controls Dracaroon, not through armies or laws, but through the very magic that binds our society together." The implications crashed over Sarah like ice water. "House Thorn wants you married to one of their own so they can access that power through your Luna." "Yes, and if I refuse, they will find a way to remove me and install someone more cooperative." The assassination attempt at the Luna ceremony was only the beginning. He turned to face her, and in his eyes she saw something she had never expected to see from him: vulnerability. But their entire system relies on one fundamental assumption, that the king can feel the mate bond, that he is connected to the magical network they control. Sarah's breath caught. "You cannot feel it." "No." The word was simple. Final. "I have been bond deaf since the war. A wound I do not fully understand, but one that has cut me off from the very magic that is supposed to define my right to rule. If the council discovers this, they will declare me spirit unfit and force me from the throne within days." "So you chose me to hide it?" Sarah's mind raced, pieces clicking into place with terrible clarity. "A null howl consort explains why there is no bond between us. You can claim I dampen the connection, that my presence makes it impossible for anyone to sense whether you are bond deaf or simply being disrupted by my nature." "Yes." Darius's expression was carved from stone, but something in his eyes burned with an intensity that stole her breath. "You are the perfect shield. Your existence provides cover for my defect, and more than that, you are the only person who can stand beside me without being magically manipulated through the bond network House Thorn controls." The truth settled over Sarah like a weighted blanket, suffocating and inescapable. She had thought Darius saved her out of political necessity, a move to distract his enemies while he maneuvered for position, but it was so much deeper than that, so much more dangerous. He had not pulled her from obscurity despite what she was, he had chosen her because of it. "The council does not know," Sarah said slowly. "They think you chose me out of impulse or spite. They will not figure it out immediately, but eventually someone will ask the right questions. Make the right connections." Darius moved closer, His dark eyes locked on hers. "When that happens, we will both be targets. You because your nature threatens their power structure. Me because my defect proves I have no right to the throne they want to control." "Then why tell me this now?" "Because you deserve to know what you are fighting for, and because you need to understand what happens at the next Luna ceremony." Sarah's stomach dropped. "What happens?" "House Thorn will attempt to complete the harvest ritual. They will channel power through whatever bonds they can reach, trying to feed the moon bank and solidify their control. Your presence will disrupt it, but only if you are close enough to the ritual center." He paused. "They know this, which is why they will try to keep you away from the ceremony floor, or eliminate you before it begins." "How?" "The choir blessing." Darius's voice went flat. "Dangerous." During every Luna ceremony, a temple singer is chosen to perform the sacred hymn. It is meant to be a benediction, a call to the divine. But certain songs, when sung at specific frequencies by trained vocalists, become weapons. Sarah's blood ran cold. Whale blades. You have heard of them. In stories, assassins who kill with sound. Songs that can stop hearts or shatter minds. She had thought they were myths. Horror tales told to frighten children. They are real. And House Thorn has trained them for generations. Darius's right hand trembled at his side, the tremor more pronounced in the moonlight streaming through the window. He noticed her gaze and deliberately stilled it, though she could see the effort it cost him. The singer assigned to perform the blessing at the upcoming ceremony is one of them. Her song will be targeted at Omega Hearts specifically, designed to collapse your cardiovascular system mid-note. You are telling me they plan to kill me in front of the entire court, during a sacred ceremony, using a weapon no one will recognize as such? Yes, no apology, no false comfort, just brutal honesty laid bare. They will make it look like you simply could not withstand the divine resonance, too weak, too broken. A tragic but understandable consequence of bringing a null howl into a sacred space. Sarah turned away from him, her mind reeling. Every revelation stacked on top of the last, until she felt buried under the weight of conspiracies she had never asked to be part of. She had known this was dangerous, had accepted Darius's bargain with open eyes. But knowing someone wanted her dead in abstract terms was different from understanding the specific mechanism of her planned murder. "Why are you telling me this?" Her voice came out hoarse. "You could simply keep me away from the ceremony, hide me somewhere safe until the danger passes. Because hiding you proves we are afraid. It shows weakness. And the moment we show weakness, they will strike harder and faster until one of us is dead and the other is broken." Darius moved to stand beside her again, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him despite the careful distance he always maintained. "I am telling you because I need you to understand what we are truly facing. This is not simply about political maneuvering or crown games. This is about two people who do not fit into the system they are supposed to serve, standing against powers that would rather see us erased than risk the disruption we represent." Sarah looked up at him, at this dangerous king who had pulled her from nothing and thrown her into everything. His face was all sharp angles in the moonlight, beautiful and brutal in equal measure. His right hand still trembled at his side, that secret defect he hid with such brutal discipline. He had not saved her out of pity, he had not chosen her out of impulse. He had pulled her close because she was the only person in all of Drakarun who could stand beside him without being leashed by the magical bonds that controlled everyone else. The only person who could disrupt the very power structure that sought to control them both. She was not his shield, she was his weapon, and he was hers. "What do we do?" Sarah asked quietly. Darius's mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile, but held the same sharp edge as a blade catching light. "We go to the ceremony. We stand in the sacred circle. And when they try to kill you with a song designed to shatter Omega Hearts, you do what you were born to do." His dark eyes burned into hers. "You break their magic before it can break you." The second Luna ceremony came too quickly. 4 weeks after Darius had pulled Sarah into the light, the council announced another gathering. Not the annual ceremony, but a special convocation called to address what they termed irregularities in the royal bond. The hall would be smaller, the guest list more exclusive, but the ritual would be the same. House Thorn insisted on it. Sarah stood in her chambers the night before, staring at the gown laid out on her bed. Deep crimson silk that looked like spilled blood in the lamplight. Gold embroidery traced patterns across the bodice, wolves and moons and thorns intertwined in ways that made her stomach turn. A knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts. Darius entered without waiting for permission, as he always did. He wore black and silver, his long brown hair pulled back from his face in a way that made him look both younger and more dangerous. His right hand was tucked into his belt, hiding the tremor that came with moonrise. "Tomorrow," he said without preamble, "you will stand in the sacred circle. The temple will begin the binding chants. The singer will prepare to launch the killing note." He moved closer, his dark eyes burning into hers. "When I squeeze your hand 3 times, you step forward and release everything you are. Do you understand?" They had developed a language of touch over the past weeks. Small signals that looked like intimacy to watching eyes but carried tactical weight between them. 1 squeeze meant lie detected, 2 meant stall for time, 3 meant strike now. "I understand," Sarah said quietly. "But if I fail? If the null howl is not strong enough to stop the song? Then we both die and House Thorn wins. No false comfort. No empty reassurances. But I do not believe you will fail. You have spent your entire life suppressing what you are, trying to make yourself smaller so the world would not notice. Tomorrow, I need you to be everything they fear." Sarah met his gaze. "And after? If we survive this?" "After, we face whatever comes next." His hand moved to her shoulder, not quite touching, hovering just above the rejection slash that marked her skin beneath the silk. Together. It was the closest he had ever come to acknowledging that their bargain had shifted into something neither of them had words for yet. Not romance, not friendship, but a partnership forged in fire and desperation, 2 broken pieces that somehow fit together in ways that whole ones never could. "Get some sleep," Darius said, stepping back. "Tomorrow changes everything." He left, and Sarah stood alone in the crimson gown's shadow, wondering if she would live long enough to see what everything became. The ceremony hall was smaller than the grand space where Darius had first claimed her, but no less magnificent. Vaulted ceilings rose overhead, crossed with iron beams from which hung a canopy of lunar crystals. Each crystal was the size of a fist, perfectly clear, catching and refracting light until the entire ceiling looked like a constellation brought to earth. Sarah entered on Darius's arm, her crimson gown trailing behind her like a wound. The assembled nobles watched with expressions ranging from curiosity to barely concealed hostility. The council sat at the high table, silver-robed and stone-faced. And at the front of the hall, near the sacred circle marked by candles and carved moonstone, stood the temple choir. The singer who would perform the blessing was young, perhaps 20, with pale blonde hair and eyes the color of winter sky. She wore the silver and white robes of House Thorn's priesthood, and when she smiled at Sarah, it was the gentle, warm expression of someone offering comfort. Sarah felt ice slide down her spine. That was the assassin. The whaleblade trained to kill with a song that would look like nothing more than divine rejection of a null howl who had dared stand in sacred space. Darius led her to the center of the hall, to the circle where they had stood once before. His hand rested at her waist, warm and steady despite the tremor she knew he was fighting to control. They took their positions, and the hall fell silent. The high priestess from House Thorn rose from her seat at the council table. She was the same woman who had declared Sarah corrupted 3 months ago, the same cold beauty who had watched while temple attendants burned the rejection slash across her shoulder. "We gather tonight," the priestess said, her voice carrying to every corner of the hall, "to complete the blessing denied at the previous ceremony, to sanctify the bond between king and consort, and to ensure the divine approval of this union." She gestured to the choir, and they began to sing. The sound was beautiful, haunting, voices blending in harmonies that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, wrapping around the assembled wolves like silk. The candles marking the sacred circle flared brighter. The lunar crystals overhead began to hum, a resonance that Sarah felt in her bones. This was the binding chant. The mechanism House Thorn used to funnel devotion and magic from the assembled wolves into the moonbank they controlled. Power harvested from bonds forged and maintained through ritual and repetition. Sarah felt the pressure of it building, pressing down on her shoulders like invisible hands. Around the hall, Wolves swayed slightly, their eyes glazing as the magic took hold, compulsion disguised as worship. Control wrapped in ceremony. Darius's hand tightened at her waist. Once, twice, 3 times. Strike now. Sarah stepped forward, out of his grip, into the exact center of the sacred circle. The blonde singer opened her mouth, inhaling for the note that would kill, and Sarah released everything she had spent her entire life suppressing. The null howl tore out of her like a storm breaking through shutters. It was not a sound exactly, more a pressure, a negation. A force that ripped through the magical threads binding the hall together and shredded them like spider silk in wind. The choir's voices cut off mid-note, as if someone had severed their throats. The binding chant collapsed into sudden, absolute silence. The candles guttered and went dark, and the luna crystals overhead, those perfect vessels of harvested power, began to crack. The sound was like ice breaking on a frozen lake, sharp, final, inevitable. The first crystal shattered, raining glittering fragments down like starlight, then another, and another. The cascade spread across the entire canopy, each crystal exploding in sequence, filling the air with glass that caught what little light remained and transformed it into something between beautiful and terrifying. Wolves dove for cover, nobles screamed, guards raised shields over the council table as crystal shards rained down like divine judgment. Through it all, Sarah stood in the center of the circle, her arms spread, her head thrown back, feeling the null howl pulse out of her in waves that left her breathless and exhilarated and more alive than she had felt since the day Rovan rejected her. The blonde singer collapsed to her knees, hands clutching at her throat. The killing note had turned inward, caught in her own vocal cords by the disruption Sarah created. And as she gasped for air, struggling against the magic that was eating her from the inside, something on her throat began to glow. A mark. A brand. A sigil burned into her skin beneath the collar of her robes. A crescent moon overlaid with a thorn. The mark from the ledger. The symbol of House Thorne's conspiracy made visible for everyone to see. The hall erupted in chaos. "Assassin!" someone shouted. "The temple tried to kill the king's consort. House Thorne is behind this!" The high priestess lunged to her feet, her face bone-white with fury and fear. "This is a lie, a trick of the null howl's corruption. She has poisoned the sacred space and turned our own magic against us." "Enough." Darius's voice cut through the chaos like a blade through silk. He moved to stand beside Sarah, his presence a wall of controlled power that commanded attention without needing volume. "The evidence is clear. Your assassin bears House Thorne's mark. Your ritual was designed not to bless but to harvest power for your own purposes. And your attempt to remove my consort has failed." The silver-haired councilwoman who had questioned Sarah's presence at the first ceremony rose slowly. Her eyes were sharp, calculating, taking in the shattered crystals and the glowing sigil and the way common wolves were beginning to gather at the edges of the hall with expressions that spoke of long-suppressed rage. "Your Majesty," she said carefully, "while the assassination attempt is clearly House Thorne's doing, the fact remains that your consort has just destroyed the Luna crystals. Sacred objects blessed by generations of priestesses, objects that channel the divine connection between throne and territory." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. "A king who cannot maintain the sacred bond has no right to rule. The law is clear. We must call for your abdication." Silence crashed down over the hall like a physical weight. Sarah's heart stopped. This was the moment they had known was coming. The trap within the trap. House Thorne's assassination had failed, but the destruction of the Luna crystals gave the council the legal justification they needed to remove Darius anyway. Darius stood utterly still, his face carved from winter stone. Then slowly, deliberately, he stepped forward until he stood at the edge of the circle, facing the council and the assembled nobles with his chin raised and his shoulders back. "You want the truth?" His voice was quiet but carried to every corner of the hall. "I will give it to you." Sarah's breath caught. No, he could not. If he revealed his bond deafness now, the council would have him removed before dawn. But Darius had never been a man who hid from hard truths. "I am bond deaf," he said, each word falling like a judge's gavel. "I have been since the war. The magic that is supposed to connect king to territory, throne to pack, has been silent in me for 3 years. I do not feel the mate bond. I do not channel the divine power you claim flows through the Luna crystals. I rule by law and grain and the loyalty I earn through action, not through magic I was born to wield." The hall exploded. Gasps, shouts, the council lurching to their feet, the high priestess's face twisting into something between triumph and rage. "Then you admit it." The silver-haired councilwoman's voice rang clear. "You are spirit, unfit. You have ruled under false pretenses for 3 years, claiming a right you do not possess. The law demands your immediate removal from the throne." "Does it?" Darius's expression did not change. "The law you cite was written by House Thorn to ensure only those they could control through magical bonds could hold power. But I have ruled without that magic. I have fed this kingdom, defended its borders, cut taxes that were bleeding the common wolves dry to fund your temple's excess. If that is unfit, then crown someone who will starve you with hymns and call it divine will." He expected exile. Sarah could see it in the way he held himself, braced for the blow he knew was coming. He had gambled everything on this moment, hoping the truth would be enough. But the council was already moving. Temple loyalists among the guards began drawing steel. The high priestess gestured sharply, and wolves in House Thorn colors moved to surround the sacred circle. This was it, the moment where everything collapsed or held. Sarah stepped forward. She moved to stand beside Darius, close enough that her shoulder brushed his. Close enough that when she reached for his right hand, the one that trembled with the secret he had just exposed to the world, her fingers laced through his with absolute certainty. His hand shook in hers. But she held on. Then she turned to face the hall, and when she spoke, her voice carried with a clarity she had never known she possessed. "You have been ruled by hunger and hymns for generations, fed just enough to survive while your devotion was harvested and channeled into vaults controlled by those who never bled for you, never fought for you, never cut their own power to ensure you had bread through winter." She looked directly at the common wolves gathering at the edges of the hall, the ones who had been invisible in every ceremony she had attended. "He is bond-deaf, yes, but he has ruled you better than any magic-blessed king in living memory. So choose the one who feeds you with actions instead of enchantment. Or choose the ones who would rather see you starve than lose control of the magic they use to keep you leashed." For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, one of the common wolves, a young man in work-stained clothes who had no business being in this hall but had somehow found his way in, began to chant, "Darius, Darius, Darius." Another voice joined, then another. The chant spread like fire through dry grass, common wolves taking up the cry with a fervor that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the simple, desperate truth that they had been heard. The temple loyalists drew their weapons fully now, steel singing as it cleared sheaths. But the king's guards, the ones who were paid by the crown instead of owing vows to the temple, moved to interpose themselves. Shields raised, swords drawn. A line formed between the throne and those who would take it. The hall balanced on the edge of civil war, held in place by nothing more than the tension of wolves deciding whether to tear each other apart or find another way forward. And in the center of it all, Sarah stood with her fingers laced through Darius's trembling hand, holding on while the kingdom decided whether to rise or fall. The high priestess lunged for the circle's edge, her face twisted with rage. "You will not destroy what we have built. The temple has maintained order in this kingdom for centuries. Without the bonds, without the magic, there is only chaos. Then let there be chaos." Captain Usella's voice cut through the tension like a blade through silk. She stepped forward from her position among the king's guards, moving with lethal grace until she stood between the priestess and the throne. In her hand, she held a leather-bound ledger, the one Sarah had found in the palace kitchens weeks ago. "Because I would rather have honest chaos than poisoned order." She opened the ledger, holding it high enough for the council to see. Payments from House Thorn to Beta Rovan of Ashridge, dated the day of Sarah's rejection. 500 gold marks to cast out a null howl, who threatened their power structure. Additional payments to forge documents in her name. To plant the moonshard poison at the first ceremony. To hire the whaleblade we just watched fail. Her eyes were hard as flint. "All marked with your sigil, High Priestess. All traceable directly to House Thorn's private accounts." The priestess's face went from rage to ice-cold calculation in the space between heartbeats. "That ledger is a forgery. A desperate attempt by a bond-deaf king to save his stolen throne. Is it? The silver-haired councilwoman who had called for Darius's abdication moved to take the ledger from Isella's hands. She flipped through pages slowly, her expression unreadable. When she looked up, her eyes had gone sharp as broken glass. These entries match the temple's account records, I should know. I am the one who audits them. She turned to face the high priestess. You have been using sacred funds to commit murder and treason. That is not simply corruption. That is grounds for immediate arrest. The high priestess stepped back, her hand moving to her robes. But before she could reach whatever weapon or escape she had hidden there, Isella's sword was at her throat. Do not move. Isella's voice was soft. Lethal. I would very much enjoy a reason to make this quick. Two of the king's guards moved forward to bind the priestess's hands. She did not struggle, did not scream. Simply stared at Darius with hatred so pure it seemed to burn the air between them. You think this saves you? Her voice was venom wrapped in silk. The council will still remove you. A bond, deaf king cannot hold the throne. It is written in law older than your bloodline. Perhaps. Darius had not moved from Sarah's side, had not released her hand. But I am willing to let the people decide whether that law still serves them. Movement at the edge of the hall caught Sarah's attention. Beta Rovan pushed through the crowd, his golden hair disheveled, his face flushed with wine or rage or both. His new mate tried to pull him back, but he shook her off and lunged toward the sacred circle. You! He snarled, pointing at Sarah. You have destroyed everything. If you had simply disappeared like you were supposed to, none of this would have happened. The temple would still hold power, the bonds would still be sacred, but you had to come back. You had to ruin it all. He moved fast, faster than Sarah expected, closing the distance between them with his hand reaching for her throat. He never made it. Darius intercepted him with brutal efficiency, stepping between Sarah and Rovan without releasing her hand. His other arm came up, forearm catching Rovan across the chest and stopping his momentum with the force of a stone wall. Touch her, Darius said quietly, his voice devoid of all emotion, and you lose the hand you raised. This is not a threat. This is a promise. Rovan stumbled back, eyes wide. For the first time since Sarah had met him, she saw fear written clearly across his features. Not fear of consequences. Fear of the man standing before him, the War King who had broken 3 alpha bloodlines in a single winter and showed no sign of gentleness now. You were paid to reject her, Darius continued, his voice still soft, still lethal. Paid to brand her with shame so complete she would never dare return to power. You took that coin. You spoke those words. You burned that mark into her skin. So before you blame her for ruins you helped build, perhaps you should consider what role you played in your own destruction. A voice rang out from the Ashridge section of the hall. An older man in fine clothes, his face carved with lines of political maneuvering and survival instinct. Ashridge Pact disowns Beta Rovan, effective immediately. His actions were his own. His contracts void. We maintain our loyal trade agreements with the Crown and ask only that this matter be considered settled between houses. Just like that. Rovan was cut loose, abandoned by his own pack, to save their economic interests. His face went from fear to shock to something that looked almost like grief. You cannot, he whispered. I am Ashridge blood. You were Ashridge blood, the older man corrected coldly. Now you are simply a wolf who made poor choices and must live with the consequences. Rovan's new mate turned away from him, moving back toward the Ashridge section without a backward glance. He stood alone in the center of the hall, more thoroughly rejected than Sarah had ever been, and the bitter irony was not lost on her. The silver-haired councilwoman cleared her throat, drawing all attention back to the high table. The matter of House Thorne's treachery is clear. The high priestess will be tried and punished according to law. But the question of the throne remains. She looked at Darius, then at the common wolves still chanting his name, then back to the ledger in her hands. I propose a compromise. The word hung in the air like a blade balanced on its edge. King Darius will remain on the throne. His bond deafness will be acknowledged, but not considered grounds for removal, provided he accepts new limitations on temple taxation and influence. House Thorne will be stripped of its control over the Luna ceremonies and the Moon Bank. The harvest rituals will be suspended, pending investigation into their true purpose. And the king's consort, she looked directly at Sarah, "will be recognized officially, with all rights and protections that title carries." It was a masterful political move. The council maintained its power by appearing reasonable while gutting House Thorne's influence. Darius kept his throne but within new constraints. And Sarah, the rejected Omega who was supposed to disappear, became officially untouchable by law. "Do you accept these terms, Your Majesty?" the councilwoman asked. Darius looked at Sarah. "Not at the council. Not at the assembled nobles or the chanting common wolves or the shattered crystal fragments still glittering on the floor. Just at her, this woman he had pulled from nothing and trusted with everything." She squeezed his hand once. "Yes." He turned back to the council. "I accept." The hall erupted in applause and arguments in equal measure. Temple loyalists stormed out, their faces dark with rage. Common wolves celebrated, their chants turning into songs of victory. The council began immediate deliberations on the logistics of dismantling House Thorne's infrastructure. Through it all, Sarah stood beside Darius, her fingers still laced through his, feeling the tremor in his hand that he no longer had to hide. The days that followed were a blur of legal proceedings and political maneuvering. The high priestess was tried and found guilty of treason, conspiracy, and murder. She was exiled beyond Drakarun's borders with nothing but the clothes on her back, a mercy some argued she did not deserve. House Thorne's holdings were seized and redistributed. The temple's taxation authority was cut by more than half. Rovan disappeared. Some said he fled north to territories that did not care about pack affiliations. Others said he drank himself to death in a tavern on the border. Sarah did not ask, did not care. He was a piece of her past that no longer had power over her present. Sarah's role as consort was formalized in a ceremony far simpler than the grand Luna gatherings. No choir, no binding chants. Just Darius taking her hand in front of the council and speaking words of recognition that made her position legal and protected. She moved from her chambers in the royal wing to the queen's wing, a series of rooms that overlooked the gardens and gave her space that felt like hers rather than borrowed. The wardrobe filled with gowns. The writing desk accumulated correspondence from nobles seeking favor or common wolves sending grateful letters. The bed remained far too large for one person. Darius kept his own chambers. They maintained the careful distance that had defined their partnership from the beginning, performing intimacy in public, remaining separate in private. It was the bargain they had struck, and neither seemed ready to renegotiate its terms. Until one morning, 3 weeks after the ceremony that changed everything, when Sarah found Darius standing in her doorway. He looked different without the armor of formality. Just a man in simple clothes, his long brown hair loose around his shoulders, his dark eyes carrying something that looked almost like vulnerability. "May I come in?" he asked. She nodded, stepping back to let him enter. He moved to the window, looking out over the gardens where new growth was beginning to push through winter-hard soil. His right hand rested on the window frame, the tremor visible in morning light, no longer hidden. "I have been thinking," he said quietly, not looking at her, "about bargains and what they become when the circumstances that created them change." Sarah's heart began to beat faster. "What do you mean?" "I pulled you into this game for tactical reasons. You were the perfect shield, the perfect distraction, the perfect cover for my defect. Everything between us was performance designed to keep us both alive." He turned to face her then, and the expression on his face was unlike anything she had seen from him before. Open, uncertain, real. But somewhere between the Luna ceremony and yesterday's sunrise, the performance became something else. Something I do not have words for yet. Sarah crossed to stand beside him, close enough that she could have touched him if she chose. "What are you asking, Darius?" Not as a king to his consort, not as tactical partners maintaining appearances. His right hand trembled between them, and for once he did not try to hide it. "As myself, broken and bond, deaf and somehow still standing. Will you stand with me tomorrow? And the day after that? Not because you have to, but because you choose to." The question hung between them like a bridge waiting to be crossed. Sarah thought about the girl she had been 3 months ago. Broken, invisible, convinced she was poison that needed to be hidden away. She thought about what she had become in the time since. Dangerous, visible, powerful in ways that had nothing to do with the magic that terrified everyone else. She thought about the man standing before her, this war king who had saved her not out of pity but necessity, who had trusted her with truths that could destroy him. who had stood beside her while the kingdom decided whether to fall or rise. And she realized the answer had been written in every moment they had shared since he slammed his hands on that table and changed both their lives forever. She reached for his right hand, the one that trembled with the secret they both carried now, laced her fingers through his with deliberate certainty. Smiled with something that felt dangerously close to hope. "Act like you're with me," she said softly, turning his words back to him, but this time there was no performance in her voice. No tactical calculation, just truth laid bare. "Because I already am." Something in Darius's expression cracked, not broke, opened. He exhaled like a man who had been holding his breath for 3 years, and when his other hand came up to cup her face, it was the first touch between them that had nothing to do with politics or survival. Just two people who had found each other in the wreckage and decided to build something new from the ruins. Outside the window, morning light caught on shattered crystal fragments scattered through the gardens. Pieces of the old power structure, broken and glittering like stars brought to earth. Gardeners worked around them, planting new growth in soil that had been controlled and contained for too long. A kingdom rising from truth instead of magic. From choice instead of compulsion. From two broken people who had learned that sometimes the cracks were what let the light in. Sarah leaned into Darius's touch, feeling his trembling hand steady against her skin, and thought that perhaps being rejected by fate had been the best thing that ever happened to her. Because it had freed her to choose something better. To choose this. To choose him. And in the morning light filtering through windows overlooking a kingdom being reborn, they stood together not because prophecy demanded it or magic bound them, but because they had looked at each other across a battlefield of broken bonds and shattered expectations and decided yes, this, tomorrow, and every day after, by choice. Let me tell you about the worst seat I ever chose. It was in the Great Mating Convergence Hall in Drakarun. I thought I was sitting next to some high-ranking guard. Quiet guy. Covered in scars and black armor. Didn't say much. Until the entire kingdom stood to honor him. That's when I realized I'd just accidentally sat beside the most dangerous man in the realm. And he'd already caught my scent. The kingdom of Drakarun wasn't the kind of place you stumbled into by accident. It was a realm carved from volcanic stone and ancient fire, where wolves and humans lived side by side but never quite trusted one another. The capital rose from blackened rock, its towers reaching towards storm-gray skies, its streets lit by braziers that burned day and night. The air always smelled of smoke and pine, and the ground beneath your feet hummed with a heat that never went away. Once every generation the kingdom gathered for the Great Mating Convergence. It was the most sacred night in all of Drakarun, a ceremony steeped in tradition and power. Under the light of fire braziers and the watchful eyes of the moon priests, eligible wolves would meet their destined mates. Only pure-blooded wolves were invited. Only those with noble lineage and recognized status had earned the right to stand in that throne hall and wait for fate to choose them. I, Lysandra Hellwing, had absolutely no business being there. I was a half-wolf. My mother had been a strong she-wolf from a lesser pack, but my father was human, and he'd left when I was too young to remember his face. That mix of blood made me an outsider in both worlds. The wolves didn't fully accept me because my blood wasn't pure. The humans feared me because I carried the wolf inside. So I'd learned to keep my head down, to live quietly in the Frostwood outskirts, surrounded by books and solitude. I worked as a scholar, documenting old pack histories and translating ancient texts. It was peaceful, safe, invisible, exactly how I liked it. But my best friend Evelyn had other ideas. Evelyn was everything I wasn't. She was noble-born, confident, and absolutely radiant. Her family had ties to the inner court, and when she'd been chosen as one of the honored maidens for the convergence, she'd been over the moon with excitement. She'd also refused to go without me. "Lysandra, you have to come," she'd begged, gripping my hands in hers, her green eyes sparkling. "I need you there, just for support. You won't have to do anything. Just sit quietly in the back. No one will even notice you." I'd tried to refuse. I'd listed all the reasons why it was a terrible idea. But Evelyn had a way of wearing you down with her enthusiasm, and in the end I'd agreed. Just this once. Just to support her. I promised myself I'd stay invisible. The throne hall was like nothing I'd ever seen. It was massive, with stone pillars stretching up toward a vaulted ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow. Every pillar was carved with glowing runes, ancient symbols that pulsed with a faint golden light. Crimson and black banners hung from the rafters, each one embroidered with the royal wolf sigil. Fire braziers lined the walls, roaring with flames that cast everything in shades of orange and amber. The heat was almost unbearable, pressing against my skin like a living thing. Hundreds of wolves filled the hall. Warriors in ceremonial armor stood at attention along the walls, their eyes sharp and watchful. Nobles draped in furs and silk clustered in groups, whispering and laughing. The honored maidens, including Evelyn, were gathered near the front, each one dressed in flowing gowns that shimmered in the firelight. I felt completely out of place. I kept my head down and pushed through the crowd, trying not to draw attention. My plain dress and simple cloak marked me as someone who didn't belong, and I could feel the curious stares following me. My heart pounded in my chest, and every instinct I had screamed at me to leave, to turn around and disappear back into the safety of the forest. But I'd made a promise to Evelyn. I spotted an empty bench near the side of the hall, tucked slightly in shadow. It was perfect. Out of the way. Quiet. I could sit there and watch the ceremony without anyone noticing me. I slipped onto the bench quickly, letting out a breath of relief. That's when I realized someone was already sitting there. A man. Silent. Enormous. He sat at the far end of the bench, his posture perfectly still. He was draped in black iron armor that looked like it had been forged in the fires of the hall itself, every plate engraved with intricate silver wolf designs. A thick fur cloak hung from his shoulders, so dark it seemed to swallow the light. His hair fell in dark braids around his face, some tied with leather cords, others loose. A brutal scar cut across his left cheekbone, pale against his tanned skin. His hands rested on his knees, gloved and perfectly still. He didn't look at me, didn't acknowledge me. He just sat there, radiating a kind of quiet, controlled danger that made my wolf instincts prickle with awareness. I assumed he was one of the king's personal guard. Someone important but not so important that sitting near him would cause a problem. He seemed content to be left alone, and that suited me perfectly. So I stayed, quiet, hoping to remain invisible. Then the horns blew. The sound was deafening. Deep and primal, it echoed off the stone walls and shook the very air. The fires in the braziers roared to life, the flames shooting upward, doubling in size. The heat became almost unbearable, and the entire hall was bathed in blinding orange light. And then, as one, every single person in the throne hall rose to their feet. Warriors straightened to attention. Nobles placed fists over their hearts. The honored maidens bowed their heads. The moon priests raised their staffs. Hundreds of wolves stood in perfect, reverent silence. Every single person, except me, and the man beside me. My stomach dropped. Panic surged through me as I realized my mistake. I started to stand, my legs shaking, but it was too late. The whispers had already started. Why hasn't she risen? Who is that girl? She's sitting beside him. The fiery Alpha King Astrid is seated. Why hasn't she risen? My blood turned to ice. My heart stopped beating. Slowly, so slowly it felt like moving through water, I turned my head to look at the man beside me. And he turned to look at me. Golden eyes, burning like molten fire. Sharp and predatory and impossibly intense. His nostrils flared, his jaw tightened. Every muscle in his body seemed to coil with restrained power. The entire hall fell into a suffocating silence. He leaned in, just slightly, and inhaled. Deep, deliberate, as though he couldn't help himself. His brows drew together, confusion flickering across his brutal, scarred face. Then something else, something darker, hungrier, more dangerous. His voice was a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. Who are you? I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. Couldn't move. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. His golden eyes burned into mine, and I knew with absolute certainty that my life had just changed forever. Who are you? The question hung in the air between us like smoke. His golden eyes never left mine, burning with an intensity that made my skin prickle. The entire throne hall remained frozen in silence, hundreds of wolves watching us with bated breath. I tried to speak, but my throat had closed up. My heart hammered so hard I was sure everyone could hear it. Finally, I managed to force out a whisper. I'm no one. His eyes narrowed. He leaned in closer, and I watched his nostrils flare as he inhaled again, deeper this time. More deliberate. His brows drew together in confusion, then something that looked almost like frustration crossed his scarred face. "No one does not smell like this." The whispers erupted around us like wildfire. I could feel hundreds of eyes boring into me, could hear the rustle of fabric as nobles leaned toward each other to share their shock. My cheeks burned with humiliation and fear. This was exactly what I'd been trying to avoid. This attention, this scrutiny, this danger. Across the hall I caught sight of Evelyn. Her face was pale, her green eyes wide with a mixture of horror and fascination. She stood frozen among the other honored maidens, her hand pressed to her mouth. King Astrid straightened slightly, but he didn't move away from me. If anything, he seemed to shift closer, his massive frame blocking out everything else in my vision. "Your name," he said again, his voice low and commanding. It wasn't a question this time. It was an order. "Lysandra," I breathed out. "Lysandra Hellwing." Hellwing. He tested the name on his tongue as though searching his memory for it. "I don't know that family." "You wouldn't," I said quickly, my words tumbling over themselves. We're from the Frostwood outskirts. We're nobody. I'm nobody." "Stop saying that." His voice carried an edge now, sharp enough to cut. "Where do you come from? What is your lineage?" Panic clawed at my chest. This was the question I'd dreaded my entire life. The question that would expose me for what I really was. Half-blood, impure, unwanted. "My mother was from the Greymane pack," I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. "A lesser pack, nothing important." "And your father?" I swallowed hard. The lie stuck in my throat, but the truth was even more dangerous. He left when I was young. Astrid's eyes studied me with an intensity that made me feel stripped bare. He inhaled again and I saw his jaw tighten, the muscles in his neck tensing. Something was bothering him, something he couldn't understand. My half-wolf blood was supposed to be unnoticeable. I'd spent years learning to suppress my scent, to blend in, to hide what I was. No one had ever detected it before. No one had ever questioned me. But this man, this king, he was sensing something that didn't make sense to him, and that made him dangerous. I needed to get away from him. Away from his burning gaze and his questions and the way he kept scenting the air around me like I was a puzzle he needed to solve. I started to stand, my legs shaking beneath me. His hand shot out and caught my wrist. Not roughly, not violently, but with an instinctive certainty that froze me in place. His gloved fingers wrapped around my wrist firmly, and I felt the heat of his touch even through the leather. Stay. That single word echoed through the throne hall like a thunderclap. It reverberated off the stone walls, through the stunned silence, through my very bones. It wasn't a request. It wasn't even really a command. It was something deeper, something primal. I stared at him, my breath caught in my throat. His golden eyes held mine, and for a moment, the rest of the world disappeared. There was only him, only his hand on my wrist. Only the impossible pull I felt toward him that made no sense at all. The ceremony continued around us, but I barely registered it. The moon priests began their chants. The honored maidens were presented. The fire braziers roared and danced, but Astrid never looked away from me. He sat there, unreadable, unmoving, his presence burning like a restrained fire. And I sat beside him, terrified and confused, unable to understand what was happening. When the formalities finally concluded and the crowd began to disperse, Evelyn appeared at my side like a whirlwind. She grabbed my arm and practically dragged me away from the bench, away from the king, toward a quieter corner of the hall. "Lysandra." Her voice was frantic, her grip on my arm almost painful. "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" "I didn't mean to," I stammered. "I didn't know. I thought he was just a guard, I swear." "A guard?" Evelyn's eyes were wild. "Lysandra, you sat beside him. You sat beside the fiery Alpha King. No one sits beside him. Not his generals, not his advisors, not even the highest nobles in the kingdom. That seat has been empty for as long as anyone can remember." My stomach dropped. "I didn't know. How was I supposed to know?" "And he scented you." Evelyn's voice dropped to an urgent whisper. Did you see the way he looked at you? The way he kept inhaling? Everyone saw it, Lysandra. Everyone. The implications of her words crashed over me like a wave. Around us, I could hear the whispers spreading like poison through the crowd. Who is she? Why did the king react to her scent? Is she someone important? Could she be dangerous? I heard she's from some unknown pack in the outskirts. Half-blood, I bet. That last whisper made my blood run cold. If they discovered the truth about my heritage, if they found out what I really was, I would be in even more danger than I already faced. I looked across the hall and found him immediately. Astrid stood among his generals now, a head taller than most of them, his black armor gleaming in the firelight. But he wasn't looking at his men, he was looking at me. His golden eyes tracked me through the crowd with an intensity that made my skin prickle with awareness. He watched me for the entire remainder of the ceremony. Unreadable, unmoving, burning with a restrained intensity that I could feel from across the room. When the last of the rituals concluded and the crowd began to thin, I knew I had to escape. I couldn't stay here. Couldn't face more questions, couldn't endure more of those burning golden eyes following my every move. I slipped away from Evelyn, ignoring her protests, and found my way out of the throne hall. The cool night air hit my face like a blessing, and I gulped it down gratefully. The palace courtyard was lit by torches, their flames dancing in the breeze. I found a quiet corner near a stone wall and pressed my back against it, trying to steady my racing heart. I heard footsteps behind me. Heavy, deliberate, unmistakable. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. You ran. Astrid's voice came from somewhere behind me, low and rough. I needed air. I said without turning. You needed to escape me. I had no answer to that because it was true. I heard him move closer, and then he was standing beside me, his presence overwhelming even in the open air. We stood in silence for a long moment, both staring out at the torchlit courtyard. I don't believe in destiny, he said finally, his voice quiet. I don't believe in mates or fate, or any of the stories the moon priests tell. I stayed silent, not knowing what to say. But something about your scent. He trailed off and I heard him inhale again as though he couldn't help himself. It's tormenting me. I can't stop thinking about it. About you. My heart pounded. Please, I whispered. Please stop looking at me like that. Like what? Like I'm something you need to solve. Like I'm something you need to claim. He was quiet for a moment. Then he turned to face me fully, and I had no choice but to meet his eyes. Those burning, golden, impossible eyes. I can't, he whispered. And in that moment, I knew that everything had changed, that there was no going back to my quiet, invisible life. That this man, this king, had already decided something about me, something I didn't understand, something that terrified me, something that, against all reason, made my wolf stir inside me for the first time in years. The morning after the convergence, I woke to the sound of whispers outside my door. I'd barely slept, my mind replaying every moment from the night before, the way Astrid had looked at me, the way he'd held my wrist, the way he'd said he couldn't stop. My wolf had been restless all night, pacing inside my chest like a caged animal, and I didn't understand why. When I finally forced myself out of bed and dressed, I opened the door to find two servants in the hallway. They stopped talking the moment they saw me, their faces flushing with embarrassment before they hurried away. But I'd heard enough. Firebane. The word echoed in my mind as I made my way through the palace corridors. I tried to convince myself I'd misheard, that they were talking about something else, but deep down I knew better. I was walking toward the guest quarters when I heard it again. Two noble women stood near a window, their silk gowns rustling as they leaned close to whisper. They didn't notice me approaching. The half-bloodstain thinks she can sit beside the king. One of them hissed, her voice dripping with venom. Cursed, the other replied. That's what she is. Did you see how the fires flared when she was near him? It's unnatural. My steps faltered. I wanted to turn around to run, but my legs felt frozen. The women finally noticed me, their eyes widening before they quickly turned away, their whispers growing quieter but not stopping. I hurried past them, my cheeks burning with humiliation. This was exactly what I'd feared, exactly why I'd spent my whole life trying to stay invisible, but now everyone saw me. Everyone knew who I was, and they were calling me cursed. I found Evelyn in her chambers, and the moment she saw my face, she pulled me inside and closed the door. "I've been hearing things," she said, her green eyes worried. "Terrible things. They're saying you're dangerous, Lysandra. They're calling you Firebane." "I know," I whispered, sinking into a chair. "I heard them." Evelyn knelt beside me, taking my hands in hers. "Listen to me carefully. If Astrid truly scented a bond with you, if what happened at the convergence was real, the elders will never allow it. I don't understand what you mean." "The High Circle," she said urgently. "The elders who advise the king. They've controlled the throne from the shadows for generations. They choose who has power and who doesn't. And they will never ever allow a half-blood girl to threaten their influence over the king." Fear coiled in my stomach. I don't want to threaten anyone. I just want to go home. To disappear again. "It's too late for that." Her grip on my hands tightened. "He's already noticed you, and that means you're in danger. Real danger." Before I could respond, a sharp knock came at the door. Evelyn reluctantly stood and opened it to reveal a royal guard, his face impassive and formal. "Lysandra Hellwing," he said, his voice echoing in the small room. "The king requests your presence in the Eastern Library. Immediately." My heart dropped into my stomach. Evelyn shot me a worried look, but there was nothing I could do. "You didn't refuse a summons from the king." I followed the guard through the winding corridors of the palace, my mind racing. What did Astrid want? Why couldn't he just leave me alone? Every moment I spent near him only made things worse, only drew more attention, only put me in more danger. I tried to think of ways to avoid him, to make excuses, to delay. Maybe if I walked slowly enough he would give up and leave. Maybe he would realize this was all a mistake and forget about me. But when I finally reached the Eastern Library, a massive room filled with ancient books and scrolls that stretched from floor to ceiling, he was there, waiting. Astrid stood by a tall window, the afternoon light streaming through and casting his shadow long across the stone floor. He was dressed more simply than at the convergence, but he was no less imposing. His black tunic stretched across his broad shoulders, and his dark hair fell loose around his face. When he turned and those golden eyes locked on mine, I felt my breath catch in my throat. "You tried to avoid me," he said quietly. It wasn't a question. "I thought it would be better," I admitted, staying near the doorway. "Better for whom?" I had no answer to that. Better for everyone, maybe. Better for the kingdom that was already whispering about me. Better for the elders who clearly wanted me gone. Better for him, because associating with someone like me could only damage his rule. He crossed the room slowly, deliberately, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. He stopped just a few feet away from me, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating off him, could smell the smoke and pine that seemed to cling to his clothes. "I need answers, Lysandra." "I don't have any," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I don't understand what's happening any more than you do." "You're sent," he said, his voice rough with frustration. "It's driving me mad. I can't think, can't focus on my duties. Every time I close my eyes, I smell you. Every time I try to concentrate on matters of state, on the council meetings and border reports, my mind drifts back to you sitting beside me in that hall." "I'm sorry," I whispered, wrapping my arms around myself. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I never wanted to cause you trouble." "Sorry?" He stepped closer, and I could see the intensity burning in his eyes. "I don't want your apologies. I want to understand why my wolf is howling for you, why every instinct I have is screaming at me to keep you close, to protect you. To claim you?" That last word hung between us, dangerous and electric. I felt my pulse racing, felt my own wolf stirring inside me in response to his words. "You can't," I said, shaking my head desperately. "You heard what they're calling me, Firebane. Cursed, half-bloodstain. I'm not worthy of you. I'm not worthy of any of this. Let me decide what you're worthy of." He reached out and took my hand, and the moment his skin touched mine, something crackled between us. A spark. A pull. Something ancient and undeniable that made my wolf surge inside my chest with a force that took my breath away. I saw Astrid's eyes widen, saw his breathing quicken. He felt it too. I knew he did. "What is this?" he whispered, his voice filled with wonder and confusion. I don't know, I breathed, staring at our joined hands, but we both felt it. The bond, crackling and alive between us, stronger than anything I'd ever experienced. It terrified me and drew me in all at once. And I knew, standing there in that library with his hand in mine, that nothing would ever be the same again. The news came at dawn 3 days later. I was in the gardens, trying to clear my head after another sleepless night, when I heard the commotion, soldiers running, servants whispering urgently, the sound of horses being prepared in the stables. Something was wrong. I found a servant and asked what was happening, my heart already pounding with dread. Rogue wolves, the woman said, her face pale. They've taken the fortress at Iron Peak, killed the entire garrison. The king is riding out within the hour to crush them. My chest tightened with an emotion I didn't want to name. Fear. Not for myself, but for him. I told myself it was foolish. He was the fiery Alpha King, legendary for his strength and skill in battle. He'd conquered territories and defeated enemies that would make lesser wolves run. He didn't need my concern. He probably wouldn't even think about me with war on the horizon, but I couldn't stop the worry that coiled in my stomach like a living thing. The palace erupted into controlled chaos around me. I saw generals striding toward the war room, their faces grim. Soldiers in full armor gathered in the courtyards. Supply wagons were being loaded with weapons and provisions. I stood frozen in the garden, not knowing what to do, when I heard footsteps behind me. I knew it was him before I turned around. I could feel his presence like heat against my back. Astrid stood there in full battle armor. Black iron plates were strapped across his chest and shoulders, each one engraved with intricate wolf designs. A massive sword was belted at his waist, and his dark hair had been pulled back from his face. He looked every inch the warrior king, fierce and powerful and ready for war. But his eyes, when they met mine, held something softer. Something almost vulnerable. I leave within the hour, he said, his voice low. I heard. My voice came out quieter than I intended, barely more than a whisper. He stepped closer, and I noticed the tension in his shoulders, the tightness around his eyes. This wasn't just another battle for him. Something about it unsettled him, though I couldn't imagine what could unsettle a man like him. You unsettle me, he said as though reading my thoughts. From the moment you sat beside me, everything in my world has been tilted. I can't think straight, can't plan clearly. My generals ask me questions about strategy and troop movements, and I have to force myself to focus because all I can think about is you. I'm sorry, I whispered again, because I didn't know what else to say. You confuse me, he continued, taking another step closer until I had to tilt my head back to look at him. I've never believed in fate. Never believed in the mate bond. I thought it was just a story told to cubs to give them hope, to make them believe in something larger than themselves. But now, he trailed off, his golden eyes searching my face as though trying to memorize every detail. Now I can't deny what I feel when I'm near you. My heart pounded so hard I was sure he could hear it. What do you feel? Like you're pulling at me, he said, his voice dropping even lower. Like there's a thread tied around my soul and you're holding the other end. I've fought battles that would break most men, conquered territories that seemed impossible, faced enemies that would make experienced warriors flee. But this, you terrify me in a way nothing else ever has. You shouldn't want me, I said, my voice breaking. I'm nobody. I'm half-blood. I'm everything the elders say I am. Wanting me will only bring you trouble. It will only make things harder for you. Astrid reached out and cupped my face in his rough, calloused hand. The touch sent electricity racing through my skin, made my wolf howl with recognition inside my chest. Wanting you is not a choice, he said, his voice low and fierce. It is a fire, and I am burning. Then he dropped his hand and stepped back, his expression hardening as duty called him away from whatever was building between us. I don't know when I'll return, he said, his voice returning to that of a commanding king. The rebellion must be crushed quickly before it spreads to other territories. But Lysandra, he paused, his eyes holding mine with an intensity that stole my breath. Stay here, stay in the palace. Stay safe. I will. I promised, though I didn't know why I was making that promise or why it seemed so important. Then he was gone, his black cloak sweeping behind him as he strode away toward the waiting soldiers and the war that called him north. I stood alone in the garden, my hand pressed to the cheek he'd touched, my mind reeling from everything he'd said. I thought his absence would give me peace. That with him gone I could think clearly again, could figure out what to do, could maybe even slip away and return to my quiet life in Frostwood where none of this madness existed. But I discovered the opposite. I missed him. The realization hit me that first night as I lay awake in my borrowed room, staring at the ceiling. I missed his presence, his intensity, even the way he'd looked at me like I was a puzzle he needed to solve. My wolf paced restlessly inside me, anxious and agitated in a way she'd never been before. I found myself standing at the palace gates during the day, staring north toward where he'd gone, as though I could will him back safely through sheer force of wanting. I listened to every report that came back from the border, my heart jumping at each mention of the king's army. I feared for him in a way that made no sense. I barely knew him. We'd spoken only a handful of times. He was the king, powerful and fierce and surrounded by the best warriors in the kingdom. He didn't need my worry, but I worried anyway. And worse, I questioned myself constantly. Why did I feel this way about him? Why did my skin still tingle where he'd touched my face? Why did my wolf respond to him when I'd spent years keeping that part of myself buried and controlled? Evelyn found me one evening in the palace library, sitting at a table with a book open in front of me that I wasn't actually reading. "You miss him," she said gently, sliding into the chair beside me. It wasn't a question. I didn't bother denying it. "Is that wrong?" "No," she said softly. "It's just dangerous." 3 days after Astrid left, I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. I'd been walking through one of the administrative wings of the palace, lost in thought about Astrid and the bond and everything that had happened. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going until I noticed a door slightly ajar. Through the opening, I could see stacks of parchment and leather-bound ledgers. Curious, and needing something to distract my mind, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. It was a records room. Council documents covered every surface. Supply requisitions, tax records, village reports, all the boring administrative details that kept a kingdom running. I knew I shouldn't be there, but something caught my eye. A ledger that didn't quite match the others, its binding newer, its pages less worn. I pulled it from the shelf and opened it, running my finger down the columns of numbers, and then I froze. The numbers were wrong. Supplies meant for the northern villages, grain and medicine and building materials, the amounts listed as delivered didn't match the amounts that had supposedly been purchased. Hundreds of pounds of grain simply missing from the records, vanished without explanation. My heart began to pound. I set that ledger aside and pulled another one. More discrepancies. Funds allocated for border defenses, detailed payment records, but I'd traveled through the northern territories before, and I'd never seen the defenses these documents claimed had been built. I opened more documents, my hands shaking now as the pattern became clearer. Forged signatures on requisition forms, altered dates on supply orders. Records that had been carefully, meticulously changed to hide something big. Someone was stealing from the kingdom. Someone inside the palace was diverting supplies meant for villages and soldiers. Someone was forging documents and covering their tracks. Someone was committing treason. And as I stood there, surrounded by evidence of corruption, I realized with cold certainty that I was the only one who had noticed the pattern. The only one who had put the pieces together. Which meant I was also the only one in danger if the people responsible discovered what I knew. I carefully replaced the ledgers exactly as I'd found them, my mind racing. Who could I tell? Who could I trust? Astrid was gone, fighting rebels at the border. Evelyn would believe me, but she had no power. The council? But what if the traitors were on the council itself? As I slipped out of the records room and hurried back toward the safety of the guest quarters, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that eyes were tracking my every move. That I'd just stumbled into something far more dangerous than I'd ever imagined, and I had no idea what to do about it. I couldn't stop thinking about those ledgers. For 2 days after my discovery in the records room, I tried to convince myself I'd misread the numbers, that there was a logical explanation for the discrepancies, that I was seeing patterns where none existed because I was stressed and worried and desperate for something to focus on other than Astrid fighting at the northern border. But I knew better. Someone was stealing from Dracaroon, And whoever they were doing it carefully, methodically, covering their tracks with forged signatures and altered dates. I needed more proof. Something concrete that couldn't be explained away. So I went back. It was late afternoon when I slipped into the administrative wing again, checking carefully to make sure no one was watching. The records room door was unlocked, just as it had been before. I pushed it open and stepped inside, my heart pounding. This time, I knew what I was looking for. I started with the tax records, pulling ledgers from different years and comparing them. The pattern became clearer the more I looked. Money collected from the outer territories, substantial amounts, that somehow never made it into the royal treasury. The numbers had been changed, but whoever did it had been sloppy in places, missing small details that didn't add up. Then I found something that made my blood run cold. Tucked between two innocuous supply requisitions was a piece of parchment covered in symbols I didn't recognize at first. But as I studied it closer, I realized it was a code, a cipher, and in the margin, barely visible, someone had written a translation key. My hands shook as I worked through the message. It was correspondence, to someone outside the palace. Someone identified only as Northern Alpha. The message was brief but damning. The king marches north as planned. Iron Peak was the bait. Lead him deeper into the mountains. We will handle the rest from within. I stared at the parchment, my mind racing. The rebellion at Iron Peak hadn't been a random uprising. It had been orchestrated, planned, designed to lure Astrid away from the capital. But why? I kept searching, pulling more documents, my movements becoming frantic now. I found maps tucked into the back of a drawer, detailed charts of the northern territories with routes marked in red ink, ambush points, places where an army could be trapped and overwhelmed. They were planning to kill him. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just about stealing supplies or money. This was about removing Astrid from power entirely. I found more coded messages, more correspondence with rogue alphas, promises of territory and power once the fiery king was dealt with. Plans for a new order in Drakarun, one where the High Circle would hold true power, and then I found the letters with my name on them. They were forgeries, I knew immediately. Letters supposedly written by me to various rebel groups, offering information about the king's movements, about palace security, about weaknesses in Drakarun's defenses. The handwriting was close to mine, but not quite right. Someone had studied my writing and done their best to copy it. They were framing me. I was meant to be the scapegoat. The half-blood girl who had bewitched the king, who had wormed her way into his confidence only to betray him to his enemies. When Astrid died in the mountains, they would produce these letters as proof. They would execute me as a traitor, and no one would question it because everyone already believed I was cursed, dangerous, unworthy. The pieces fell into place with horrifying clarity. The elders had orchestrated everything. The rebellion, the ambush, my role as the villain in their carefully crafted story. I gathered everything I could carry, stuffing documents into the folds of my cloak. I needed to show someone, needed to prove what was happening before it was too late, but who could I trust? I thought of Evelyn. She would believe me. She had to. I was about to leave when I heard voices in the hallway outside. I froze, my heart stopping. "The records are all in order," a man's voice said. I recognized it immediately. Elder Corvus, the same elder who had questioned me with his cold eyes after the convergence. "She won't find anything unless she knows exactly where to look. And if she does?" Another voice. "Elder Marin. Then we deal with her, the same way we'll deal with her precious king." I pressed myself against the wall, barely breathing. They were right outside the door. "The poison is already prepared," Corvus continued. "When he returns victorious, believing he's crushed the rebellion, we'll host a feast in his honor. He'll never see it coming." "And the girl?" "An unfortunate accident. Perhaps she'll be found dead in her chambers, a suicide note confessing her treasonous acts beside her body, or maybe she'll simply disappear. Either way, she won't be a problem." My hands trembled. I looked around desperately for another way out, but there was only one door. I was trapped. The voices moved away down the corridor, and I waited, counting my racing heartbeats before I dared to move. When I finally crept to the door and peered out, the hallway was empty. I ran. I made it back to Evelyn's chambers, gasping for breath, and pounded on her door. She opened it immediately, her eyes widening when she saw my face. "Lysandra, what happened? You look terrified." I pushed past her into the room and closed the door, pressing my back against it. "I need your help. Please, you have to believe me." "Of course I believe you." "What's wrong?" I spread the documents on her table with shaking hands and told her everything, about the ledgers and the coded messages and the maps, about the plot to kill Astrid, about the forged letters framing me as a traitor. Evelyn's face grew paler with each revelation. When I finished, she sat down heavily, staring at the evidence in front of her. "The High Circle," she whispered. "They're planning a coup. They're going to kill him, Evelyn. They lured him north so they could ambush him, and even if he survives that, they're planning to poison him when he returns, and they're going to blame me for all of it. We have to warn him. Send a message to the Northern Front." "How?" "Every messenger goes through the council. They'll intercept anything we send, and even if we could get word to him, would he believe it? He barely knows me. For all he knows, I could be exactly what they're trying to make me appear to be." Evelyn stood and paced the room, her mind working. "Then we gather more proof. Evidence so solid that even the elders can't deny it. And we find someone we can trust, someone with power who can help us. Over the next 3 days, we worked carefully, quietly. Evelyn used her connections among the palace servants to gather information. I returned to the records room when I could, always careful, always watching for signs I'd been discovered. We found more evidence, more messages, more proof of the conspiracy. But we also realized how deep it went. It wasn't just the elders. Members of the council were involved, high-ranking nobles. Even some of the palace guard had been bought or blackmailed into cooperation. The rot went straight to the core of Dracarun's power structure. On the 4th night, I made a terrible mistake. I'd been following Elder Thorn, one of the younger members of the High Circle, hoping he might lead me to more evidence. He left the palace just after sunset, moving through the darkened streets of the capital with his hood pulled low. I followed him to the edge of the city, to an old warehouse near the docks. Light flickered through the gaps in the walls, voices carried on the night air. I crept closer, pressing myself against the rough wooden exterior, and peered through a crack in the wall. Elder Thorn stood inside, talking with a man I'd never seen before, but I recognized what he was immediately: a rogue wolf. I could see it in the way he moved, the feral gleam in his eyes, the lack of any pack markings or loyalty bonds. "Your Alpha has the location?" Thorn was saying. "The ambush point?" "He does," the rogue confirmed. "The Fiery King is walking straight into our trap. 3 more days, maybe 4, and he'll be dead in the mountains. Then you can claim he died a hero, fighting the rebellion he thought he was crushing. And his body will never be found, we'll make sure of that." Thorn smiled, a cold expression that made my skin crawl. "Perfect. And the half-blood girl? Once the king is dead, do what you want with her. My Alpha has no interest in palace politics, we just want what you promised. Territory, hunting rights, freedom from your precious kingdom's laws." "You'll have it all," Thorn assured him. "Once the king is gone and the High Circle controls the throne, we'll need allies like you, strong wolves who aren't afraid to do what's necessary." I should have left then, should have slipped away quietly with the information I'd gathered. But I shifted my weight, and my boots scraped against a loose stone. The sound echoed in the night like a thunderclap. Both men's heads snapped toward the wall where I was hiding. The rogue wolf's nostrils flared, and his eyes began to glow with predatory gold. "Someone's there," he growled. I ran. I heard them crash through the warehouse door behind me, heard their footsteps pounding after me through the darkened streets. My wolf surged inside me, lending me speed I didn't know I had, but they were faster, trained, dangerous. "Find her," Thorn's voice echoed off the stone buildings. "She can't escape. If she reaches the palace, we're done." I darted through alleyways, vaulted over crates, squeezed through narrow passages between buildings. My lungs burned. My legs screamed, but terror drove me forward. I could hear the rogue wolf getting closer, could hear his breathing, could almost feel his claws reaching for me. I burst out onto a main street and nearly collided with a palace patrol. 3 guards in royal armor, their hands immediately going to their weapons when they saw me running. "Help!" I gasped. "Please, they're chasing me, they're trying to kill me." The guards looked past me to where Thorn and the rogue had emerged from the alley. But instead of protecting me, instead of drawing their weapons, they simply stepped aside. "Let them pass," one of the guards said coldly. My blood turned to ice. They were part of it too. The corruption ran even deeper than I'd thought. Thorn smiled as he approached, no longer running now that he knew I was trapped. "Foolish girl. Did you really think you could spy on us and live?" "The king will know," I said desperately, backing away. "When he returns, I'll tell him everything. About you. About the coup. About all of it. The king," Thorn said with a laugh, "will be dead within 3 days. And you, my dear Lysandra, will die tonight. A tragic accident. Perhaps you'll be found in the river. Or maybe you simply vanished, overcome with guilt for your betrayal. Either way, you won't be telling anyone anything." The rogue wolf cracked his knuckles, advancing with a predator's patience. I looked around frantically for escape, but there was none. The guards blocked one direction. Thorn and the rogue blocked the other. Solid walls on either side. I was going to die in this street, and no one would ever know the truth. Unless I fought. My wolf surged inside me, stronger than she'd ever been, demanding I shift, demanding I fight, demanding I survive. I'd spent my whole life suppressing her, hiding her, ashamed of my half-blood nature. But right now, she was all I had. I felt my bones beginning to shift, felt my claws emerging, felt power flooding through my body as I prepared to make my final stand. Then a horn blast shattered the night. The sound came from the north gate, 3 sharp notes that echoed across the entire city. The king's return signal. Thorn's face went white. "That's impossible. He can't be back yet." The ambush. It was supposed to happen tomorrow. But the horn sounded again, followed by the thunder of hoofbeats. Torches appeared at the north gate, hundreds of them, as Astrid's army rode back into the capital. He'd returned early. He was alive, and I finally had a chance. I bolted past the confused guards before anyone could react, running toward the approaching army with every ounce of strength I had left. Behind me, I heard Thorn screaming orders to stop me, but it was too late. I burst through the crowd gathering to welcome the king home, pushing past celebrating citizens, until I saw him. Astrid sat atop a massive black horse at the head of his army, still in full battle armor, blood and dirt staining his cloak. His golden eyes scanned the crowd, and when they landed on me, sprinting toward him like my life depended on it, his expression shifted from confusion to alarm. I reached him and grabbed his stirrup, gasping for breath, the words tumbling out in a desperate rush. "They're trying to kill you. The elders. The High Circle. It's all a trap. The rebellion, the ambush, the poison. They're planning to murder you and frame me and take control of the kingdom. I have proof. I have evidence. Please, you have to believe me. Please." Astrid dismounted in one fluid motion, his hands gripping my shoulders, his eyes searching my face. "Lysandra, slow down. What are you talking about?" "A coup," I gasped. "The High Circle is planning a coup, and if they get to you first, you're going to die." Astrid didn't hesitate. The moment I finished my desperate explanation, gasping for breath in the middle of the crowded street, he turned to his generals with an expression that could have melted steel. "Secure the palace gates. No one enters or leaves without my direct permission. Find Evelyn and bring her to safety. And arrest any member of the High Circle you can find." His second in command, a scarred warrior named Gareth, nodded sharply. "Your Majesty, are you certain?" "The High Circle has served the throne for generations. They've been plotting treason," Astrid said, his voice carrying the kind of authority that made even hardened soldiers straighten. "And if what Lysandra says is true, they've been doing it under my nose while I was away fighting their manufactured rebellion. Now move." The soldiers scattered to carry out his orders. Astrid's hand found my shoulder, steadying me as I swayed on my feet, exhaustion finally catching up with adrenaline. "You're safe now," he said quietly. "I won't let them hurt you." But I wasn't safe. Neither of us were. Not yet. Within the hour, the palace was in controlled chaos. Astrid's loyal soldiers secured every entrance while others searched for the elders. Evelyn was brought to the throne room under guard, her face pale but relieved when she saw me alive. "Thank the gods," she breathed, pulling me into a fierce hug. "When you didn't come back, I thought they'd killed you." "They tried," I said, my voice shaking. But Astrid came back early. If he'd been even 1 day later... I didn't finish the sentence. We both knew what would have happened. Astrid called an emergency council meeting, but before it could convene, a messenger arrived with news that made my blood run cold. The High Circle had moved first. They'd called for a public tribunal in the throne hall. They'd sent criers through the city announcing that the half-blood girl who had bewitched their king would face justice for her crimes against Drakarun. They were forcing Astrid's hand, using the public nature of the accusation to corner him politically. If he didn't attend, he would appear weak. If he did attend, they would control the narrative. It was a trap, but we had no choice but to walk into it. The throne hall was packed when the guards escorted me inside. It seemed like every noble in the capital had come to witness my downfall. The massive chamber echoed with whispered conversations, and I felt hundreds of hostile eyes tracking my every movement. The High Circle sat in their elevated seats near the throne, their faces masks of righteous anger. Elder Corvus stood at the center, looking every inch the concerned advisor protecting his kingdom from a threat. I was brought to stand in the middle of the hall, alone, exposed. My hands were bound in front of me, not with rope but with ceremonial chains meant to symbolize my alleged crimes. The metal was cold against my wrists. Evelyn stood near the back of the crowd, her face anguished. She tried to push forward, tried to reach me, but palace guards held her back. Elder Corvus raised his hands, and the hall fell silent. "We are gathered here to address a grave threat to our kingdom," he announced, his voice carrying to every corner of the massive room. "This woman, Lysandra Hellwing, stands accused of heinous crimes against the crown and the people of Drakarun." I stood as straight as I could, refusing to show fear even though terror clawed at my chest. "She is accused," Corvus continued, "of seducing our king through unnatural means, of weakening his fire and his judgment, of passing vital secrets to rebel forces at our borders, and of conspiracy to commit treason against the throne itself." Gasps and angry mutters rippled through the crowd. I saw nobles shaking their heads in disgust. Saw warriors I'd passed in the hallways looking at me like I was something vile. "She came to the Great Mating Convergence uninvited," Elder Marin added, her voice sharp. "A half-blood with no standing, no lineage, no right to be in the presence of pure-blooded wolves, yet somehow she caught the attention of our king. We believe she used dark magic, forbidden practices. She is a curse upon this kingdom." "Firebane!" someone in the crowd shouted. Others took up the cry, "Cursed! Half-blood stain! Execute her!" My legs shook, but I kept my chin up. I would not cower, would not give them the satisfaction of seeing me break. Evelyn finally broke through the guards holding her back. She rushed forward, her voice ringing out over the chaos. "This is madness. Lysandra hasn't done anything wrong. She's innocent." Two guards grabbed her arms, dragging her back. She struggled against them, tears streaming down her face. "Silence!" Corvus commanded. "The friend of a traitor is not welcome to speak in this hall." "Let her go," I said, finding my voice despite the fear choking me. "She has nothing to do with this. Your quarrel is with me." "Our quarrel," Elder Thorn said, stepping forward with a cold smile, "is with anyone who threatens the stability of Drakarun. And you, girl, are the greatest threat we've faced in generations." The doors at the back of the hall crashed open. Everyone turned. The whispers died instantly. Astrid entered, and the air itself seemed to change. He was still in his battle armor, the black iron plates stained with blood and dirt from the fighting up north. His cloak was torn in places, his hair wild from the wind and war. He looked like exactly what he was, a warrior king fresh from battle, dangerous and barely controlled. But it was his eyes that made my breath catch. Those golden eyes burned with an intensity I'd never seen before, locked on me for one heartbeat before sweeping across the High Circle with murderous focus. The crowd parted for him as he strode down the center aisle, his boots echoing on the stone floor. He stopped at the base of the throne, but he didn't sit. Instead, he crossed his arms and stood in a position that radiated lethal patience. "Continue," he said, his voice deadly quiet. "I'm listening." Elder Corvus seemed momentarily thrown by Astrid's early arrival, but he recovered quickly. "Your Majesty, we were just explaining the charges against this woman. She has betrayed you, betrayed all of us. We have evidence of her correspondence with rebel forces, plans she shared, secrets she sold. Show me this evidence," Astrid said. Corvus produced the forged letters, the ones I'd seen in the records room. The ones written in handwriting that almost matched mine. He held them up for the crowd to see. These letters prove her treachery. In her own hand, she offers information to our enemies. She promises them aid in exchange for power and position once you are overthrown. The crowd erupted in angry shouts. I saw faces twisted with hatred, heard calls for my immediate execution. Through it all, Astrid stood silent, watching. His expression was unreadable, but I saw his jaw tighten, saw his hands clench into fists at his sides. "The evidence is clear," Elder Marin said. "She is guilty of high treason. We recommend immediate execution as an example to others who might think to betray the crown." "Exile would be too merciful," Thorn added. "She must die, tonight, in front of the entire kingdom." The elders looked at Astrid expectantly, waiting for his judgment. The crowd held its breath. Astrid's aura began to build. I felt it like heat washing over my skin, saw the flames in the braziers flare higher. The very air seemed to vibrate with his barely contained rage. But before he could speak, before he could pronounce my fate, something inside me broke. I'd spent my entire life being quiet, being invisible, accepting what others said about me because I believed I deserved it. Half-blood, unworthy, cursed, but I wasn't any of those things, and I wasn't going to die for crimes I didn't commit. I stepped forward, my chains rattling, my voice clear and strong despite my fear. "I have proof." The hall fell silent. Elder Corvus's face paled. "What?" "I have proof," I repeated louder now. "Proof that the High Circle is lying. Proof that you've been stealing from this kingdom. Proof that you orchestrated the rebellion to lure the king into an ambush. Proof that you're planning a coup." "She's desperate," Marin said quickly. "Making wild accusations to save her own life." "Then let her speak," Astrid said, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade. "Let's hear what she has to say." I looked at him, and he gave me the smallest nod. Trust flickering in his golden eyes despite everything. Evelyn understood immediately. She'd been holding my cloak, the one I'd stuffed full of documents before I ran. She pushed through the crowd again and handed it to me, the guards too shocked to stop her this time. I pulled out the ledgers, the maps, the coded messages. I spread them across the floor in front of the throne for everyone to see. "These are records from the palace archives," I said, my voice steady now. "They show years of theft, supplies meant for villages that never arrived, taxes collected that never reached the treasury. Money diverted to pay off rogue alphas and fund rebellions." Gasps echoed through the hall. Nobles leaned forward to see. "These are coded messages between the High Circle and rebel forces," I continued, holding up the decoded correspondence. "Plans for ambushes, instructions for leading the king into traps, promises of power and territory once he was dead." "Lies!" Corvus shouted. "She forged those documents." "Did I also forge these?" I pulled out the maps showing planned ambush locations, the same maps I'd found in the records room. "These are in Elder Thorn's handwriting. I've seen his signatures on official documents. The script is identical." Thorn's face went white. "And did I forge this?" I held up a small vial that Evelyn had managed to steal from an elder's chamber. "Poison, meant for the victory feast you were planning to hold in the king's honor when he returned." Except he wasn't supposed to return, he was supposed to die in the mountains. The crowd erupted in shocked exclamations. Even the nobles who had been calling for my death now looked uncertain, their eyes moving between me and the elders. "This is absurd," Corvus said, but his voice had lost its earlier confidence. "Your Majesty, surely you don't believe the ravings of this half-blood girl over the council that has served your family for generations." Astrid's eyes blazed with fury. The temperature in the hall rose as his power surged, unchecked now. The braziers roared to life, flames shooting toward the ceiling. The stone pillars actually trembled. And then he turned on the High Circle with a look that promised death. I'd never seen anything like the rage that rolled off Astrid in that moment. His aura filled the throne hall like a physical force, pressing down on everyone present. Nobles stumbled backward. Guards dropped to one knee. Even the High Circle elders, who moments before had been so confident in their accusations, now looked terrified. "You plot against your king?" Astrid's voice was quiet, but it carried to every corner of the massive hall. Each word fell like a hammer blow. "You steal from your people. You manufacture rebellions and send warriors to die in battles you orchestrated. You lure me into ambushes meant to kill me." He descended from the throne platform slowly, deliberately. Every step echoed in the silence. "And you dare blame my mate?" The last word reverberated through the hall like thunder. Silence. Complete, absolute silence. I stopped breathing. My mind struggled to process what he'd just said. Mate. He'd called me his mate. Publicly. In front of the entire kingdom. The high circle looked like they'd been struck. Even Elder Corvus, who always had something to say, stood speechless. Astrid crossed the floor to where I stood in chains. His golden eyes met mine, and I saw something fierce and protective burning there. Something that made my wolf howl, with recognition inside my chest. He reached out and broke the ceremonial chains with his bare hands, the metal snapping like dry twigs. Then he took my hand, his touch warm and deliberate, and pulled me to stand beside him. Not behind him, not below him. Beside him. "This is Lysandra Hellwing," he announced, his voice ringing with absolute authority. "My chosen, my equal, my Luna." The crowd exploded into chaos. Gasps and shouts and exclamations of shock echoed off the stone walls. I heard someone crying, heard others arguing, heard the moon priests beginning to murmur among themselves. But Astrid wasn't finished. He turned back to the high circle, his hand still gripping mine, and the fury in his expression made even the bravest warriors take a step back. "You called her a curse. You called her Firebane. You tried to frame her for treason while planning to murder me and seize control of my throne." His voice dropped to something cold and lethal. "And you thought I wouldn't find out." "Your Majesty," Corvus tried, his voice shaking now. "We were trying to protect you. The prophecy says my true mate shall calm the flames or burn the kingdom to ash," Astrid interrupted. "You twisted those words to justify your treachery. You tried to use ancient warnings as an excuse to commit murder." He raised his free hand, and palace guards immediately surrounded the high circle platform. The elders tried to run, but there was nowhere to go. "Arrest them," Astrid commanded. "All of them. Every elder, every noble, every guard who participated in this conspiracy. Find them. Drag them from their hiding places. Throw them in the deepest cells we have." The throne hall descended into controlled chaos as soldiers moved to obey. Elder Corvus began shouting protests, claiming his actions were lawful, that he was protecting the kingdom. Elder Marin screamed curses at me, calling me a witch and a demon. Elder Thorn tried to fight the guards and was struck down, his face pressed against the stone floor. Through it all, Astrid kept hold of my hand, anchoring me, protecting me. The loyal wolves in the hall, the ones who had always served the throne faithfully, began to kneel. First one, then another, then dozens, then hundreds. The entire hall filled with the sound of armor clanking and cloaks rustling as warriors and nobles alike dropped to one knee in recognition. Not in fear, not in obligation, but in respect. Evelyn pushed through the crowd, tears streaming down her face. She reached me and pulled me into a fierce hug, sobbing with relief. "I thought we'd lost," she whispered. "I thought they were going to kill you." "I'm okay," I managed, my voice shaking. "I'm okay." The moon priests moved forward, their ancient faces solemn. The eldest among them raised his staff, and the hall quieted again. "The prophecy," he intoned, his voice carrying with the weight of centuries. "The one who calms the flames has arrived." The other priests took up the chant, their voices rising and falling in an ancient rhythm I didn't understand but felt in my bones. "For generations we have waited. For generations the fiery kings of Dracaroon have burned alone, their power unchecked, their rage barely controlled. But the prophecy promised one who could calm the flames without extinguishing them, one who could stand beside the fire without being consumed." The head priest looked at me, and his eyes were kind despite their age. "You are that one, Lysandra Hellwing. The mate bond has chosen you. The kingdom recognizes you. The fire has found its balance." I couldn't speak. Could barely think. Everything that had happened in the last hour felt surreal, like a dream I might wake from at any moment. But Astrid's hand in mine was real. The warmth of his presence beside me was real. And when he turned to look at me, the intensity in his golden eyes was absolutely real. "I choose you," he said quietly, meant only for me despite the hundreds watching. "Whether the kingdom burns or not, whether the prophecy is fulfilled or fails, I choose you, Lysandra. My throat tightened with emotion. Even though I'm half-blood? Even though I'm nobody? You're not nobody. His free hand came up to cup my face, gentle despite his warrior's calluses. You're the woman who sat beside me when everyone else stood. You're the one who uncovered a conspiracy that could have destroyed my kingdom. You're the one who scented a bond I didn't believe existed and made me question everything I thought I knew about fate and destiny. Tears blurred my vision. I'm scared. So am I, he admitted. But we'll figure it out together. The last of the treacherous elders were dragged from the hall, their screams fading into the distance. The guards sealed the doors behind them, and slowly, gradually, the atmosphere in the throne hall began to shift. The tension that had gripped the room like a vice began to ease. The fear that had made everyone hold their breath started to dissipate, and something new took its place. Hope. I felt it spreading through the gathered wolves like warmth through cold stone. Saw it in the faces of nobles who had been prepared to watch my execution, heard it in the whispers that started to replace the earlier cries for my death. The prophecy is fulfilled. The fiery king has found his Luna. The kingdom is saved. Astrid raised his voice one final time, addressing the entire hall. The High Circle's corruption ends today. Their theft ends today. Their manipulation and their schemes and their plots end today. His aura surged again, but this time it felt different. Not threatening, but protective. From this moment forward, Dracaroon will be rebuilt on truth and loyalty. Any who participated in the conspiracy will face justice. Any who remained loyal will be rewarded. And any who doubt the strength of this kingdom should know this. We are stronger now than we have ever been. He pulled me closer, and I felt every eye in the hall on us. Because the fire, he said, his voice dropping but still carrying to every corner, has finally found its balance. The hall erupted in cheers, not forced, not frightened, but genuine, relieved, hopeful cheers that shook the rafters and made the braziers dance. I stood beside the fiery Alpha King, his hand in mine, and realized something profound. The kingdom wasn't burning. Instead, for the first time in generations, it was breathing again. The corruption that had choked it was being cut away. The fear that had paralyzed it was lifting. The lies that had poisoned it were being exposed to light. And somehow, impossibly, I was part of that healing. Me, Lysandra Hellwing, the quiet half-blood scholar who had only wanted to remain invisible. Astrid leaned down and whispered in my ear, his breath warm against my skin. Are you ready for this? For everything that comes with being Luna? I looked out at the sea of faces. At Evelyn, who was crying and smiling at the same time. At the moon priests, who watched with approval. At the loyal wolves who knelt not in fear but in devotion. And I looked up at Astrid, at the man who had chosen me despite everything, who had defended me when the entire kingdom turned against me, who had called me his mate in front of everyone who mattered. I don't know, I admitted honestly, but I'll try, if you'll help me. Always, he promised. And standing there in that throne hall, surrounded by the flickering light of 100 braziers, I finally allowed myself to believe it. The prophecy that had terrified so many had come true. The fiery king's true mate had calmed the flames, and instead of burning the kingdom to ash, together we were going to help it rise from the ashes of corruption into something stronger than it had been before. The kingdom of Dracaroon had found its balance, and I had found my home. The days after the tribunal passed in a blur of chaos and healing. With the High Circle arrested and their conspiracy exposed, everything they'd built began to crumble. The rebellion at the northern border collapsed within 2 days, once the rogue Alphas realized their promised support would never come. Without the Elders' gold and weapons, the rebels scattered back into the mountains, leaderless and defeated. Astrid's generals found the stolen grain in warehouses throughout the capital, hidden under false records and guarded by corrupted officials. Within a week, convoys were rolling out to the starving villages in the north and east, carrying the supplies that should have reached them months ago. I watched from the palace windows as the wagons departed, and for the first time since this all began, I felt like I could breathe. The border packs that had been wavering in their loyalty, uncertain whether to side with the rebels or the throne, sent envoys to swear their allegiance. They knelt before Astrid in the throne hall, pledging their warriors and their territory to Dracaroon's defense. Peace, fragile but real, began to spread across the kingdom like dawn breaking after a long night, and somehow, impossibly, I became part of that peace. The people started calling me the Flame Calmer. The title spread through the capital like wildfire, whispered in markets and taverns, sung in songs by traveling bards. Wherever I walked in the palace, servants bowed. Nobles who had called me cursed just days before now sought my favor. Warriors who had demanded my execution now pledged their loyalty to their new Luna. It was overwhelming, terrifying, surreal. I'd gone from invisible to infamous to revered in the span of a week, and I didn't know how to process any of it. On the 8th night after the tribunal, after another long day of court proceedings and loyalty oaths and careful political maneuvering, I couldn't take it anymore. The palace felt too small, too crowded, too full of eyes watching my every move. I needed air, space. A moment to think without someone asking me questions or seeking my guidance or treating me like I was something precious and breakable. So I slipped away. The torchlit courtyard was quiet, the stones still warm from the day's heat. The moon hung full and bright overhead, casting silver light across the training yard and the gardens beyond. I found a bench near the far wall and sat down, wrapping my arms around myself. I'd saved the kingdom. I'd exposed the conspiracy. I'd stood beside the fiery Alpha King and accepted the mate bond in front of everyone. So why did I feel so lost? I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate. Familiar. You ran again. Astrid's voice came from the shadows. I didn't turn around. I needed to think. You needed to escape. I couldn't deny it. He knew me too well already, this man who had upended my entire world. He came around the bench and sat beside me, close enough that I could feel his warmth but not touching. For a long moment we sat in silence, both staring up at the moon. They're calling me the Flame Calmer, I said finally. I know. I don't feel like I've calmed anything. I feel like I barely survived. Like I stumbled through everything and somehow came out the other side through sheer luck. That's not how it looked from where I was standing, Astrid said quietly. You uncovered a conspiracy that had been growing for years. You gathered evidence that no one else noticed. You risked your life to warn me. You stood in that throne hall, chained and accused, and you fought back when anyone else would have broken. I was terrified. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's acting despite it. I turned to look at him then. He was still in his formal clothing from the day's court sessions, but he'd removed the crown and loosened his collar. He looked tired. Human. Vulnerable in a way I rarely saw. Are you okay? I asked softly. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. I should be asking you that. I asked first. He was quiet for a long moment, his jaw working as he chose his words carefully. I trusted them, he said finally. The High Circle. I was raised to trust them. My father trusted them. My grandfather. They've advised the throne for generations, and I never questioned whether their counsel was truly in the kingdom's best interest or their own. He turned to face me fully. You saw what I couldn't, or wouldn't. You saved my life, Lysandra. You saved my kingdom. And I don't know how to thank you for that. You don't need to thank me. Yes, I do. He reached out and cupped my face in both his hands. The gesture gentle, despite his warrior's strength. You didn't just cool my fire, you saved my soul. The words hit me like a physical thing, stealing my breath. I saw the truth in his golden eyes, the depth of emotion he rarely showed. This fierce, powerful king who ruled through strength and fire was looking at me like I was the most precious thing in his world. Astrid, I whispered. I spent my whole life believing I was meant to burn alone, he continued, his thumbs brushing across my cheekbones. I thought the fire inside me was a curse I had to bear in isolation, that letting anyone close would only hurt them. But then you sat beside me in that throne hall, and everything changed. I felt my eyes burning with tears. I don't understand this bond. I don't understand why fate chose me for you. Maybe fate knew I needed someone who would see past the crown and the power and the fire, someone who would call me out when I was wrong. Someone brave enough to stand beside me without fear. He leaned his forehead against mine, and I felt his aura surrounding us, not the raging inferno from the throne hall, but something warm and gentle and safe. Someone exactly like you. And in that moment, something inside me finally settled. All my life, I'd felt like I was caught between two worlds, too human for the wolves, too wolf for the humans, never quite belonging anywhere, always on the outside looking in. But here, in this courtyard, with this man's hands cradling my face and his warmth surrounding me, I finally understood. I didn't need to be one thing or the other. I didn't need to hide part of myself to be accepted. I could be both. I could be whole. I could be his. I accept, I whispered. The bond. You. All of it. I accept. The moment the words left my lips, something shifted. The mate bond that had been crackling between us since that first moment in the throne hall suddenly snapped into place with a force that took my breath away. It was like nothing I'd ever felt before. Deep and warm and soul-binding. It connected us in a way that went beyond physical touch, beyond words, beyond anything I could explain. I felt his emotions as clearly as my own, his relief, his joy, his fierce protectiveness. And I knew he felt mine too. His eyes widened, and I saw wonder there. Wonder and completion, and something that looked like peace. Lysandra, he breathed my name like a prayer. I feel you, I whispered. I feel everything. So do I. He kissed me then, gentle and reverent like I was something sacred, and maybe to him I was, his mate, his Luna. The one who had calmed his fire and saved his kingdom, and stood beside him when the world tried to tear us apart. When we finally pulled apart, both breathless, he stood and offered me his hand. Come with me. I took his hand without hesitation, and together we walked back toward the palace. The torches lit our path, casting dancing shadows on the stone. Our fingers intertwined, the mate bond humming between us like a song only we could hear. When we entered the throne hall, we found it wasn't empty. The loyal nobles, the generals, the moon priests, even the servants they'd gathered as though they'd known we would come. As though they'd been waiting for this moment. And as Astrid and I walked down the center aisle hand in hand, they knelt. Not in fear, not in obligation, but in devotion. Every wolf in that hall lowered themselves in respect, not just for their king but for both of us, the fiery alpha king and the quiet half-blood girl who had somehow tamed him. The head moon priest raised his staff, his ancient voice carrying through the hall. The prophecy is fulfilled, the flames are calmed, the kingdom is whole. I looked at Astrid and he looked at me, and I saw reflected in his golden eyes the same wonder I felt in my own heart. We had done it. Against all odds, against the conspiracy and the corruption and everyone who said it was impossible, we had done it. The kingdom of Dracaroon was healing. The stolen supplies were reaching the starving villages. The rebellions were crushed. The borders were secure. Peace was spreading like light, driving back darkness. And the fiery king's mate, the one prophesied to either calm the flames or burn the kingdom to ash, had chosen to heal instead of destroy. As we stood there, surrounded by kneeling wolves and flickering firelight, I finally understood my place in this world. I wasn't an outsider anymore. I wasn't half of anything. I was whole. I was Luna. I was his. And he was mine. The prophecy was fulfilled. The kingdom was healed. And the fire that had burned alone for so long was finally, blessedly, at peace. It hurts too much, Bruna whispered, her branded shoulder burning beneath torn gray cloth as the huntsman's shadow fell across the bread table. His voice dropped to the frequency only wolves could hear. The pain will turn to pleasure if you let me end it. The lantern above her flickered. Outside, something with too many teeth was moving closer. The Crossroads fortress smelled of yeast and wet fur the night the huntsman arrived. Bruna kept her head low, sleeves pulled down to her knuckles, hiding the puckered brand on her shoulder that never stopped aching. 5 years it had burned. 5 years since the night her childhood mate stood on the altar stone and turned his face away, rejecting her in front of the entire mountain pack. 5 years since the priestess found her sobbing in the forest afterward and whispered that she could make the pain stop. The priestess had lied. The great hall of the fortress inn glowed warm gold in the lantern light. Bread steamed in neat rows along the wooden tables. Travelers filled the benches, merchants and soldiers and the occasional priest, all paying in coin or promises for a night's shelter at the kingdom's busiest crossroads. Bruna moved between them like a shadow, refilling cups, clearing trenchers, keeping her eyes on the worn stone floor, invisible, safe, pain her only constant companion. The door opened. Cold wind rushed in, carrying rain and something else, something that made every hair on her arms rise. The hall hushed when the stranger entered. Not because he demanded it, because the air itself seemed to bend around him, pulling sound inward like a held breath. He was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in dark leather and a wolf fur cloak that dripped rainwater onto the threshold. But it was not his size that made Bruna's hands tremble as she reached for the bread basket. It was the way every wolf-blooded man in the room went still, heads turning, instincts screaming alpha even though he wore no crown and carried no banner. They called him the huntsman. The king's right hand, the man who tracked traitors through 3 kingdoms and never came back empty-handed. Bruna did not know if that was true. She only knew that when he shook the rain from his cloak and moved toward the hearth, the room rearranged itself around him without a single word spoken. Men stepped aside. Conversations died. Even the fire seemed to lean toward him as if offering tribute. She picked up the bread basket and walked toward the high table, keeping her breathing shallow and even. The brand pulsed with each step, a dull throb beneath cloth and skin. Do not draw attention. Do not make eye contact. Do not give anyone a reason to look twice. She reached past him to set down the trencher. Their wrists brushed, the brand ignited. White-hot pain exploded across her shoulder, down her spine, into her lungs. Bruna gasped and staggered backward. The basket tumbled from her hands. Bread scattered across stone. The room tilted sideways, and she would have fallen if not for the iron grip that closed around her wrist. The huntsman had moved like lightning. His hand steadied her before she hit the ground, and when she looked up, his nostrils flared as he inhaled once, twice, something shifting behind his eyes. They flashed gold. Every wolf in the hall froze. Cups paused halfway to lips. Conversations stopped mid-word. Even the fire pulled back from the hearth as if afraid to burn too close. The huntsman stared at her with an intensity that made her knees weak. His thumb pressed against the inside of her wrist where her pulse hammered wildly, and when he spoke, the word fell from his lips like a stone into still water. Omega. The room seemed to hold its breath. Bruna tried to pull away. Her legs would not obey. The pain was everywhere now, singing through her veins, but underneath it something else. Something that terrified her more than the agony ever had. Recognition. The huntsman's grip shifted, gentle but absolutely unyielding. When he spoke again, his voice dropped to the frequency only wolves could hear, a rumble that bypassed her ears and resonated in her bones. The pain will turn to pleasure, he said, each word deliberate and weighted with promise and threat. If you let me end it. Bruna's vision blurred. She did not understand. She did not want to understand. All she knew was that this man, this stranger, had just named her something she was not supposed to be. Something that had gotten Omega's hunted, branded, sold. Something worth killing for. I need to go, she stammered, finally wrenching herself free. Her hands shook as she gathered the scattered bread. The kitchen. Go, he said softly, releasing her. But his eyes tracked her every movement as she stumbled backward toward the kitchen door. But not far. Bruna fled. She pushed through the kitchen door and kept moving, past the ovens and the hanging pots, past old Marit chopping onions by the fire, past the scrubbed tables and the barrels of salt. Her breath came in ragged gasps. The brand screamed beneath her dress, hot enough to make tears spring to her eyes. She did not stop until she reached the storeroom at the far end of the hall. The door was heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands. She slammed it shut behind her and pressed her back against it, sliding down until she sat on the cold stone floor. Her hands would not stop shaking. Omega. The word echoed in her skull like a death knell. She was not an Omega. Could not be. Omegas were rare, precious, powerful. They were conductors of pack energy, able to calm frenzies or command obedience with nothing but their voice. They were protected, treasured, fought over. They did not end up scrubbing pots in roadside inns with rejection brands burning holes through their shoulders. The door opened. Bruna's head snapped up. The huntsman stood in the doorway, backlit by the kitchen's firelight. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him with a quiet click. The sound of the lock sliding into place was very loud in the silence. "Do not be afraid," he said, though his voice held no softness. "I am not here to harm you." "Then why are you here?" Bruna whispered. He moved closer, each step measured and deliberate. When he crouched in front of her, his eyes were no longer gold but a pale winter gray that seemed to see straight through skin and bone. "Your brand," he said. "It is not a rejection scar." Bruna's breath caught. "You do not know what you are talking about." "I know exactly what I am talking about." His gaze dropped to her shoulder, though the brand was hidden beneath cloth. "Rejection scars fade. They ache for a moon's turn, maybe two, and then they heal. What you carry is not a scar, it is a bind, priestess work. Designed to lock your power away and keep your nerves screaming so you are too weak to fight back." The words hit her like stones. "No, the priestess saved me. After he rejected me, she found me in the forest. She said the pain would stop if I let her help." "And did it stop?" Bruna looked away. The silence was answer enough. The huntsman rose to his full height. "The woman who branded you sold you into this. She is part of a network that traffics omegas, uses them as weapons, as tools. You were never meant to heal. You were meant to stay broken until someone came to collect you." "Why are you telling me this?" Bruna's voice cracked. "Why do you care?" "Because I can break it," he said simply. "The bind. I can end the pain, but it will hurt first, badly, and you will have to trust me." Bruna laughed, a bitter sound. "Trust you? I do not even know your name." Something flickered across his face, too fast to read. "Names do not matter. What matters is whether you want to live the rest of your life in agony, or whether you are willing to endure one more night of it to be free." Before Bruna could answer, a sound echoed from the kitchen. 3 sharp knocks, a pause, then 2 more. A pattern, a code. The huntsman's head turned sharply toward the door. His hand went to his belt, and when it came away, it held a blade that gleamed like moonlight on water. "What is that?" Bruna breathed. "A signal," he said, voice gone cold and hard as iron. He moved to the door, positioning himself between her and whatever was coming. When he looked back at her, his eyes flashed gold again, and for the first time, she saw something other than control in his expression. She saw fury. "They are coming for you," he whispered. The blade in the huntsman's hand caught the lamplight, throwing silver across the storeroom walls. Bruna pressed herself against the barrels of salt, heart hammering so hard she thought it might crack her ribs. "Who are they?" she whispered. "Men who want what you are," the huntsman said without looking back. His attention was fixed on the door, his body coiled like a spring. "Men who have been waiting for you to wake up." "I am no one," Bruna said, desperation bleeding into her voice. "I am a kitchen drudge. I scrub pots and carry bread." "Whatever you think I am, you are wrong." He turned then, and the look he gave her was almost pitying. "You are an Omega girl, a conductor. Your voice can bend pack behavior, calm frenzies, command wolves mid-charge. You are the rarest thing in this kingdom, and the most dangerous. That is why they branded you. That is why they have kept you here, weak and hidden, until they were ready to use you." Bruna shook her head, pressing her palms against the cold stone floor. "No, I was rejected. My mate stood on the altar stone and turned his face away. The priestess found me after. She said the brand would help me heal. The priestess lied." The huntsman crouched in front of her again, close enough that she could see the faint scars along his jaw, the way his pupils contracted and expanded like a wolf's. "Rejection scars burn for a moon's turn, maybe 2, then they fade. The pain you carry does not fade because it is not a scar, it is a lock. A channeling brand designed to keep your power throttled and your body in constant agony so you cannot fight back." "You do not know that," Bruna said, but her voice wavered. "I know exactly that." His voice was cold, clinical. "I have been hunting the network that traffics Omegas for 3 years. I have seen what they do. How they find young Omegas after rejection or loss, when they are vulnerable and desperate. How they offer comfort and salvation. How they brand them in secret and sell them to men who think they can buy the moon." Bruna's breath caught. The memory rose unbidden, sharp as broken glass. The forest, the cold. Her knees in the dirt, sobbing so hard she could not breathe. The priestess appearing like an answer to a prayer, her voice soft and soothing. "Poor child. The pain of rejection is a madness that eats the soul. But I can help you. I can make it stop." Bruna had believed her. had been so desperate for the pain to end that she had not questioned when the priestess led her to a clearing, when she had drawn symbols in the dirt, when she had heated iron in a small fire and whispered words in a language Bruna did not understand. "This will still the chaos in you," the priestess had said, pressing the brand to Bruna's shoulder. "This will cool the madness." The pain had been white and absolute. Bruna had screamed until her voice gave out. And when it was done, when the priestess had wrapped the wound and helped her to her feet, Bruna had thought the worst was over. She had been wrong. The pain never stopped. It only changed, became a constant hum beneath her skin, a scream she learned to breathe through. And the priestess had disappeared the next morning, leaving Bruna alone at the edge of the crossroads fortress with a note pinned to her dress that read, "Work here. Wait. You will be collected when the time is right." 5 years. 5 years of waiting for a collection that never came. Until tonight. "You are right," Bruna whispered, the admission tearing out of her like a confession. "The priestess branded me. She said it would help, but it never did." "It only hurt." The huntsman nodded as if he had already known. "The brand is a lock. It keeps your power contained and your nervous system in constant distress. But I can break it." "How?" He stood and moved to the center of the storeroom, where the floor was smooth stone worn down by centuries of footsteps. From a pouch at his belt, he drew a handful of white salt and began to pour it in a perfect circle, each grain falling with deliberate precision. When the circle was complete, he added ash from a small vial, tracing a line through the center like a path. "This is a sanctioned ritual," he said, his voice taking on the cadence of someone reciting from memory, "used by alphas to realign an omega's neural pathways after trauma or binding. It will reroute the pain channels and break the lock the priestess placed on you. But I will not lie to you. It will hurt, worse than anything you have felt before. And you will have to trust me to hold you through it." Bruna stared at the circle, at the ash and salt gleaming in the lamplight. "Why would you do this?" "You do not know me." "I do not need to know you," he said. "I need to stop the people who did this to you. And I cannot do that if you are too weak to help me." "Help you do what?" The huntsman met her eyes, and for the first time she saw something other than cold calculation in his expression. She saw rage, old and deep and carefully controlled. "Burn their network to the ground," he said. "Every handler, every trafficker. Every man who thinks he can chain an omega and call it salvation. I am going to end them all. But I need you alive and whole to do it. So the question is not why I would help you. The question is whether you trust me enough to let me try." Bruna opened her mouth to answer, but the words died in her throat. The brand flared. Not the dull ache she had learned to live with, but a sudden, vicious spike of pain that drove the air from her lungs and sent her doubling over. She bit down on a scream, tasting copper. The huntsman's head snapped toward the door. "They are close." Another spike. This one worse. Bruna's vision blurred at the edges, and she realized with cold clarity that the brand was reacting to something outside. To wolves. To omegas like her, the brand had been designed to signal when others of their kind were near, to make her a beacon whether she wanted to be or not. "The circle," the huntsman said, his voice sharp. "Now, we are out of time." Bruna tried to stand, but her legs would not hold her. The pain was a living thing now, clawing its way through her chest and down her spine. "I cannot." "You can." He crossed the room in 2 strides and hauled her to her feet, his grip iron, hard but not cruel. "The pain will only get worse the closer they come. If you want to live, you will step into that circle and let me break the chain they put on you." Another sound from the kitchen. 3 knocks. A pause. 2 more. The same pattern as before. The huntsman's jaw tightened. "Marit," he said, the name a curse. "The cook is signaling them." Bruna's head swam. "Marit has worked here for years." "She would not." "She is a courier for the network," the huntsman said, already moving toward the door. He pressed his ear to the wood, listening. "She has been watching you this whole time, waiting for the order to move. And tonight, someone gave it. Outside, footsteps. Not human footsteps. Too heavy. Too many. Wolves." The huntsman turned back to her, and for the first time since he had entered the storeroom, she saw urgency in his eyes. "The ritual takes 30 counts. After that, you will be strong enough to defend yourself." But if we do not start now, they will be through that door before we finish, and I will have to kill them all while you burn from the inside out. So make your choice, Omega. Die here in the dark, or trust me for 30 counts and live." Bruna looked at the circle, at the ash and salt glowing in the lamplight. At the man who claimed he could end 5 years of agony with nothing but words and will. She thought of the priestess who had promised salvation and delivered chains. She thought of the mate who had turned his face away. She thought of every person who had ever looked at her and seen nothing worth saving. And then she thought of the wolves outside, closing in, coming to collect what they thought they owned. The brand screamed. The door shuddered. Bruna stepped into the circle. The salt crunched beneath her bare feet, each grain sharp and cold against her skin. Bruna stood in the center of the circle, her breath coming in shallow gasps, and watched the huntsman move around her with the precision of someone who had done this before. He did not look at her as he checked the line of ash, adjusted the curve of salt. When he finally stopped in front of her, his expression was unreadable. "I will not lie to you," he said. "This will hurt more than anything you have known. At count 10, the brand will wake like a hornet's nest. At 15, you will drop to your knees. At 22, your vision will white out. At 30, it will break, and the pain will rethread into something you can control. But you must breathe through it. You must stay conscious. If you pass out before 30, the lock will reset, and we will have to start again." Bruna's hands shook. "What if I cannot?" "You will," he said simply. "Because the alternative is dying here, and you do not strike me as someone ready to die." He stepped behind her, close enough that she could feel the heat of him against her back. His hands settled on her shoulders, firm and unyielding, and she realized with a jolt that he was positioning himself to hold her upright when her legs gave out. "When it starts," he said, his voice low and steady in her ear, "focus on my count. Nothing else. Not the pain, not the fear, just the count. Do you understand?" Bruna nodded, not trusting her voice. "Good," he said. "Then we begin." He started to count in a language she did not recognize, old and guttural, the kind of tongue wolves spoke before they learned to flatter kings. The words rolled over her like a wave, and for a moment nothing happened. Then the brand woke. At count 1 it was a flicker of heat. At count 5 it was a burn. At count 10 it was a inferno. Pain exploded across her shoulder, white-hot and vicious, spreading through her veins like wildfire. Bruna gasped, her knees buckling, but the huntsman's hands locked around her, holding her upright. His voice never stopped, never wavered, counting down in that ancient tongue as if the world was not ending inside her skin. At count 15, she dropped to her knees despite his grip. The pain was everywhere now, in her lungs and her bones and the hollow spaces behind her eyes. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. The huntsman went down with her, his arms sliding around her torso, anchoring her against his chest. "Breathe," he said, switching to her language for just a moment. "On my count. In, out, do not stop." She tried. Gods, she tried. But the pain was a living thing, eating her from the inside out, and she could not find the air to fill her lungs. At count 22, her vision whited out. The world disappeared. There was only pain, vast and endless, and the sound of the huntsman's voice cutting through it like a blade. He counted and counted, his arms a vice around her ribs, his breath steady against her hair. 23, 24, 25. Bruna's body convulsed. She felt something inside her shoulder shift, crack, like ice breaking on a frozen river. The brand was fighting back, trying to hold on, and the pain spiked so high she forgot her name. 26, 27, 28. The huntsman's voice grew louder, more insistent, as if he could will her through the final counts by sheer force. His grip tightened, and Bruna realized dimly that he was keeping her from tearing herself apart, from clawing at the brand until there was nothing left. 29. The world hung suspended. Bruna felt the lock inside her shoulder shudder, felt the chains the priestess had wrapped around her power begin to fray. 30. The brand split, not broke, not shattered. Split, like a seed cracking open to let something new grow. The pain that had ruled her body for 5 years turned inward, rethreading itself through her nervous system, and suddenly, blessedly, she could breathe. The air that filled her lungs was cold and clean, and hers, The pain was still there, but it was different now. Manageable, contained, a tool she could hold instead of a weapon turned against her. Bruna collapsed into the huntsman's arms, gasping, shaking, alive. For a moment, neither of them moved. The storeroom was silent, except for the sound of their breathing, ragged and uneven. Then the huntsman spoke, his voice rough. "Is it gone?" Bruna tested her shoulder, rolling it carefully. The brand site was warm, tender, but the constant scream that had lived beneath her skin for 5 years was gone. In its place was something else. Something that hummed with potential, with power she had never been allowed to touch. "It moved," she whispered. "It became something I can hold." The huntsman's grip loosened, and he helped her to her feet. She swayed, unsteady, but she stood. For the first time in years, she stood without pain dragging her down. Then the wolves outside snarled. The sound was low and vicious, a chorus of growls that made the hair on Bruna's arms stand on end. The huntsman's head snapped toward the door, and his eyes flashed gold. "How many?" Bruna asked, her voice steadier than she expected. "Too many." He moved to the door, listening. "Merritt's signal brought them all. They think you are still weak. They think they can take you without a fight." Bruna felt the humming in her bones, the new power settling into place like a key in a lock. "What do we do?" The huntsman turned to look at her, and for the first time since he had entered the storeroom, he smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was the smile of a wolf who had just caught the scent of prey. "We give them a fight they will never forget," he said. His body began to change. Not fully, not yet, but enough. His eyes blazed gold, brighter than lamplight. His teeth sharpened, canines lengthening into fangs. His shoulders broadened, muscles shifting beneath his skin, and the air around him seemed to crackle with barely restrained violence. Outside, the front door of the fortress slammed open. Boots hit stone. Voices shouted orders. Wolves howled. The huntsman, no longer entirely human, positioned himself between Bruna and the door. When he spoke, his voice was deeper, rougher, layered with something primal. "Stay behind me, Omega," he said. "They did not come for the king. They came for you." The storeroom door exploded inward. Wood splintered. Iron bands shrieked. 3 wolves burst through the opening, their forms halfway between human and beast, jaws slavering, eyes wild with bloodlust. Behind them came more, a flood of bodies and teeth and claws pouring into the narrow space like water through a broken dam. The huntsman moved. His transformation was instantaneous and absolute. One moment he was a man with golden eyes and sharpened fangs. The next he was a towering black wolf, monstrous and silent, standing between Bruna and the door like a wall of smoke and fury. His shoulders reached higher than a man's head. His teeth were long as daggers. When he snarled, the sound rattled the barrels of salt. The first attacker did not even see the strike coming. The black wolf moved like liquid shadow, faster than thought, and the attacker's throat was gone before he hit the ground. The second and third came together, trying to flank. The black wolf caught one by the skull and crushed it with a sound like breaking pottery. The other managed to sink teeth into his shoulder before being thrown across the room hard enough to crack stone. But there were too many. They kept coming, wave after wave, pouring through the shattered door and the windows behind it, wolves and men and things in between, all of them howling for blood. The storeroom filled with the sounds of snarling and screaming and the wet thud of bodies hitting walls. Bruna pressed herself against the barrels, her new power humming in her bones but her mind frozen with terror. She had never seen violence like this, had never imagined it was possible for one creature to move with such lethal grace, to kill with such efficiency. But even the black wolf could not hold them all. A spear came through the window, thrown by someone outside. It caught the black wolf in the ribs, just as he tore the throat from another attacker. He made no sound, but Bruna saw him stumble, saw blood, dark as ink, spread across his fur. He had taken the blow meant for her. Something inside Bruna snapped. The fear that had kept her frozen shattered like glass, and in its place rose something else. Something that had been locked away for 5 years, throttled and silenced and buried so deep she had forgotten it existed. Her voice. Bruna pushed away from the barrels and ran, not away from the fight but toward it. She vaulted onto the table where bread had scattered earlier, her bare feet finding purchase on the worn wood. The movement drew every eye in the room. Wolves turned mid-lunge. Men froze mid-swing. She opened her mouth and let the power rise. It came from somewhere deep in her chest, from the place where the brand had lived for so long. But now, instead of pain, there was only resonance, a note that vibrated through her bones and into the air, a frequency that only wolves could hear. "Down," she said. The word was not loud. It did not need to be. It carried on that frequency, that ancient wolf tongue that bypassed ears and struck directly at the brainstem, at the part of every wolf that remembered pack law and hierarchy and the absolute authority of an Omega's command. The front line collapsed. 5 wolves dropped mid-charge, their legs folding beneath them as if every bone had turned to water. They whined, high and desperate, unable to disobey. Their eyes rolled white, and drool spilled from their jaws as they pressed their bellies to the stone floor. The second wave hesitated, confusion breaking their formation. Bruna did not give them time to recover. "Still," she commanded, her voice growing stronger, more certain with each word. The power flowed through her like a river that had finally found its course, and she marveled at how easy it was, how natural. "Still, do not move, do not breathe. Do not think." The second wave froze in place, eyes going glassy, bodies locked in mid-motion like statues carved from flesh. One had been reaching for a sword. Another had been opening his jaws to bite. They stayed that way, trapped in Bruna's command, unable to move even as their lungs screamed for air. The black wolf turned his massive head to look at her, and even through the blood and fury, Bruna saw recognition in his eyes, understanding. He moved the moment she gave the next command. "Left," she said, and the black wolf tore through 3 frozen attackers before they even registered he was coming. "Behind you," she said, and he spun and caught a man trying to creep through the window. "Now," she said, and he surged forward into the hallway beyond, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. They moved like dancers, like 2 parts of a single organism. Bruna conducted and the black wolf executed, and between them the attackers fell like wheat before a scythe, but the network had not sent amateurs. Old Merritt appeared in the doorway, her face twisted with rage and something that might have been fear. She held a long kitchen knife, the kind used for butchering meat, and her eyes were locked on Bruna with an intensity that made the air feel thin. "You were supposed to stay weak," Merritt hissed, advancing into the storeroom. "You were supposed to wait until we were ready. 5 years. 5 years I watched you, kept you safe, made sure no one touched you before the collection. And now, you have ruined everything." Bruna stared at the woman who had fed her, who had taught her how to knead bread in scrub pots, who had smiled and called her child. "You knew," she whispered. "All this time, you knew what the priestess did to me." "Of course I knew," Merritt spat. "I am the one who sent for her. Your mate rejected you, yes, but that was not enough. We needed you broken, we needed you desperate. So I made sure the priestess found you first, before anyone else could interfere." The black wolf snarled, taking a step toward Marit, but she was ready. She threw something from her apron, a vial that shattered at his feet and released a cloud of silver dust. The black wolf recoiled, choking, his eyes streaming. Wolfsbane. Concentrated enough to incapacitate even an alpha. Marit lunged at Bruna, knife raised. She did not make it 3 steps. The black wolf moved through the wolfsbane as if it were nothing more than smoke, faster than Bruna's eyes could track, and his jaws closed around Merritt's throat before the knife could fall. There was a crack, sharp and final, and then Marit was on the ground, eyes staring at nothing, the knife clattering away across stone. Silence fell. The storeroom was a ruin of blood and bodies and broken wood. The wolves Bruna had commanded still lay frozen or prostrate, unable to move until she released them. The black wolf stood over Merritt's corpse, breathing hard, blood dripping from the spear wound in his ribs. Bruna felt the humming in her bones intensify, felt her Omega nature fully awake and aware for the first time in her life. She could sense the threads connecting her to every wolf in the room, could feel their heartbeats and their fear and their desperate need to obey. It was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. Then a voice spoke from the hallway, calm and familiar and colder than winter ice. "Well," the priestess said, stepping over bodies as if they were nothing more than scattered leaves. "It seems I underestimated you, little Bruna. How delightful." The priestess stood in the doorway, untouched by the carnage, her robes pristine and white. She smiled at Bruna the way a wolf smiles at wounded prey. The priestess looked exactly as Bruna remembered, tall and elegant, with silver hair bound in intricate braids and eyes the color of winter sky. She wore the robes of a traveling healer, white linen embroidered with symbols of protection and mercy. To anyone who did not know better, she looked like salvation made flesh. Bruna knew better now. "You," she breathed, the word sharp with betrayal. "You did this to me." "Of course I did, child." The priestess stepped into the storeroom, her movements unhurried and graceful. She did not look at the bodies scattered across the floor, did not flinch at the blood painting the walls. "5 years ago I found a broken omega sobbing in the forest, rejected and alone and ripe for molding. I gave you purpose, I gave you structure. I made you valuable." "You tortured me," Bruna said, her voice shaking. "Every day, every hour." The pain never stopped. The pain was necessary. The priestess tilted her head, studying Bruna the way a jeweler studies a flawed diamond. Omega conductors are dangerous when they know their own power. They can topple kingdoms and wars, bend entire packs to their will with nothing but their voice. The brand kept you contained, kept you weak enough to control but strong enough to be useful when the time came. The black wolf snarled, a sound like grinding stone. He positioned himself between Bruna and the priestess, blood still dripping from his ribs where the spear had struck. The priestess glanced at him with mild interest. "Ah," she said. "The huntsman, or should I say, the Alpha King. Yes, I know who you are, Fabian of the Grey bloodline. Did you think you could hunt my network in secret? We have been watching you for months, waiting for you to lead us to something worth taking. And here you are, delivering me the finest Omega conductor born in 3 centuries. Fabian's growl deepened, but he did not move. Could not move, Bruna realized, not without leaving her exposed. The priestess was too far away to reach before she could react, too calm to be anything but prepared. The priestess reached into her robes and withdrew a knife. It was small and delicate, the blade no longer than a finger, but the metal gleamed with a strange iridescence that made Bruna's new power recoil instinctively. "Do you know what this is?" the priestess asked, holding the knife up to the lamplight. "A bond-severing blade, forged from meteorite iron and quenched in the blood of a dying alpha. It can cut the connection between any 2 wolves, no matter how strong. One strike, and the bond you are forming with our dear king will shatter like glass. You will be free of his influence. Free to come with me." "I will never go with you," Bruna said, but her voice lacked conviction. The knife terrified her in ways she could not articulate, made every instinct she possessed scream danger. The priestess smiled, slow and patient. "You say that now, but think, child. I raised you. I cared for you. Yes, I caused you pain, but I also kept you alive. Kept you safe from the men who would have used you and discarded you like trash. Everything I did to preserve you for greatness. You branded me," Bruna spat. "You sold me." "I prepared you," the priestess corrected. "There is a difference. The Alpha King standing before you, he does not want to free you. He wants to use you just as I do. He needs your power to dismantle my network, to strengthen his hold on the Eastern territories, to end the wars that threaten his precious order. Do you think he cares about you, Bruna? Do you think he sees anything but a weapon when he looks at you?" Bruna's breath caught. She looked at Fabian, at the massive black wolf bleeding and snarling between her and the priestess. The priestess's words burrowed into her mind like splinters, sharp and poisonous. Was it true? Had Fabian freed her only to use her himself? The black wolf shifted then, the transformation rippling through him like water. In moments he stood as a man again, naked and bleeding, and utterly unconcerned with his vulnerability. His gray eyes locked onto Bruna's, and when he spoke, his voice was rough but clear. "She is not wrong," Fabian said. Bruna's heart stuttered. "What?" "I do need your power," Fabian continued, never looking away from her. "I need it to end the network. I need it to prevent wars. I need it to protect thousands of Omegas who will suffer the same fate you did if I do not stop this. But she is wrong about one thing." He took a step forward, ignoring the way the movement made blood pour faster from his wound. "I am not giving you orders. I am offering you a choice. Go with her, and she will chain you again, bind you to a new master, use you until you are empty and broken. Or, stay with me, and I will teach you to wield your power as a weapon in your own hands. I will not lie and say I do not need you, but I will also not pretend you are anything less than free to choose." The priestess laughed, the sound light and mocking. "How noble! How utterly predictable! And what happens when she has served her purpose, King? What happens when the network is destroyed and the wars are ended? Will you still let her choose then? Or will you find new reasons to keep her close, new battles that require her gift?" Fabian said nothing. His silence was answer enough. Bruna felt something break inside her chest. Not the brand. That was already gone. This was something else. Some last fragile hope that anyone wanted her for more than what she could do. "Neither of you want me," she whispered. "You want what I am." The priestess stepped closer, the bond-severing knife glinting in her hand. "I want to protect you, child, to give you a purpose that will outlive kingdoms. Come with me. Let me sever the bond he is trying to build, and I will show you power beyond anything this little king can offer." Fabian's jaw tightened, but he did not move. "If you choose her," he said quietly, "I will not stop you, but know the truth before you decide. She will never let you be anything but a tool. I am offering you the chance to be a weapon that chooses its own targets." Bruna looked between them. The priestess who had tortured her for 5 years and called it salvation. The king, who had freed her and called it strategy. Neither one offering love, neither one offering home, both offering only different flavors of servitude. The humming in her bones grew louder, angrier. Her power coiled beneath her skin like a living thing, demanding release, demanding choice. The priestess took another step forward, the knife raised. "Come, Bruna. Let me cut you free of him." She moved toward Fabian, the blade aimed not at Bruna but at the space between them, at the invisible thread of recognition and command that had formed during the ritual. One cut, and Bruna would be severed from the only alpha who had ever helped her. One cut, and she would be alone again. Bruna opened her mouth, her power rising, the word forming on her tongue. The priestess lifted the bond-severing knife toward Fabian's chest, and the blade caught the lamplight like a falling star. Bruna stepped forward, not away from the knife, not toward safety. Toward the priestess who had branded her, toward the woman who had stolen 5 years of her life and called it mercy. The power inside her was no longer a hum. It was a roar, a wildfire racing through her veins, demanding release. She did not understand it, did not know its limits or its rules. But she understood one thing with absolute clarity. She was done being afraid. The priestess raised the bond-severing knife higher, its iridescent blade aimed at the space between Bruna and Fabian. "Come, child, let me cut you free of his influence. Let me take you somewhere safe." Bruna's mouth opened. The word that came out was not one she knew. It was old, older than the kingdom, older than stone. It bypassed thought and struck directly at the core of every wolf-blooded creature in the room, in the hall beyond, in the courtyard outside. "Yield." The command rolled through the fortress like thunder. The wolves who had come with the priestess, the ones lurking in the hallways and crouched in the shadows, collapsed as one. Their legs folded beneath them, their heads pressed to the floor. Whines escaped their throats, high and broken, as if the word had reached inside them and torn out every scrap of resistance. The priestess staggered, her eyes going wide. The bond-severing knife slipped from her fingers and clattered against stone, the sound impossibly loud in the sudden silence. Bruna felt it then. The full scope of what she was, what she had always been, hidden beneath chains and pain and lies. She could feel the threads connecting her to every wolf in the fortress. Not just threads, rivers. Currents of attention and obedience and desperate need to please. She could sense their heartbeats, their fear, their confusion. She could feel the way her voice had sunk into their minds like roots into soil, taking hold, refusing to let go. Pack conduction. The ability to orchestrate wolves like a conductor orchestrates music, bending their movements and emotions to her will, emotional override. The power to drown their individual thoughts beneath a tidal wave of her own intent, battle command frequency. A voice that could stop wars or start them, that could turn enemies into allies with nothing but a word, or a control. The invisible weight of her presence, pressing down on every wolf-blooded creature within range, making them remember that they were pack, and she was Omega, and that meant obedience was not a choice, but a law written into their bones. It was intoxicating, terrifying, absolute. Bruna looked at Fabian. The Alpha King stood motionless, blood still dripping from his ribs, his gray eyes locked on her with an expression she could not read. For a moment she thought he would resist, thought he would snarl and shake off her power and remind her that he was king, not subject. Instead, he knelt, not in submission, not in surrender, in acknowledgement. His head bowed, one fist pressed to the floor, the posture of a wolf recognizing a superior without shame or resentment. When he spoke, his voice was rough but steady. "Your power could end wars," he said, "or start one." Bruna felt the weight of the words settle over her like a mantle. She looked at the priestess, who had fallen to her knees without realizing it, trembling beneath the force of Bruna's command. She looked at the wolves scattered throughout the fortress, all of them frozen, waiting, desperate to know what she would demand of them. She looked at Fabian, kneeling before her, bleeding but unbowed. And she realized that for the first time in her life, no one could force her to do anything. "Who owns me?" she asked, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "If not you and not her?" Fabian rose slowly, blood leaving dark stains on the floor beneath him. When he met her eyes, there was no deception in his gaze. No manipulation. Only truth, stark and unvarnished. "No one," he said. "Not anymore." The words hit Bruna harder than any blow. She had spent 5 years believing she was broken, worthless, a discarded thing waiting to be collected. She had believed the priestess's lies about protection and the rejection that had come before. She had believed that pain was all she deserved, but standing here, with wolves prostrate at her feet and an Alpha King kneeling in acknowledgement, she understood that she had never been broken. She had been caged, and now the cage was open. Bruna turned to the priestess, and the look on her face made the older woman flinch. "Tell me who else knew about me," Bruna said, her voice cold and clear as winter ice. "All of it now," the priestess tried to resist. Bruna could see it in the way her jaw clenched, in the way her hands curled into fists, but the command was already inside her, woven through her thoughts, and resistance was futile. "There were others," the priestess gasped, the words dragging out of her like pulled teeth. 12 Omegas, taken over the course of 30 years. Most did not survive the conditioning. Their minds broke. Their bodies failed. But you. She looked up at Bruna with something that might have been pride or hatred or both. "You were perfect, the prime conductor. Strong enough to endure, weak enough to control. We were going to use you to orchestrate pack movements across 3 kingdoms, to end conflicts before they started. To make kings and generals dance to our tune without ever knowing they were being led." Bruna felt bile rise in her throat. "You killed 11 Omegas trying to make a weapon." "We created a tool," the priestess corrected, though her voice shook. "A tool that would have saved thousands of lives. Yes, there were losses, but the cost was worth it. You were worth it." "And my rejection?" Bruna asked. "Did you orchestrate that too?" The priestess's silence was answer enough. Bruna closed her eyes, breathing through the rage that threatened to consume her, the mate who had turned his face away on the altar stone. The priestess who had appeared so conveniently in the forest afterward. 5 years of agony, all carefully planned and executed to break her down and rebuild her into something useful. When she opened her eyes again, her power was no longer a roar. It was a scalpel, precise and cold. "Release," she said, and felt the command ripple through the fortress. The wolves who had collapsed under her first command stirred, confusion flooding their faces as they regained control of their limbs. But they did not flee. They stayed, watching her, waiting. The priestess sagged forward, gasping. "You are making a mistake, child. Without guidance, your power will consume you. Without purpose, you will destroy everything you touch." "Then I will learn control," Bruna said, "and I will choose my own purpose." She looked at Fabian. The Alpha King had not moved, had not tried to influence her decision. He simply stood, bleeding and patient, waiting for her to decide whether he was ally or enemy. "Can you really dismantle the network?" she asked him. "With your help, yes," Fabian said. "Without it I can wound them, but I cannot end them. They have safeguards, layers of protection, contingencies I have not yet uncovered." Your power can cut through all of it. You can make their wolves turn on their handlers. You can make their leaders confess their crimes. You can break them in ways I never could. And after? Bruna asked. After the network is destroyed and the Omegas are freed, what then? Fabian's expression did not change. Then you choose. Stay with me and help rebuild what they broke. Or leave, and I will ensure no one follows. I will not lie and say I do not want you to stay, but I will also not cage you to make you do it. Bruna studied him, searching for deception and finding none. He was using her, yes, but he was not lying about it. And that, somehow, made all the difference. She turned back to the priestess. You will give Fabian every name, every location, every detail of the network's operations. You will do it willingly and truthfully. And when you are done, you will stand trial for what you have done to me and to the others. The priestess's face twisted with fury. You cannot command me to betray my own people. I can, Bruna said, and I am. The power in her voice left no room for argument. The priestess's resistance crumbled like sand, and tears of rage and helplessness began to stream down her face. Fabian moved to Bruna's side, close enough that she could feel the heat of him, smell the blood and rain in wild places that clung to his skin. Are you sure about this? He asked quietly. Once we start, there is no going back. They will hunt you for the rest of your life. Bruna looked at the broken bodies scattered across the storeroom, at the wolves still kneeling in the hallway, at the priestess weeping on the floor. She thought of 11 Omegas who had died so that she could be made into a weapon. She thought of 5 years spent believing she deserved the pain. Good, she said. Let them hunt. I am done hiding. The priestess talked for hours. She gave them everything. Names of handlers and financiers. Locations of holding facilities where Omegas were kept sedated and bound. The identities of nobles and merchants who had purchased conductor services. The network was vast, sprawling across 3 kingdoms and 2 duchies, its roots sunk deep into institutions Bruna had thought were beyond corruption. Fabian took notes in a small leather journal, his handwriting sharp and efficient. The wound in his ribs had stopped bleeding, though the flesh around it was angry and swollen. He worked through the pain without complaint, occasionally asking the priestess to clarify a detail or repeat a name. Bruna sat on a barrel of salt and listened, her power coiled tight in her chest, ready to strike if the priestess tried to lie. But she did not lie, could not lie. Bruna's command had stripped away her ability to deceive, left her with nothing but brutal honesty. When dawnlight began to filter through the shattered windows, the priestess finally fell silent. She looked hollowed out, emptied, her elegant robes stained with blood and ash. Is that all? Fabian asked. That is all, the priestess whispered. You have everything. Every name. Every location. The entire network laid bare. Fabian closed the journal and looked at Bruna. We will need to move quickly. Once word spreads that you are free and powerful, they will scatter, burn evidence, disappear. We have maybe 3 days before the network realizes what has happened here. Bruna nodded. Then we start now. Fabian's mouth curved slightly, the closest thing to approval she had seen from him. There is something else you should know. The brand. The one the priestess placed on you. It is gone, but the mark remains. Bruna touched her shoulder reflexively. The skin there was still tender, still bore the puckered scar of the brand. But the pain that had lived beneath it for 5 years was gone. In its place was only warmth, a gentle heat that had nothing to do with injury. Does it hurt? Fabian asked. No, Bruna said, surprised. It feels like it is healing, like it was always supposed to heal, but something was preventing it. The bind kept the wound open, Fabian explained. Kept your body in a constant state of trauma so you would be too weak to access your full power. Now that the bind is broken, your body is finally repairing itself. In a few weeks, the scar will fade. In a few months, it will be gone entirely. Bruna ran her fingers over the mark, marveling at the absence of pain. For 5 years, even the lightest touch had been agony. Now it was just skin, warm and alive and hers. You promised me something, she said, looking at Fabian. The night you found me. You said the pain would turn to pleasure. Fabian met her eyes, his expression unreadable. I did. I thought you meant something else, Bruna admitted. Something darker. But you meant this, did you not? Freedom. Power. The ability to choose. I meant exactly that, Fabian said. Pain that teaches you your limits, then transforms into strength when you surpass them. The brand kept you in constant agony, but that agony forced you to learn how to breathe through suffering, how to endure, how to survive. Now that the agony is gone, all that remains is the skill it taught you. That is the pleasure I promised. Not comfort, not ease, mastery. Bruna felt something tight in her chest loosen. She had feared that Fabian's promise was a lie, another way to manipulate her into obedience. But he had been telling the truth. The pain had turned to pleasure. Not the kind poets sang about, but something better, something that would last. She stood and walked to where he sat, his journal still open on his knee. Without asking permission, she pressed her palm to his shoulder, to the place where the brand had been. Fabian went very still. It does not hurt anymore, Bruna said softly. Not even when I touch it. Good, Fabian said, his voice rough. It should not. You are free of it now. They stayed like that for a moment, her hand on his shoulder, his eyes on hers, the fortress silent around them except for the sound of wind through broken windows. Then Fabian rose, gently removing her hand. We should leave before more of the network arrives. This fortress is compromised. We will take the priestess with us and use her testimony to build our case. By the time we are done, every chain ever used on an Omega will be destroyed. Bruna nodded. Where do we go? North, Fabian said. To my stronghold in the mountains. It is defensible, secure, and far enough from the network's main operations that we will have time to plan. From there, we can begin the work of dismantling what they built. He moved toward the door, pausing only to ensure the priestess was bound and guarded by wolves who had sworn themselves to Bruna's command. Then he looked back at her, and for the first time, she saw something other than cold calculation in his eyes. Pride, perhaps, or respect. Something that made her stand a little straighter. Are you ready? He asked. Bruna thought of the 11 Omegas who had died before her. She thought of the 5 years she had spent believing she was worthless. She thought of every handler and financier and noble whose name filled Fabian's journal, all of them sleeping peacefully tonight, unaware that their world was about to end. I am ready, she said. They stepped out of the storeroom and into the great hall. The bodies had been cleared away. The fires had been extinguished. The fortress was silent and cold, waiting. Bruna pulled her torn gray dress tighter against the chill and followed Fabian toward the main doors. Outside, snow had begun to fall, turning the world soft and white. The wind pulled at her hair, her dress, but she did not shiver. She felt warm for the first time in years. Fabian paused at the threshold, looking out at the snow-covered courtyard. Then he turned to her, and she saw the first real smile she had ever seen on him. It was small, barely there, but genuine. Where do we start? Bruna asked, her voice steady and unafraid. Fabian's smile widened by a fraction. With the ones who think they own you. Bruna nodded once, her power humming beneath her skin, ready and waiting. The rejected Omega and the ruthless Alpha King stepped out into the snow-covered night together, leaving the fortress and its ghosts behind. Somewhere in the distance, wolves howled. But they were not hunting. They were calling, drawn by the frequency only an Omega could produce, by the promise of a new order and the destruction of the old. And the rejected Omega walked beside the ruthless Alpha King into a world finally ready to feel the weight of her voice.